Hi, I'm USA Today Bestselling Author Jennifer Youngblood. Thanks for joining me as I present Practically Perfect, the second book in my Good Girls Don't Come Last Romcom series. This unique combination of the audiobook and original video footage has been made especially for YouTube and is only available to enjoy here on my channel. Penelope has worked hard for that house on the hill, with the picket fence and mountain of flowers to go along with it. Her friends call her uptight. Her mother tells her to stop climbing the high society ladder. Pen is perfectly happy with the woman she has become and has zero intention of reverting back to her misspent childhood. Memphis Stetson might be easy on the eyes with his heartthrob smile and G.I. Joe muscles, but no way is Pen falling for that rough-and-tumble cowboy. She's much too cultured for that, thank you very much. Get ready as Pen and Memphis square off in a hilariously outrageous turf war that might cost them something they don't expect, their hearts. Be sure and take a second to like the video and subscribe to my channel.
Practically Perfect. Good Girls Don't Come Last. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Laurie West. Chapter 1. The Cowboy Takes the Elevator. Normally, I'm a list person and derive a huge amount of satisfaction from crossing off the tasks completed with a heavy swipe of my medium-point zebra pen. Today, however, my to-do list feels tedious and impossibly long. I'm sure it's just nerves. It's not every day that a girl gets the chance to win such a prestigious award. Let me rephrase that. I'm not the only person up for the award, but I feel like my chances are good. I pull into the parking lot of the dry cleaners, my mind running through the checklist for the umpteenth time. Pick up dress, have lunch with Tim, stop by the architectural firm to look at plans, get hair and nails done. My expression sours as my thoughts go back to the architectural firm. The last thing I want to do today is go over plans with Danny Floyd, Tim's buddy from high school. It irks me that Tim won't let the new house idea go. While Tim has his heart set on us building a house in the swanky new subdivision going up by the golf course, I don't want to move. I love our historic home and neighborhood. The only reason I'm even stopping by the firm is to keep peace in my marriage. From the time I was a little girl, I dreamed of getting married to Tim Norwood. Now that I am, well, I never anticipated it would be this difficult. Tim has been so distant lately. I wonder if he's going through some sort of emotional crisis. Whatever's going on, he refuses to let me in. To make matters worse, he's super critical of everything that I do. This morning, he balked at my choice of sheets for our bed. Yesterday, he complained about his eggs being too runny. I could have pointed out that Tim should be counting his lucky stars that he has a wife willing to go to the trouble of making him breakfast. But I bit my tongue. No sense in making things more tense than they already are. I'm starting to wonder why Tim even married me. Getting out of my car, I walk briskly into the dry cleaners to be greeted by a fresh-faced teenage girl with braces. She must be new because I don't recognize her. "Hello," I begin with a brief smile. "I need to pick up a dress for Penelope Norwood." The girl is wearing a hair scrunchie around her wrist. She pushes it up higher on her arm before turning to the computer and typing on the keyboard. A second later, she frowns. "Sorry, we don't have anything for Penelope Norwood." My heart lurches as I swallow hard enough to jolt the thingamadoo that goes up and down in my throat. "Try Penelope Primrose," I suggest, giving her my maiden name. I hold my breath as she types that in. "Sorry, there's nothing in the computer." "That can't be right. I dropped the dress off 2 days ago." I straighten my spine and look her in the eye. "I need it for an event tonight." Her brow furrows in consternation. "Did you bring it inside?" My words come out in a huff, like a cat coughing up a hairball. No, I left it in the drop box. I put the dress in the orange cloth bag that was issued by the dry cleaner. It has my name tag attached. And you're sure you dropped it off at this dry cleaner? Maybe you took it to Hagerman's instead. No, I argue. I always come here. Maggie Iverson is a friend of mine. The girl's eyes widen. Let me go to the back to see if I can find it. What color is it? Emerald green. It's an evening gown. She leaves the counter and vanishes through the door directly behind her. Perspiration breaks out over my nose as my head whirls. I need this dress for tonight. I planned everything to the letter. My earrings, shoes, necklace. It's critical that I have the dress. The girl returns several minutes later with a pinched expression. It's not there. My hand goes to my forehead. This is a disaster. How could you lose a dress? She shakes her head back and forth. I don't know. She blinks several times as her lower lip trembles. It's crazy how quickly my frustration reaches a boiling point. Are you sure it's not back there? Maybe you should look again. My purse is slung over my shoulder. I reach inside it and pull out my phone. I'll call Maggie right now. The girl nods, looking downright petrified. It goes straight to voicemail. I leave a curt message, telling Maggie what's going on and ask her to call me immediately. I'm so sorry, the girl offers. I just started working here this week. Is there a manager here? Not right now. She clenches and unclenches her hands. Everyone went to lunch. It's just me. Are you sure you looked in the right place? I looked through the N's and P's. I'll look through all the clothes, going from A to Z. It'll take me some time. I can call you as soon as I go through everything. Pulling my lips together in tight lines, I nod. While I want to keep ranting and raving, I realize that the girl is trying her best to help. I need the dress for an event tonight, I reiterate. I'll hurry. Thanks. Do you need my phone number? I'm sure it's in the system, but it can't hurt to jot it down. She hands me a slip of paper and a pen. I write down my name and cell number. What's your name? I'll need to let Maggie know which of her employees I spoke with. Cassidy, she says hesitantly, like I've asked her to donate a kidney. Thanks, I clip as I turn on my heel and walk briskly out the door. I'm due to meet Tim at the restaurant in 5 minutes. If Cassidy finds the dress, then I'll swing back by here after I leave the beauty salon. But what if she doesn't find it? I chew on my inner cheek as I try to come up with an alternative plan. I could wear my black dress. I haven't tried it on since before I got married. It was a little snug then, and I was several pounds thinner than now. It should work, though. It's not nearly as glamorous as the emerald dress. What jewelry could I wear with the black dress? An idea instantly takes shape in my mind. The strand of pearls that Tim gave me for my birthday would be a good fit. They're sensible and practical. Something even my mother-in-law would approve of. I get back into my car and head to the restaurant. Talk about rotten luck. I've been using Maggie's dry cleaners for years and have never had an ounce of trouble. The restaurant is just off Main Street in a busy section of town. All the parking spots in the front are taken. I'm forced to park a street over and walk. I look for Tim's Range Rover but don't see it. It's 5 minutes after 12 by the time I make it inside. I spot several people that I recognize sitting within my frame of vision. No sign of Tim. I pull out my phone to see if I've missed a call from him. Nothing. Hey, you, the hostess says warmly as she strolls up. Tall and bone-thin with a smattering of freckles over her nose, she has curly hair that's dyed raggedy and red. Hoop earrings the size of baseballs dangle from her ears. She's wearing blue eyeshadow and bright red lipstick. Ida is loud, outspoken, and super proud of her jumbo-sized set of fake boobs, which were a gift from her boyfriend, Brick, a truck driver. Hey, Ida, how've you been? I ask in the way of greeting. Ida's a few years older than me. While the two of us have never run in the same circles, Comfort is a small enough town that we know each other well. Busier than a one-armed paper hanger. Her light sky-blue eyes twinkle as she steps closer. I hear tonight's the big night, she chimes in a juicy tone. What do you mean? I ask innocently. A large smile fills her face. Don't play coy with me, sugar. I read all about the Comfort Woman of the Year award in Nellie Kinsey's blog. You're one of the top contenders. She lowers her voice. I hope you get it instead of Colette. A look of distaste crosses her features. That twit has a high opinion of herself. Brick went into the bank the other day to apply for a loan for a new semi-truck cab. She wouldn't even give him the time of day. Colette thought she was going to get her claws into poor Gavin. Good thing Albany came back from New York when she did and got back together with Gavin. Those two are a match made in heaven. Her features go softer than a wad of gooey chewing gum left on the sidewalk as she smiles. Yes, they are. I wholeheartedly agree. It's great to have Albany back. I've never seen her so happy. Kind of like you and Tim. Yeah, I say automatically. Albany and Gavin are nothing like Tim and me. A person would have to be struck blind not to see the sparks sizzling between Albany and Gavin. He looks at her like she's the best thing since buttered biscuits, whereas Tim looks at me like I'm a loaf of moldy bread from the day-old bakery. I'm still scratching my head and wondering where Tim and I went wrong. Apprehension clutches my stomach in a hard fist. I want to have a good relationship with Tim, but I don't know how to fix us. I glance around. Where in the heck is Tim? He knows how crazy busy today is for me. I don't have time to spend all day waiting around for him to come lollygagging in. How many? Ida asks as she reaches for the menus. 2. Tim should be here any minute. Right this way, Ida says as she sashays to a table and places down the menus. Good to see you, honey. I'll send Tim over when he gets here. Thanks. I call Tim, but it goes to voicemail. I leave him a text asking where he is. I get an instant text message back from Tim saying that he won't be able to make lunch because a patient came in with a chipped front tooth. Irritation simmers in my chest. I tamp it down, telling myself that I need to be more understanding about Tim's demanding work schedule. He and his dad run the only dental office in town. Tim's dad, Bart, feels like he paid his dues in starting the practice, and now it's up to Tim to do the bulk of the work. I squelch the urge to reply to the text with something catty and instead tell Tim I'm sorry that he's missing lunch, and hope all goes well with the procedure. I end the message with love you and add a heart emoji. I wait for him to respond, but he doesn't. A feeling of glumness settles over me. I don't like this funky tension between Tim and me. We need to strengthen our relationship, spend more time together so we can remember why we fell in love in the first place. Tim and I have been together for so long that it was a given that we would eventually get married. We need to rekindle the sparks. I suppose it'll have to start with me, because Tim doesn't seem to be concerned in the least that there's something amiss in our marriage. A middle-aged server approaches. Her fleshy face flashes with recognition as she smiles. Hiya, Pen. Hey, Rose. She points to the empty seat across from me. Are we waiting for one more? No, I sigh. I thought Tim was joining me, but he got held up at the office. The corners of her mouth droop. I'm sorry, sugar. I wave a hand. No worries. It would have been a quick lunch anyway. Her eyes zing with innuendo. Because of the awards ceremony? I take it you've been reading Nellie's blog? I ask dryly. She gives me a sheepish grin. I might have taken a peek at it. Nellie is a quiet, mousy woman with stringy brown hair and Coke bottle glasses. She graduated high school a year after me. I barely noticed her in high school because she hardly said 2 words. She hides behind her computer and dishes out gossip about the town. I can't remember the last time I've seen Nellie in public. She's probably afraid to come out from under her rock for fear that people would ride her out on a rail. Considering all the dirt Nellie drudges up on people, I'm sure she has more than a few enemies. I have no idea who's feeding Nellie her information, but it must be someone who's well connected. While I believe in the importance of free speech, I don't appreciate the animosity that Nellie's blog causes. She routinely calls people out on the carpet for various infractions and never hesitates to share personal and often embarrassing tidbits about people's lives. A couple of years back, several members of the Chamber of Commerce tried to go after Nellie and get her blog shut down, but they were unsuccessful. I hope you win, honey. You deserve it. You do a lot of good in our little town. Thank you, I utter, touched by Rose's words. I've poured my time and energy into my charitable work. It's nice to be appreciated. Rose wets her thumb with her tongue and flips a page of her pad. What'll you have? Not bothering to look at the menu, I call out my favorite. The turkey, avocado, and bacon sandwich on sourdough bread. You want fries with that? Yes, my mind answers. A big mound of cheesy fries. The rational side of my brain takes over, reminding me that I'm trying to eat healthier. What's your soup of the day? Vegetable beef. I'll have that. What do you want to drink? Water. Okie dokie. I'll be right back with that. A couple of minutes later, she returns with an empty, clear plastic glass and a pitcher of ice water. She fills my glass and then traipses off. I feel eyes on me and notice Mildred and Patsy, members of the Lake Pines Women's Club, watching me. They wave and smile when they realize I've caught them staring. I smile back and wave. The upside of living in a small town is that everybody cares about their neighbors. The downside is that everybody knows every teensy detail about your business. You can't so much as sneeze in comfort without the whole town knowing about it. They'll tell you what type of tissue you used and the color of your snot. Ew. Did I really just think of the word snot? Where is my brain today? Rose brings me my food as I dive in. The sandwich is divine, just what the doctor ordered. The bacon is crisp, the avocado soft, and the turkey tender. I don't want to think about how many calories were added with the thick layers of mayo slathered over the toasted bread. At least the vegetable soup is healthy and low-calorie. I'm almost done with my meal when Rose returns to refill my glass of water. She starts pouring when I sense, more than hear, a rustle go through the restaurant. I spot Ida first, leading a man to a table. Not just any man, but a walking billboard of masculinity. A Matthew McConaughey meets Clint Eastwood type. Before my brain has time to process what's happening, my breath hitches. I take a snapshot of his leather cowboy hat, denim shirt, faded jeans, and boots. Then it happens. His eyes meet mine, sending an electrical charge through my veins. My mouth seems to have a mind of its own as a smile wobbles over my lips. The guy grins, crinkling the edges around his eyes as he nods and tips his hat. I hear a giggle and realize that it came from Rose. She's ogling the cowboy. Hubba, hubba, she drawls in a sultry tone. Talk about a tall drink of water. Speaking of water, an instant later I feel cold liquid on my lap. I gasp as I jump, my hands going into the air. Oops, Rose says as she turns the water pitcher upright. Sorry about that. She gives me a mea culpa look. My lap is soaked. I reach for my napkin and use it to blot up the water. Ida leaves the guy on past us. The people sitting nearby stare at me like I'm on exhibit at the zoo. "I'll get more napkins." Rose scampers away. She returns with a thick stack of them. "I'm so sorry," she says again, offering a rueful grin. "I guess I got a little carried away by that eye candy." She fans her face. "He's certainly got this ticker pumping." She laughs. "I can't remember the last time I got so twitter-pated." You and me both. Rose is pushing 50 with 2 grown boys. I wouldn't think she would even notice another man other than her husband, much less gawk at one. Then again, who am I to judge? The water in my lap is secondary to the horror I feel over the bolt of attraction that ricocheted through me when I saw the cowboy. I don't remember ever looking at another man, other than Tim, and feeling so much as a blip of attraction. Maybe it was some fluke thing that was brought on by my frustration over my lackluster marriage. That must be it. Come rain or shine, I'll be loyal to Tim Norwood till the day I die. That's the vow I made at marriage, and I intend to hold to it. "Hon, your lunch is on me," Rose assures me. "Thanks." She shakes her head. "It ought to be against the law for a man to look like that. He's gorgeous, don't you think?" "I didn't notice," I lie, keeping my voice nonchalant. In my defense, the guy was handsome, in a raw, masculine way. I'm sure it was some primal reaction that nearly every woman would feel when seeing a man like that. Her eyes pop open wide. "Your hubby's a nice-looking guy." She tips her head, perching her hand on her hip. "I mean, Tim's a bit too pretty and pampered for my taste, but I can see how you wouldn't have a reason to look at anyone else." She clicks her tongue. "But that cowboy could cause a convent of nuns to rethink their stance on celibacy." A chortle rises in my throat. You certainly have a way with words. He must be from out of town. I wonder if he's just passing through. Probably. I blot up as much water as I can. Still, it looks like I've wet my pants. I'll have to go home and change before going to the architectural firm. Luckily, my house is less than a quarter-mile away. I should get going. Rose nods. "Good luck tonight." "Thanks. At the rate I'm going, I'll need all the luck I can get." After changing pants, I pull the black dress out of my closet and look it over. I suppose it'll have to do if the dry cleaner can't find my green dress. "Please find the dress," my mind shouts. I don't know what Tim hopes to accomplish by setting me up an appointment with Danny Floyd. I have no intention of building some cookie-cutter house on the golf course. I have half a mind to call and cancel the appointment. Even as the thought runs through my mind, I head out the side door of the kitchen and go to the garage. I'll meet with the stupid architect to pacify Tim. I'm walking into the building when my phone rings. "Hello?" "Mrs. Norwood?" a young girl begins. "Yes?" "This is Cassidy at the dry cleaner." My heart picks up its pace. "Yes?" "I didn't find your dress. My manager looked for it too. I'm so sorry," she stammers. "I wonder if it accidentally got put in with someone else's clothes." My head begins to twirl faster than a ballerina. If that happened, then why didn't the person bring it back? I'm not sure. Maggie is on vacation in Florida. I left her a message. As soon as I hear back from her, I'll let you know. I'm sure the dry cleaner will reimburse you for the cost of the dress." I'm so furious that I can hardly see straight. "That doesn't help me one iota for tonight," I spew. The dress was a $400 splurge. Maggie won't be happy about having to fork over that much cash, but she's a fair person, so I know she'll do it. I still can't believe my dress just disappeared. "I'm really sorry." She pauses long enough for me to wonder if she hung up. "I wish there was something else I could do to help," she adds. "Thanks," I snip as I end the call. My brain races to plan B. I guess I'm wearing the black dress after all. I've got a pair of black platform heels that will go with it. I won't look as stunning as I would have in the green dress, but it'll work. Yikes, I just hope it'll fit. I march into the architectural firm and stop in my tracks. The place is under siege with construction workers. One of the guys notices me. "Hey there," he says as his eyes flicker over me in open appreciation. "What can I do you for?" he drawls with a large grin. The older man beside him gives him a shove. "Cut it out, Stu." He shakes his head in disgust. "Always the Casanova. How may I help you, ma'am?" he says respectfully. "I'm here to see Danny Floyd." "He moved his offices up to the second floor during the renovation." He points. "Take a right, go down that hall, and you'll run smack dab into the elevator." "Thanks." I nod as I go that direction, ignoring the other guys leering. Maybe you should take a picture so it'll last longer, my brain chimes. I grin inwardly at the oft-repeated saying. I'm sure Albany would have just said it out loud to the moron, but I'm not that bold. Quickly I go down the hall, my sandals clopping noisily with each step. The walls are covered in plastic and the flooring has been removed. I know enough about construction to realize that I'm walking on the subfloor. I punch the elevator and wait. It takes forever for the doors to finally open. I step inside and am about to press the button to close the doors when someone steps into the elevator with me. My breath freezes a hard ball in my throat. It's the cowboy. "It's you," he says with a boyish grin that sends my traitorous heart skittering. "From the restaurant," he adds when I don't say anything. He has a dimple in his left cheek. His voice is melodic with a twang. All I can think is that I thought the cowboy was good-looking from a distance. Up close, he's breathtaking. Rose was right. It should be against the law for a man to look this good. It's not just his looks that draw me in. This guy has more than just looks. He oozes virility. His features are rugged, his nose a fraction too large, his chin a bit too sharp. But somehow it all works. Oh, it more than works. He's a freaking work of art. "Which floor?" The doors close behind him, leaving us alone in this impossibly small metal box. I try to block the guy out and think of Tim. I'm not the kind of woman who gawks at other guys. I'm as loyal as the day is long. My stupid hormones are going nuts. Tim and I really need to work through our problems pronto so I can get myself straightened out. I want to run as far away from this cowboy as I can get. I don't like how unsettled he makes me feel. A quirky grin quivers on his lips as his lively eyes light with a sparkle of mirth. "You okay?" "Of course," I snip. "What kind of a question is that?" I feel a sliver of control returning. "That's the ticket. I'll just act peeved and then it'll squelch the attraction." Amusement touches his features and he starts speaking like I'm slow to understand. "We're on an elevator. I assume you're going to one of the other floors." He points up. Heat flushes over my face. "2," I blurt. "Well, what do you know? Same as me." He reaches over and pushes the button. His arm comes dangerously close to mine in the process. I notice the definition of his forearm and the sprinkle of white hairs on his tanned skin. My throat goes drier than a drought-ravaged cornfield as I swallow. It occurs to me that he's standing too close for comfort. He's still wearing the cowboy hat. His sandy hair is long enough that it curls on his neck. "That's strange." "What?" I fire back. "We're not moving." "We're not?" I hadn't noticed. I'm losing it. Maybe I should have just stayed in bed this morning. Everything is going disastrously wrong. He presses the button again. This time the elevator jerks slightly like it's disgruntled from being roused out of a nap. A few seconds later, it starts moving up at a snail's pace. The cowboy smiles again, sending all thoughts flying straight out of my head. "Do you have a name?" "Of course I have a name," I retort. I blink when I realize he's waiting for me to tell him my name. It spills out of my lips. "Penelope."
"Memphis. Nice to meet you."
"Nice to meet you too," I mumble. The elevator passes the second floor and picks up speed, going clear up to the fourth.
"Whoa,"
he bellows.
"This thing is whacked."
The doors open to sheets of plastic hanging from the ceiling. It's another construction zone. He presses 2 again, but nothing happens. The doors remain open. My stomach lurches. Are we gonna get stuck? Please, no, I pray. I don't want to be around the cowboy a second longer than necessary. He's unearthing disturbing things about myself that I wasn't aware of. Finally, the doors close and my shoulders sag in relief. We go down as slowly as we came up. The elevator pauses on 3, but the doors don't open. "Come on," I silently urge. A crooked grin slides over his lips.
"This thing doesn't like us very much."
I grunt in partial amusement. "No, it doesn't." Just before we reach the second floor, the elevator lurches, dropping my stomach to my feet. I lose my balance and am about to fall back, but strong arms catch me.
"Easy,"
he drawls.
"I've got you."
It flashes through my brain that he's holding me in his arms. He's strong with chiseled muscles. Good grief, is he real or some figment of my overactive imagination? My heart is pounding profusely. Our gazes lock. I notice that his eyes are green, rimmed in gold. His eyes seem to hold a perpetual sparkle, like they've captured bits of the sun. The door opens with a jerk. I look over and all I can see is Cynthia B. standing by the elevator and holding a stack of files. Her eyes are bigger than 2 full moons. No, not Cynthia B. Of all the people in Comfort, why did it have to be her? The 2 of us have been on the outs ever since 10th grade, when Cynthia B. set her sights on Tim. He chose me, and Cynthia B. has disliked me ever since. Never mind that Cynthia is married with 2 kids. She still holds a grudge. It dings through my brain that the cowboy is still holding me. I'm sure I look as guilty as sin. Great, just what I need. Cynthia B. has a mouth the size of Texas. If you want to get the word out about something in Comfort, then tell Cynthia B. Tongues are sure to be wagging about this. He searches my face.
"You all right?"
I nod. "Thanks," I say weakly, trying to steady my knees, which are knocking together. He releases me.
"The elevator is acting up,"
he explains to Cynthia B. My mouth starts moving a mile a minute as we step off the elevator. "The thing nearly fell. He caught me." A sly grin moves over Cynthia B.'s lips.
"Is that what he did?"
"Yes," I exclaim as I turn to the cowboy. "Tell her!" I don't know why I'm bothering to explain myself to Cynthia B. She's going to twist everything around regardless of what I say.
"I just did,"
he replies with a low chuckle.
"Ladies, it has been a pleasure. If you'll excuse me."
With that, he tips his hat and strides past us with fluid, graceful steps.
Who in the heck is that?"
Cynthia B. asks, her eyes sparking with enough interest to light 10 bonfires. In one regard, Cynthia B. and I are cut from the same cloth. While we don't like one another, we adhere to the unwritten Southern code of being civil, especially in public. Some guy from out of town. We just happened to ride up together in the elevator.
"Uh-huh."
She drags out the words in a nasally chant that reeks of insinuation.
"Does Tim know about him?"
"What's there to know?" I harumph. He's a stranger that I met in the elevator. He kept me from falling and getting hurt. End of story. The innuendo in Cynthia B's eyes churns my gut. Lucky you, she chimes. I arch my eyebrow. The situation was purely innocent. So you say, she drawls. I change the subject with a grumpy, "Where's Danny's office?" She points in the opposite direction that the cowboy went. Down that hall, second door on the right. She gives me a speculative look. A little birdie told me that you might be getting an award tonight, she coos. Congratulations. Her smile doesn't quite reach her cold eyes. I haven't won anything yet, I assert, stating the obvious. Oh, sugar, you have, she laughs. You won an elevator ride with the cowboy. Southern code or not, I've had just about enough of Cynthia B. gossip. I paste on a frigid smile. My voice is light as a feather and lethal as a snake. Some people need to get their minds out of the gutter. She rocks back in surprise, but before I can take pleasure in the victory, she comes back swinging. Her voice is equally light and musing. And some people need to realize that when they build that glass castle on the hill, people are bound to throw stones at it. I look her in the eye. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Her face turns bright red as she tightens her hold on the files. She looks like she's about to say something else, but Danny interrupts with a hearty hello as he steps up and pumps my hand. Thanks for coming in. A smile fills his thin face. You're gonna love what I have to show you, he promises. Poor Danny is about to get a major letdown. I'll be as diplomatic as I possibly can. Cynthia B. shoots me a malevolent glare before stalking off. Danny motions. Come on into my office. I allow myself to be led in that direction, lamenting over how this day has not gone remotely as I planned. I can only hope that things will start to look up. I need to be on my game tonight, and I need a win, especially now that the entire town knows I'm up for the award. If Nellie Kinsey were here, I'd give her a piece of my mind. Blast Nellie and her stupid, idiotic blog. Chapter 2. Just give me the dang award already. The moment of truth has arrived. You've got this, Albany assures me as she reaches for my hand and gives it a quick squeeze. Thanks, I murmur as I throw her a brief smile before fingering the strand of pearls around my neck. Even though Albany and I are as different as night and day, we've been friends ever since kindergarten. I suppose the two of us are a classic case of opposites attract. Albany is outspoken and not afraid to buck the system. She would have put Cynthia B. in her place in 2 seconds flat. Then again, I didn't do half bad. Just because I'm more conventional and prefer to color between the lines doesn't make me a pushover. My mother claims that I have 2 parts of me that are constantly at war. The sensible, conventional one that I show the world, and the outrageous artist that's trying to find a way out of my gilded box. She has no idea how hard I've worked to tame my wilder, unrefined side. I have 0 intention of letting the gremlin out of the bag. Albany teases me about being practically perfect. She says I finally got my picture-perfect marriage with the white picket fence and the garden of flowers to go along with it. If only... An image of the cowboy flashes through my mind, flushing my body with heat. I still can't believe I was so attracted to him. I make a vow to wash him from my memory as I shift my thoughts back to Albany. She and I lost touch when she left Comfort and moved to New York City in a blaze of glory to make her way in the fashion world. After the store she was managing in Manhattan closed, Albany came home and is opening a boutique with her mom. I have to admit that I'm a little envious of Albany and how she always manages to land on her feet, despite the fact that she prides herself in breaking all the rules. She's back together with her former boyfriend, Gavin. Like Ida said at the restaurant, Albany and Gavin are a match made in heaven. If Albany is a cat with 9 lives, I'm more of a Heinz 57 mutt, determined to polish myself into a show dog that will meet not only my mother-in-law's impossibly high expectations, but also my personal expectations. It's a tireless job, but it's the life I've chosen, mostly because I don't know how to be any other way. Did I mention that just because a sheet set is expensive does not necessarily mean that it's high thread count Egyptian cotton? Yeah, I'm learning that lesson the hard way. Back to Albany. Now that she's home, the two of us picked up right where we left off. That's how it is with lifelong friends. We can go our separate ways and not speak for months, and then the minute we see each other, it's like we never were apart. I'm glad to have Albany here beside me tonight to celebrate what I hope will be a smashing success. According to my mother-in-law, who wields a great deal of influence in this town, I've got the award in the bag. Earlier, as I was talking to my mom on the phone, I told her that it didn't matter if I win. That's a bunch of malarkey. I want to win so badly that I can taste it. The stakes are even higher now that the whole town knows I'm up for the award. My mother would argue that my need to win comes from some deficient part of me that craves recognition from prominent members of the town. Maybe on some level she's right. After all, it was tough to grow up lower middle class to a single mother who shies away from any type of social event or structure. No matter how much I begged and pleaded, I couldn't talk Mom into coming here with me tonight. She said she'd rather be stripped naked and strung up by her toenails than come here and parade around in fancy doodads. Y'all are like piglets, wallowing in the mud, pasting on feathers, and then gathering at the trough, while patting each other on the back and telling each other how wonderful you are. I hate it when Mom gets on her high horse. Is it so wrong of me to want to be recognized for my hard work? I set a high goal, and by the grace of God and through sheer determination, I accomplished it, setting a record for money earned. I poured my heart into the viaduct renovation project. Over the past 6 months, I've sacrificed many a weekend, heading up various fundraisers ranging from bake sales, silent auctions, car washes, pancake breakfasts, spaghetti dinners, any idea I could possibly dream up to raise enough money to restore the old viaduct just east of downtown. My mother thinks my efforts were a total waste of time and energy, but I disagree. It's important to be civic-minded. Tim is supportive on the surface, but I suspect that deep down, he resents the time I took away from us. Time that we could have been doing his favorite leisure activities, golfing and water skiing. If I'm being completely honest, I find standing out in the hot sun and trying to knock a ball into a microscopic hole in the ground boring, and water skiing scares the bejeebies out of me. Would things be any different if I'd put aside my own pursuits and poured all of my energy into molding myself into the type of wife that Tim desires? Who am I kidding here? That's exactly what I've been doing, but it's not helping. I don't know what Tim wants. That's the problem. We've only been married for 8 months. This should be the happiest time of our lives. The room contracts in a hard snap, making it hard to breathe. I take in a resolute breath and force myself to calm down. I can't think of Tim and our problems right now. All couples go through a rough patch. Maybe Tim and I are going through it early in our marriage because we're childhood sweethearts and have been together since the Ice Age. Nearly the whole town cheered for joy when we finally made it official and tied the knot. I say nearly everyone because I don't know that Viola Norwood will ever deem me good enough for her only son. My hand goes up to touch my hair, which is wound into a chignon. My hairdresser said it would make me look sophisticated, but it feels stodgy. Half the 60-plus-year-old women in this room are sporting hairstyles that look younger than mine. Quit obsessing about your hair, I order myself. I need to take a chill pill and simply enjoy this moment. As the thought circles through my brain, I can't help but chuckle inwardly. I wouldn't exactly call what I'm doing enjoying the moment. It's a miracle that I was able to get into this wretched dress. I feel like a Vienna sausage stuffed into a straw. I let out as heavy a sigh as I dare. After all, I don't want to cause too much movement in my body and pop open the zipper. I guess it's official. I've put on a few extra pounds since the wedding. I've avoided stepping on the scales because I was afraid that seeing the higher numbers in black and white would make me spiral into a fit of despondency. However, this dress is irrefutable proof that I've spent way too much time in the kitchen, trying to cook and eat away my disappointments. My mother has been singing my praises, saying that it's about time that I filled out a little. She says I was a beanpole before. Men don't like skinny yard chickens, Mom insists. Maybe she's right. Maybe she's not. But I can't seem to gather enough courage to ask the man in my life why he's suddenly lost interest in me. A heat wave rolls over me, and I have to fight the urge to fan my face. I'm sweating like a horse, and my heart is determined to gallop out of my chest. A thin sheen of perspiration breaks over my nose. Jeez Louise, at the rate I'm going, people will think I need hormone therapy to regulate my body temp. I clasp my hands together in my lap, willing myself to get a grip. It would be disastrous to fall apart right now, here in front of the most prominent ladies of comfort. The only option I have is to put on a good face. I've fought hard to get where I am and can't lose ground now. Sable Featherstone, Albany's mom, takes the stage. Sable is the president of the Lake Pines Women's Club. She's dressed to the nines, not a hair out of place. Albany might have dubbed me practically perfect, but I don't have a thing on Sable Featherstone. She makes my effort to appear classy and put together seem like child's play. Sable is exactly the type of woman that I want to be when I grow up. Mom spent the entire day and half a month's salary getting ready for tonight, Albany quips as if reading my mind. Look at her parading around like a proud peacock, or a hoity-toity hen who's at the front of the pecking order. A snigger rises in my throat as I put a hand over my mouth to stifle it. Albany has always known just what to say to tickle my funny bone. She's the reason I spent the bulk of my junior year in detention. Albany would say something snarky in the middle of chemistry class that would get me giggling. Mrs. Thompson would think I was laughing at her, and then I'd get written up. Lucky for me, my detention days are long since over. Although it won't score me any brownie points if Sable were to think I'm laughing at her. Albany and her mother are close, even though they fight like cats and dogs. Albany's comment is her way of keeping things real. It helps to put things into perspective and makes me feel a smidgen better about myself. It's good to know that Sable Featherstone has to work hard to look that good. Well, I say admirably, whatever she's doing, it's working. Your mom looks great. Yeah, I suppose she does, Albany admits with a sigh. At least she took my advice and wore the cinnamon-colored lipstick instead of the bright red. Every time she wears the red, she looks like she's trying to upstage Bozo the Clown or the Joker. I gulp and then swallow hard to keep from busting a gut. Stop, I implore as I swat Albany's arm. I can tell from the wicked glint in her eyes that she's trying to get me tickled. I shift away from her and turn my full attention to the stage. No way am I gonna cause a scene. It's better to play it safe and keep coloring between the lines. I'll leave the rebel stuff to Albany. People say that the caste system was done away eons ago, but it's alive and well in Comfort, Alabama. The lines between the lower and upper middle class are drawn, hard and unyielding, that might as well be set in stone. Even though Albany and I are the best of friends, people view us differently. She's the cream, and I'm the 2% milk variety. At least I'm not skim milk, the lowest man or woman on the totem pole. As hard as my growing up years were, they could have always been worse, I suppose. Albany, on the other hand, grew up in a prominent family and has the luxury of speaking her mind. Regardless of what she says or does, she's a Featherstone. Me, well, I have to mind my P's and Q's. People would love to see me slip up. I can hear it now. The poor thing never stood a chance growing up in that rundown trailer. What can you expect? Her daddy skipped town and left Fern to raise her 2 kids on her own. Remember how they used to run around barefoot all over town? Fern, bless her heart, couldn't afford daycare. In the summer when she worked her second job as a grocery store clerk, she sent them to the public pool. The rest of the year, they were latchkey kids left to fend for themselves until Fern got home from work. Sable drapes a brilliant smile over her face as she peers out over the audience. "Good evening," she begins in a cultured tone that radiates more confidence than a stadium full of Alabama Crimson Tide fans at the kickoff of the Iron Bowl. "Thank you so much for coming out tonight. We have several auxiliaries and clubs recognized here tonight, namely the Lake Pines Women's Club, the Ladies of Comfort Preservation Society, the Westlake Garden Club, and the Daughters of Comfort." She pauses to heighten the importance of her words. "Every year we come together for a special dinner where we honor an exemplary woman who embodies all the qualities that our organizations espouse. Never has anyone been more deserving of the Woman of Comfort Award. This fine lady and her committee have worked tirelessly to raise more money than has ever been raised before to restore our venerable viaduct." My breath catches as tears mist my eyes. My hand goes over my chest. It's finally happening. Albany catches hold of my arm. "Pen, you did it." A smile the width of the Grand Canyon stretches over my face. This moment has made the hard work worth it. My heart swells with gratitude at being part of such a tight-knit community, and to have my life intertwined with such upstanding people. Maybe this will finally help me morph out of my cocoon and become a bona fide butterfly once and for all. I will have done the nearly impossible and transcend my upbringing. I can almost hear the angels singing the Hallelujah chorus. Tim will recognize my charitable efforts as being worthwhile, Viola will finally see me as an equal, and my mother will have to eat her words about me putting my focus in the wrong place. Honey, you're worse than a cat that keeps doing its business in the same spot and hoping that it'll turn up a can of tuna. I scoot back my chair and prepare to receive the coveted award. Sable's voice gathers volume. "Without further ado, I give you this year's Woman of Comfort, Viola Norwood." Applause breaks out amidst the confusion of my pounding heart. People sitting around me are looking at me strangely. It occurs to me that I'm standing up. Albany grasps my arm and pulls me back down to a sitting position. I'm stunned. Too stunned to even feel angry. I'm mostly numb. I watch as Viola, my mother-in-law, glides up to the stage to accept the award. "Thank you so much," she begins in a magnanimous tone. "No, thank you," Sable interrupts. "What you and your committee accomplished is phenomenal." The comment brings more applause. I feel like my spirit is being ripped from my body as I watch Viola. I'm holding my breath, hoping against hope that she'll do the right thing and give credit where credit is due. Technically, Viola heads up the preservation committee, but everyone knows that I'm the one who did all the work. Not once did Viola even come to any of the fundraisers. She and Bart were always too busy hosting parties or off traveling. "Thank you," Viola says, her cherubic expression kissed with a hint of nobility. "It was my utmost pleasure to serve the community." "What the crap is going on here?" Albany mutters with all the indignation of the loyal friend that she is. "That woman is a piece of work. She sold you down the river." No words come to my throat. The best I can do is offer a weak nod. In my heart of hearts, I've always known that Viola has a selfish streak, but I didn't think she'd go this far. I thought she cared, that she was beginning to accept me into the family. All those times when I sacrificed, she kept reminding me that it would all be worth it when I won the coveted Woman of Comfort award. Viola claimed that she was grooming me to take my rightful place in society. But I realize now that she was using me the entire time. I feel like I've just learned that there's no Santa Claus. Although, if I'm being completely honest, I guess I just wanted so badly for Santa to be real that I overlooked the obvious. The anger comes on with the force of a crazed bull, raging heat through my veins. My face is burning hot, and I'm sure it's redder than a sunburn. I feel eyes on me and catch gazes with several of the women on the committee. They regard me with pity, which makes the situation 1,000 times worse. Viola continues her speech, her voice gushing sweetness. She pontificates about the renovation and how she'll work hard to ensure that every penny is spent sensibly. Then she goes on about how the viaduct is important to the Norwoods because they're one of the town's founding families. Viola never has been able to pass up the opportunity to remind everyone how the Norwoods are akin to royalty. She talks about the dental practice and how Bart and Tim are always giving back to the town. She uses the example of the recent beauty pageant and how the winner got a $10,000 prize donated by Norwood Dental Associates. Her drivel makes me nauseous. I glance at Albany, who's eyeing Viola with open disdain. "I still can't get over that huge donation to the beauty pageant," Albany whispers. "Too bad Strawberry Lingerfeld beat me out of the prize." Unbeknownst to Albany, her mother signed her up for the pageant. She begrudgingly participated and got second runner-up, which was impressive considering she didn't even prepare for it. Why did Tim and his dad donate so much money? I can hear the insinuation in Albany's tone. It was an exorbitant donation that raised more than a few eyebrows, especially when Strawberry Lingerfeld won. Some people questioned if it was a conflict of interest, since Strawberry is a dental hygienist. "They said it was a tax write-off," I whisper back. Albany looks thoughtful. "I haven't thought about it that way. I suppose that makes sense." Personally, I think the prize money was excessive, but Tim and his dad want to help the town. Also, it looks good for their dental practice to be a large donor. They claim they'll get lots of business from the notoriety. I guess that remains to be seen. The goings-on of the dental practice are the least of my worries. I've got enough to deal with between Tim and me. When Viola's speech is finally over, Sable wraps up the ceremony, telling everyone to be sure and stick around for a reception afterward where cookies, brownies, pastries, and punch will be served. "You've got to do something," Albany asserts as everyone rises from their seats. "You can't let that woman just mow all over you, even if she is your mother-in-law." Normally, Albany and I disagree about nearly everything. But right now, I know she's 100% correct. "Don't worry," I growl. "I'll handle this." Before I can talk myself out of it, I march over to Viola, who's surrounded by a circle of women oohing and awing over her award. I've never gone head-to-head with Viola Norwood. Not even when she called my roast beef dry or threw out barbed comments about my face looking puffy. The crazy thing is that I'm not overweight. Yes, my dress is snug and I dread getting on the scales, but I'm still slender, just not super skinny like I used to be. Viola's one salad away from being anorexic, so she thinks everyone who's not a twig is fat. Can I talk to you for a minute? I lock eyes with Viola, letting her know that I mean business. A tight smile forms over her lips. "Excuse me," she says magnanimously before steering me over to the side where we can talk privately. "What's going on?" she asks innocently. "How could you?" I seethe, but right now I'm more hurt than angry. She has the audacity to look surprised. How could I what? Take credit for my work. Viola is a petite, spindly woman with angular shoulders and hawk-like features, a plain Jane version of Jacqueline Onassis Kennedy. I'm half a head taller than Viola when I'm barefoot. With my platform heels, I tower over her. I use my height to my advantage as I stare her down. I can't count the number of times I've defended Viola Norwood when my mother has gone on a rampage about her. Mom says that Viola was weaned on fermented pickle juice, has claws sharp enough to make an eagle jealous, and a tongue that could outsquawk a rooster. I've always thought that description was a bit harsh. However, right now, Mom's assessment is right on the money. Viola straightens to her full height and pierces me with a glare so malicious it could take out 10 hitmen. "How dare you assert that I would do anything of the sort?" Viola hisses. An incredulous laugh nearly chokes off my breath. "I'm merely speaking the truth. You told me that I was up for the award." An undercurrent of red seeps under Viola's skin. "I can't help that I was the one chosen." I meet her glare. "Maybe not, but you could have told the truth instead of pretending that you were the one who raised all of that money." Viola leans forward into my personal space, her eyes flashing with the wrath of a dragon, ready to defend her turf. "Think of all that I've done for you. Bart was mortified when he learned that our only child was marrying you." A wistful sadness drifts over her features. "We had such high hopes that Tim would marry someone of our social standing." She jerks out of her revelry as if realizing what she'd just said. "I, on the other hand, defended you, saying it wasn't fair to penalize you for your less than desirable upbringing." Her voice sounds put upon, wounded. "I took you under my wing because I believe that you can make something of yourself." Her eyes flash with acrimony. "Do you really want to ostracize your most powerful ally?" she utters in a low tone. My blood runs cold. No, I don't want to make an enemy out of Viola. She's the mother of my husband. Granted, I've put up with a lot from her. I've nearly twisted myself inside out to fit into the debutante mold that she handcrafted for me. I'm cracking at the seams, wondering why in the heck I'm doing all of this. "I only want what I earned," I say quietly. Is that too much to ask? Defeat enshrouds me like a tomb. There's no winning this battle. I knew that before I even approached Viola. My actions are bound to cause me grief. For a second, something flashes in her eyes. Is it shock or guilt? Whatever it is disappears in the blink of an eye as Viola gives me a piteous look. I've seen her give this expression many times, when she's putting some poor woman, whom she considers to be subpar, in her place. "You're not yourself," She sniffs. Come to think of it, you look a little bloated. She looks me up and down, feigning concern. Are you feeling okay? Is it that time of the month? I rock back, a single word fallen from my lips. No, you're not thinking clearly. Go home. Her voice has the sharp edge of a knife. She gives me a superior look, perfected by one who has been bred to get her way. She's trying to act all motherly, but something in the way she's eyeing me right now makes me think that I'm nothing more to her than a pesky pebble in her shoe. My mind whirls as I consider my alternatives. Do I give Viola Norwood a piece of my mind? Do I wrench the plaque from her traitorous hands and pummel it over her head? That's exactly what the outrageous artist would do. If I go down that path, there'll be no turning back. My relationship with Viola will be destroyed. Tim will be upset. I'll be ostracized by all the notable women in town, those whom I've worked so hard to gain their respect. Viola seems to be reading my thoughts. A hard smile twists over her lips as her voice goes syrupy. It wouldn't do either of us any good to cause a scene. You don't want to do anything to disappoint Tim. The two of y'all are on thin ice as it is. I flinch like I've been slapped as the air whooshes out of my lungs. My heart thuds dully in my chest as I force the words from my throat. They come out sounding like a tortured toad. Did Tim tell you that we're having problems? She pushes out her lower lip in a pout before clicking her tongue. Oh, honey, he didn't have to. I can smell trouble a mile away. Now be a good girl and run along home. We'll talk about this when you're more like yourself. Her tone is patronizing. I shouldn't let her get away with humiliating me, but my ears are ringing and my head is buzzing like it's about to explode. I suck in a deep breath to clear my head. I feel the fabric of my dress give way, and at the same time, I hear a tearing sound. This is followed by a cold rush of air. Panic races through my veins. Either my zipper has broken or my dress has pulled away from the zipper. I stumble back and then catch myself. I turn and hurry away as fast as my platform heels will allow. Did her dress just split open? I hear someone say. Humiliation burns through my veins. I should have quit while I was ahead and stayed home. Obviously, fate is not on my side today. Albany catches up to me just as I'm about to go through the double doors leading outside. Where are you going? She demands. Rather than answering, I shake my head. She catches hold of my arm. Pen, what happened? Her eyes widen when she sees the loose folds billowing on me. Did you pop out of your dress? Tears blur my vision as my words come out in a ragged gasp. I've got to go home. You can't let Viola intimidate you. She goes into her warrior mode, narrowing her eyes and thrusting out her jaw. I'll talk to her. No! I explode. You'll only make things worse. Albany makes a face. You can't just skulk away with your tail tucked between your legs. You've got to stay and fight. My voice goes high-pitched. In this dress? I don't think so. I'll run home and get you something else to put on. If only I had a tenth of Albany's moxie. My friend means well, but she doesn't understand anything that I'm going through. How could she? Albany has the love and support of her parents. She has Gavin, who loves her fiercely and unconditionally. Whereas me, I can't even allow my mind to voice the rest. I push out a hard laugh. Just leave me alone. Please. I croak, unable to stop the avalanche of tears from gushing out. They stream crooked rivers down my cheeks. "Let me help," Albany urges. "You can't help," I say miserably. "No one can." With that, I break away from her grasp and flee the scene. Chapter 3. It's time to fight. When I get in my car, I let the grief overtake me. I bawl like a baby, my shoulders shaking. I haven't cried this hard in years. It feels good to just let it all out. Finally, when my tears are spent, I take in a few halting breaths until I can regulate my breathing. My head is pounding like someone is taking a hammer to it. Viola's insidious words keep running through my mind. I knew that Tim and I were in trouble, but I didn't realize things were bad enough for him to go and blab to his mother. My mind races to come up with a solution that will mend my marriage. I need to be more attentive to Tim, spend less time on charitable events. Obviously, my efforts in that arena have gotten me nowhere, so it's not like I'll be out anything there. If Viola wants to take all the credit, then she can start doing the work. Most likely she'll find some other schmuck to do it, but it won't be me. Having established that in my head, I feel a bit more empowered. Tim and I could go away for a few days to his parents' cabin. Yes, that would help. I've got to find a way to get through to him. We'll have to come together and fight for our marriage. It'll be tough, but we can do it. As I start the car engine and pull out of the parking lot, my brain tries to sift through the problem of why Tim and I have drifted apart. Tim was my first crush, my first kiss, my first everything. In many ways, we're a cliché. The golden boy falls for the girl from the wrong side of the tracks. I'm being overly dramatic. I'm not exactly from the wrong side of the tracks. Mom did the best she could to take care of Beau and me. She's not into fashion and never took the time to fix my hair or make sure my clothes matched. I spent my elementary school years looking ragged and unkempt, which is why I'm so particular about my appearance now. Tim was the guy that all the girls flocked after. And for some fantastical, mysterious reason, he picked me. According to Mom, I never should have married Tim. She thinks I'm not truly in love with him, that I can't possibly know what love is because I've been shackled to one man my entire life. The cowboy flashes through my mind, bringing a wheelbarrow of guilt. Tim and I are very different, but we made a lifelong commitment. I grit my teeth, repeating through my mind that I'll stand by Tim come rain or shine until the day I die. I scrunch my face, which feels like it's made of hard plastic from all the crying. Tim and I have fallen into a trap that I'm sure has plagued many a marriage. We've gotten too comfortable with the norm and need to put some spice back into our relationship. Tim doesn't look at me anymore like the cowboy did. But he looked at me that way once, I think. At any rate, I've got to resurrect his former feelings and rekindle the flame. I pull into my neighborhood. I love the grandeur of the historic homes with their unique architecture. It boggles my mind that Tim wants to move into a modulated, run-of-the-mill new neighborhood instead of living here and being steeped in the rich history of the town. The large, leafy trees along both sides of the road are my own personal welcoming committee, helping to restore a sense of calm. This is my refuge, my haven. I should probably at least entertain the idea of moving to a new neighborhood because it means so much to Tim. The mere prospect of moving squashes my heart flatter than a fritter. Tim, of all people, should have an appreciation for our home. After all, it's been in his family for several generations. His distaste for the house must run in the family, because Viola and Bart built themselves a brand spanking new enormous mansion on 10 acres. They deeded Tim the historical home when we got married. They were renting it out before we moved into it. When Bart and Viola first got married, Bart suggested that they move into the house. However, Viola balked at the idea of having to renovate something old and run down. As always, Bart conceded and built Viola a new house. When that house got old, they sold it and built their mansion. Me, on the other hand, I recognize the potential of the Norwood mansion. While it needs lots of work, the bones are good. On some primal level, I suppose I feel a kinship with the house. There are plenty of people in this town who, judging me by my errant youth, would have written me off. But I'm still standing, and so is the house. We'll weather life's storms together. The Norwood Mansion, as it is often called by the townsfolk of comfort, sits at the corner of Oak Avenue and Juniper Street. Situated prominently on a hill, it was once the jewel of the neighborhood. Most of the houses in the neighborhood are so close together they hardly have any elbow room. However, my house has the advantage of having an empty lot beside it, which gives us an element of privacy. The lot is owned by Viola and Bart. They've talked about building something on it, but I don't know that they'll ever get around to it. Lights twinkle from inside the house, letting me know that Tim is home. Suddenly, I'm anxious to talk to him. Do I dare mention the elevator incident? I kept waiting for someone to mention it tonight at the ceremony, but no one did. Do I dare hope that Cynthia B. will keep her mouth shut? Maybe I'll just keep the elevator thing to myself. No sense muddying up the water any more than it already is. I will have to tell Tim about the stunt his mother pulled tonight at the award ceremony. Tim will expect me to come home with the prize. I wonder if I should mention to Tim that his mother said we were having problems. Yes, probably. It'll be a good segue into all the things we should do differently. More than anything, I want Tim to know that I do love him. Despite what my mother thinks, I want our marriage to work. I pull into the driveway and follow it as it curves around to the back of the house. Sliding the garage door opener off my sun visor, I click it to open the garage, but nothing happens. Scowling, I press harder, this time jamming my thumb into the button. Nothing. A frustrated chortle rises in my throat. Par for the evening. The side lights on the garage offer enough illumination for me to check my reflection in the rearview mirror. Yuck. I look like a raccoon with the remains of my mascara ringing the bottoms of my eyes. I lick my finger and then commence rubbing it off. I make a point of rubbing toward my nose in light strokes so that I won't create any undue wrinkles. After the mascara is gone, I retrieve my makeup bag from my purse and apply concealer and foundation. Next comes the lipstick, followed by a finishing dab of powder. My eyes are bloodshot. Nothing I can do about that. I smile into the mirror, feigning a happy expression. Hopefully I can be somewhat convincing. No need to let Tim know that I fell to pieces when I didn't win the Comfort Woman of the Year award. He'll think I've lost my mind. I pull out my phone and call him to ask if he'll open the garage door. It rings several times before going to voicemail. Tim isn't expecting me home this soon. He might be in the shower. I'll have to let myself in. As I clop to the back door, the loose fabric of my dress flaps in the back. I can't wait to get the horrid thing off. The minute I step into the kitchen, the odor of stale food wafts over me. There are several empty boxes of takeout Chinese scattered over the kitchen table. Crumpled napkins rest in the center of a couple of plates. My brain does a double take. 2 plates? Who else has been here? Maybe Tim's dad decided to join him for dinner, or one of Tim's buddies? The least they could have done is clean up. I press my lips together in hard lines as a wave of weariness rolls over me. Tim's a slob. Worse than a teenager. He dumps his clothes beside the hamper, leaves the toilet seat up, and never puts anything away. When we first got married, I harped on him about it, but I could tell it was causing friction between us, so I let it go. "Hello?" I call. "I'm home." No answer. I deposit my purse onto the kitchen island and then trudge down the hall to the stairwell. The clacking of my shoes is getting on my nerves. I slip them off and sigh in relief as I wiggle my toes. Now to get this wretched dress off. I go up the stairs to the bedroom. The door is closed. Just as I thought. Tim's in the shower. My hand reaches for the doorknob. I hear a muffled, guttural sound like someone is choking. My heart leaps into my throat as I jump into action, fling open the door, and run inside the bedroom. "Tim, are you okay?" I stop cold as I look at the bed. It takes a second for my brain to focus on the tangled mass of legs and arms plopped in the middle of the new set of floral sheets that I put on the bed just this morning. Tim complained, saying that he doesn't like sleeping in the middle of a rose garden. He certainly has no problem frolicking in the garden. My eyes are drawn to long strands of copper-red locks mingled with Tim's dark hair. I hear a shriek and realize it came from my own throat as my hand goes over my mouth. The blood drains from my veins and I start to shake all over. Tim lets out a string of expletives as he reaches for the sheet to cover himself. The woman, I recognize her now. Strawberry Lingerfeld is staring at me in horror like I'm a vampire from Fright Night. Slowly, as if afraid of moving too quickly, she reaches for a pillow to hide her ample chest.
Pen!
Tim stammers in a high-pitched tone.
I wasn't expecting you home so soon.
A hysterical laugh riddles my throat. Seriously? That's all you can say to me right now? I know I should be more like Albany and go Rambo. I should charge over and yank out a chunk of Strawberry's hair before clawing out her eyeballs. Then turn my sights to Tim and punch him in the nose. If I had a pair of scissors handy, I'd cut off all his protruding parts before ordering him to get his raggedy, buck-naked body out of this house and away from me. While my brain is working up the scenario with a feverish frenzy, my body is frozen. I'm paralyzed from the neck down, unable to move a muscle. The world starts to spin, making me feel like I'm on the tilt-a-whirl at the carnival. I feel sick. Bile rises in my throat, and for a split second I wonder if I'll throw up. Somehow I manage to swallow it back down. Everything seems to be happening in slow motion. Tim calls my name, words come out of his mouth, and he looks at me with a mixture of what I discern as pity, anguish, and regret. Or maybe Tim isn't feeling any of those things. While I've been with him for most of my life, I realize that I don't truly know him. Problems or not, the Tim I married would never betray me. He would fight for our marriage. He wouldn't skulk around behind my back with some tart face. Was it just a short while earlier when I was devastated because I didn't win an award? I was so angry at Viola, so worried about what people would think. Now all of that seems insignificant. In less time than it takes for me to get my hair highlighted and cut, my practically perfect life comes tumbling down like a house of cards. I hear Tim call out my name a second time as my knees buckle. Then everything goes black. My head is swimming. I'm a fly caught in a bowl of split-pea soup, desperately treading through the thick liquid to stay afloat.
I think she's coming too,
a man says. I recognize the voice. It's my brother, Beau. I blink a few times before I manage to open my eyes. The first thing I see is 3 faces peering at me. Albany smiles in relief. "Hey, welcome back," she says gently as she reaches for my hand and gives it a squeeze. My head is heavier than a pair of clogs. "What's going on?" I mumble, sifting through the murkiness in my head. "We're not exactly sure," my mom answers, her voice coated with concern. "Tim called saying that you had some sort of a breakdown. Beau and I rushed over as fast as we could. The front door was unlocked. We found you here lying on the couch with your eyes closed."
For a second there, I thought I might have to do CPR, but then I realized that your breathing was normal. That was a relief. Ugh. Bo grunts. I would have hated to lock lips with my sister.
Bo's a firefighter and is always making wisecracks about having to give people CPR. I'm sure it's his way of dealing with life and death situations day in and day out. Mom swats his arm.
Hush your mouth. This is serious business. Your sister just had a breakdown.
Why does Mom keep saying that? I'm fine, I assert.
It's okay,
Bo interjects.
This is us you're talking to. You don't have to pretend like everything is honky-dory. We know you got passed over for the award. I called Albany and she told me what was going on.
He pauses, giving me a sympathetic look.
I'm sorry, sis. I know how much it meant to you.
I came over when Bo called. We're here for you, Albany adds. I sit up, wincing as a wand slices pain across the bridge of my nose. I don't care about the award. I feel disoriented and my brain is sluggish. Did I totally freak out after losing the award? Cold shivers prickle my skin as a single thought rattles my brain. Please tell me I didn't make a fool of myself at the ceremony.
Where in the world is Tim?
Mom grumbles as she glances around.
I can't believe he would just leave you here in such a state.
My eyes pop open wide as the reality of everything that happened slams me with the force of a bulldozer. Fresh tears spring to my eyes. My throat constricts and I can't breathe. I cough, then gurgle, fighting for air.
Take it easy,
Bo urges in the calm tone of one used to dealing with people in crisis situations.
Try and relax your throat. Breathe in through your nose.
Why are you getting so bent out of shape about some lame award? Mom demands as she shakes her head.
You set your heart on foolish, insignificant things.
It's not the award, I squeak. I do as Bo suggested and manage to take in slivers of air through my nose. However, it's not enough. Dizziness overtakes me as I gulp to get a decent breath. It's Tim, I sputter. Panic spikes through me as an image flashes through my mind. Tim and Strawberry tangled up on my floral sheets, in my bed, in my home. That's all it takes for acrid anger to sear through me. I scoop in a large breath, my brain clear in a fraction. My fury emboldens me, giving me momentary power over the panic.
What about Tim?
Mom prompts as she throws Bo and Albany worried glances. The words spew out. I caught him in bed with Strawberry Lingerfelt. There, I got it out. Stunned silence descends over the room. My brain takes a quick snapshot of their expressions. Mom looks sad but not surprised. Albany looks like a light bulb has just turned on in her head, and Bo, my fearless protector, looks like he's about to go on the warpath. That explains everything, Albany exclaims. Disgust washes over her features. Now we know why Norwood Dental donated a $10,000 prize to the winner of the beauty pageant. Mom follows her train of thought, punching out the words in fiery darts. And why Strawberry won. The synapses of my brain come together in a hard click. All those times Tim claimed he was working late or at the gym, he was probably with Strawberry. Tim's fastidious about getting a shower after coming home from the dental office. He claims it's because he's working in people's mouths all day and doesn't want to bring home all sorts of germs. His reasoning is plausible. I never even questioned it. Tears bubble over the lower rims of my eyes and dribble down my cheeks. I can't believe this is happening. Tim was probably with Strawberry today during lunch. Albany sits down beside me and drapes an arm around my shoulders. A sob escapes my throat. Sorry, I quip as I jam my fist into my mouth to stay the emotion. Tim is a self-absorbed schmuck, Mom seethes, just like his parents. She rubs a hand over her forehead. I'm so sorry. I never wanted you or Bo to have to ever go through this. I flinch as the meaning of her words register. My dad left Mom when Bo and I were kids. He walked out the door and never so much as glanced back. The last we heard, he was living in Michigan. He didn't care that his wife suffers from fibromyalgia and sometimes can't even get out of bed, or that his kids cried themselves to sleep for months after he left. Horror splashes through my veins. I don't want to end up like Mom, a hermit who lives alone. Mom claims to be happy with her life. She detests the pretense of people like the Norwoods. While many women her age color their hair to look younger, Mom let hers go natural. It's snow white and cut short. She doesn't wear a speck of makeup, and her clothes are selected for comfort only. An incredulous laugh bubbles in my throat. Why am I thinking about Mom's appearance at a time like this? I feel Mom's eyes on me. I can tell what she's thinking simply by looking at her expression. She warned me about marrying Tim, but I was determined to prove her wrong. Vaguely, I'm aware of Albany shifting her arm to a new position as I lean forward, cradling my head in my hands. My mind travels back through the past few months. Strawberry started working at the dental office as a hygienist a couple of months after Tim and I got married. When did their affair start? He's been distant and disgruntled with everything for a good 3 or 4 months. A humorless laugh scratches my throat. All this time I've wondered why Tim and I have been having problems. I thought it was me. Was worried that I wouldn't be able to live up to the expectation of being a Norwood.
Hogwash,
Mom explodes, her face hardening. Normally, I'm the girl with a plan. Albany jokes that I even have plans for my plans. Right now, however, I'm clueless. The rest of my life stretches before me like a long, lonely trail of emptiness. I have no idea what to do from here. I whimper mostly to myself as I sit back up. Bo starts pacing back and forth like a caged cougar, running both hands through his short, spiky hair. I'll kill him, he vows, lowering his hands and balling them into fists. Chills run through me. Bo is one of those old souls who believes that honor comes before all else. He's the type who's loyal to the core. His handshake is his bond. I'm 60% sure that he wouldn't actually kill Tim, but it's the other 40% area of doubt that's freaking me out. At the very least, Bo could do something stupid like lay Tim out flat. I don't want my brother to end up in jail or lose his job. No, I blurt. Bo stops in his tracks, giving me an incredulous look.
Don't you want me to avenge you?
A high-pitched laugh tickles my throat. This isn't some duel in feudal times. I sniff as I wipe at my tears, trying to get a hold of myself. Bo swears under his breath.
I beg to differ.
He points to his chest, his voice thundering with wrath.
Anyone who hurts you hurts me.
I'm a grown woman, I fire back. I can take care of myself. Bo's expression says he's not so sure about that. Mom holds out a hand.
We all need to calm down and think this through rationally.
She gives Bo a warning look.
Before anyone does something stupid.
Fern's right, Albany chimes in. Her eyes flash. While I'd like nothing better than to castrate Tim Norwood, that's not the answer. We have to do what's best for Pen. She looks at me as she speaks and releases her hold on my shoulders. Instead, she grabs my hands, cupping them in hers. I hear ringing and realize it's coming from my phone. I should probably get that. Mom's eyes narrow.
It had better not be Tim.
An unreasonable hope surges in my breast. Maybe Tim has realized the error of his ways. It'll be tough, but I could learn to forgive him. We could rebuild our relationship. This time I won't lose track of what's truly important. I don't know why my mind is going this route. Maybe it's because it's all I know. I've been with Tim so long that I don't want to contemplate a life without him. "Where's your phone?" Albany asks as she lets go of my hands. I fumble to remember. "In the kitchen, on the island?" Mom turns to Beau. "Will you get it?" "Sure." He goes in that direction. By the time he returns, the phone has stopped ringing. "It was Viola Norwood," he announces as he hands me the phone. I look down. She didn't leave a message. Should I call her back? "I wouldn't." Mom smirks. My phone rings again, nearly causing me to jump out of my skin. My eyes round. It's Viola. Mom rolls her eyes. "You'd might as well answer it, or she'll keep pestering you." Taking in a quick breath, I slide my finger across the screen as I place the phone to my ear. "Hello?" "Tim just called and told me what happened," she begins crisply. For a second, I'm not sure that I heard her correctly. "Tim told you about me finding him in bed with Strawberry?" The instant the words leave my mouth, Viola forges on with, "He told me that your marriage is over." I gasp like I've been sucker punched in the stomach. Albany touches my arm to offer support. "I'm sorry that it had to end like this," Viola continues. "But I'm not surprised." The hair on the back of my neck bristles. What's that supposed to mean? "Do I have to spell it out?" She pauses for half a second. "You were never cut out to be a Norwood." I have no words. I'm stupefied by the woman's audacity to be so cruel when her son is clearly the one in the wrong. "Bart and I will consult our family attorney. You'll get a fair amount of alimony, of course, but we'll need you to move out of the house." "What's she saying?" Mom hisses. I merely shake my head. "Penelope, are you still there?" Viola demands. Albany reaches for the phone and clicks the end button. "There," she says decisively as she steels her jaw. "Tell us everything that she said." Mom sits down in a chair that's kitty-corner to the couch. Beau follows her lead and plops down on the love seat across from me. All eyes zero in on me. I swallow the dryness of my throat. None of this seems real. I keep hoping that I'll wake up to discover that it was a bad dream. "What did the witch say?" Mom eyes me, waiting for me to spill it. I speak the words dully like I'm reading from a script. Tim told his mom that he wants a divorce. Viola and Bart will consult their family attorney. I'll get alimony. "You're darn tootin' you will," Mom says savagely. I clasp my hands in my lap to stay the trembles. They want me to move out of the house. Tears blur my vision. I love this house. From the time I crossed through the threshold, I felt like I was coming home. The prospect of not living here withers my insides even more than losing Tim. "That's not gonna happen," Albany growls. It's not?" I stutter, clinging to her words like they're a lifeline. "No, Viola and Bart Norwood can consult their attorney till they're blue in the face, but we've got something they don't." A checkmate smile slides over her lips. "My dad, he's the best attorney around. He'll make sure that you get all that's rightfully yours, including this house." My mind whirls. But I don't have any money to pay him. Tim provided our living while I focused on my charitable work. Money was never an object, so long as Tim was in the picture. "You don't need to worry about that," Albany reassures me. Aside from you being my oldest and closest friend, and the fact that we're practically family, Dad can't tolerate injustice in any form or fashion. I would venture to say that he would take your case on the sheer principle of the situation." A grin splits her face. "Furthermore, when my mom finds out what Tim Norwood did, both to you and how he orchestrated his donation to the beauty pageant to give it to his mistress, she'll insist that Dad represent you, so you're doubly covered." I cringe at the word mistress. Suddenly I'm filled with hatred for Tim and Strawberry Lingerfelt. It burns through me like poison. I hold on to that feeling because I'd rather be ticked than devastated. My mind seesaws back to the conversation at hand. Never have I been as grateful to have Albany Featherstone in my corner. Dallas Featherstone is the most sought-after attorney around. If anyone can help me keep this house, he can. A curious hope flutters in my stomach, bringing home the knowledge that I have more to live for than I realized. I feel Mom studying me. "What?" I grumble. "It's not enough to have Dallas represent you." She growls out her words with the ferociousness of a lion as she points her finger. It moves in sync with her words. "You've got to dig deep and fight for what you want. You've got to be stronger than you've ever been before." Her words sink into my soul, filling me with a new resolve. I honestly don't know where the strength is coming from, but I'm grateful for it all the same. I grit my teeth as I look at the three faces surrounding me. Okay, let's fight. Chapter 4. In the Know with Nellie Kinsey. Blog post, May 11. Breaking news, folks. Camelot has fallen. Tim and Penelope Norwood are calling it quits. My sources tell me that both parties have lawyered up and it's about to get ugly. I was curious as to what the fallout would be when Viola Norwood upstaged Penelope and snagged the coveted Comfort Woman of the Year award. However, I don't think anyone, including this humble writer, could have foreseen the calamitous events that would soon follow. On a side note, poor Penelope, bless her heart, popped right out of her dress at the ceremony just before she scuttled off. It just wasn't her night. Those who witnessed the event said they felt like they were watching a live version of Cinderella. I guess Penelope couldn't run fast enough to keep from turning into a pumpkin. It would seem that her days of being a Norwood will soon be over. While I'm not privy to the inner workings of Tim and Penelope's relationship, I do have my suspicions about what happened. I know you're dying to hear my theory, but I'm not one to spread undue gossip, so I'll keep it to myself for now. The one thing I can tell you is that on the day of the award ceremony, Penelope was seen on an elevator cozying up with some scrumptious cowboy from out of town. I haven't been able to discover the man's name. If anyone has additional information on the subject, contact yours truly at the email address listed on my blog. I can keep a confidence to the grave. The big question here is, will Penelope be forced to move out of the Norwood mansion? Penelope seems to have gotten mighty comfortable in her house on the hill. She's quite the gardener, by the way. Those petunias, geraniums, and gladiolas growing along the picket fence are stunning. I'm sure there are plenty of women in this town who are anxiously awaiting the time when Tim Norwood is officially back on the market. One thing is certain. The next several weeks are bound to be interesting. Stay tuned. Your trusted confidant, Nellie. June 16. Penelope and Tim's attorneys are still duking it out, but rumor has it that they're close to coming up with a resolution. There has been no news about Penelope's mysterious cowboy. Maybe he got up on his horse and hightailed it back to his ranch.
Tim, on the other hand, seems to be taking life by the horns. He was seen sporting around town in a new red Corvette with none other than Strawberry Lingerfelt. Call me old-fashioned, but in my humble opinion, it's bad form for a man whose family is the caliber of the Norwoods to be fraternizing with another woman before his divorce is final. Strawberry works for Tim at the dental office as a hygienist. I'm all about giving people a fair shake, but I can't help but wonder if Strawberry and Tim might have been doing more at the dental office than just taking care of people's teeth. I'm sure more than a few people are now starting to question the $10K donation that Norwood Dental made to the Comfort Beauty pageant. Was it a coincidence that Strawberry won? Or was something else at work? If I were in charge of the beauty pageant, I'd take a good, hard look at the judges and the criteria they used to determine the winner. But that's just me. In other news, Sable Featherstone and her daughter Albany opened their boutique. They're calling it the Shop on Main Street. A simple name that states the obvious. It's a shop on Main Street. Okay, it works, but that seems a bit plain to me. Then again, what do I know about fashion? The grand opening was a smashing success. People were lined up around the block to get in. I hear that Albany is putting her time spent in New York to good use by incorporating some of that big city style. I guess the long-standing fashion trends in comfort aren't good enough for her. That's all for today. Your friend and the one you can count on to bring you the latest news in comfort. Nellie. July 28th. You won't believe what I just found out. No, it's not that Tim and Penelope's divorce is final. That is true. They are officially divorced. However, that's not the big news. Drum roll, please. Tim is marrying Strawberry Lingerfelt, and they're building a house out at Glenwood Golf Course. Who got the Norwood mansion? Penelope! It's always a happy day when the underdog wins. I'll bet Bart and Viola Norwood are fit to be tied that the mansion went to Penelope. I'm sure James and Willa Norwood, Bart's parents, would roll over in their graves if they knew that their beloved home went to someone outside of the family. That just speaks to what an outstanding attorney Dallas Featherstone is. If I were in a jam, I'd want him in my corner for sure. What's Penelope going to do all by herself in that big house? And where does she go from here? It'll be interesting to see if the phoenix can rise from the ashes. One thing I do know is that her days of living a life of luxury and dabbling in charitable work are over. Penelope may have gotten the house, but she won't get 1 cent of alimony. I suppose Penelope could always get a job working at Albany's boutique. Ever since Albany came back from her jaunt in New York, the two have been practically joined at the hip. I wonder what Gavin has to say about that. I'm sure he's missing having his girlfriend all to himself. Folks around town are wondering when Gavin is going to take the plunge and pop the question. Or is there more going on here than meets the eye? Is there trouble in paradise? I'm sure Colette Williams is holding her breath. While Albany was off in New York, doing who knows what with who knows who, Colette was home, making those deposits of the heart ever so faithfully, in the hope that she could score the biggest withdrawal of all, marriage. But the minute Albany returned, Gavin dumped poor Colette faster than a snake through green grass. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Signing off, Nellie. Hello, folks. It's me again. I put up the other post earlier today, but then had to add to it. I just got off the phone with someone at the courthouse. Don't bother asking me who I spoke to because I never reveal my sources. Guess who just applied for a business license? Penelope Norwood. I wonder if Penelope will ditch her married name and go back to her maiden name. Then again, her married name might be advantageous for her new business. Penelope is opening a bed and breakfast. This is fabulous news. We need a bed and breakfast in our town. You might remember that Jill Breckenridge tried running a B&B a few years back, but her business went belly up when she kept failing the health department inspections. Jill makes biscuits so light and fluffy that even the angels sing about them. And her sausage gravy, well, it's to die for. But bless her heart, Jill's not the cleanest person on the planet. If I know Penelope, she'll put her OCD to good use and make sure her B&B is in tip-top shape. The good news for Penelope is that the historical section is already zoned for a bed and breakfast, which will speed up the approval process. I'm sure Penelope is chomping at the bit to get her business up and running, because unless she had some cash saved up, she's bound to be hurting financially. When will the B&B officially open? I'm not exactly sure, but I hope it'll be soon. Signing off, for reals this time, Nellie.
Chapter 5. Is that an Airstream trailer, kiddie pool, and a motorcycle? You know that feeling where you're standing at the foot of a mountain the size of Mount Everest, and you know clear through to your bones that you absolutely must climb it, but you don't know how? Well, that's how I feel every single morning when I get out of bed. Sometimes as I awake, I forget that Tim isn't in bed beside me. For one small moment, I revert to the time when I lived a charmed life. I miss those days when I didn't have to fight to scratch out a living. Is it terrible that I miss the security of my marriage to Tim even more than I miss him? Don't get me wrong, Tim hurt me bad. Every time I think of him with strawberry Lingerfeld, it turns my stomach, and I get fightin' mad. I loved Tim and would have gone to the ends of the earth and back to save our marriage, because I believe in commitment. However, I can't just gloss everything over and pretend that Tim and I weren't having problems. Maybe part of the issue is that I'm grown up now and no longer idolize the golden quarterback from the prominent family. I was starting to view Tim for him as a man with faults, a man who's still trying to relive his glory days of when he was king of the hill, a man who has grown up living off the coattails of his parents' success. Tim and I were going in two different directions. That's painfully clear to me now. What I can't condone is the fact that Tim was sneaking around behind my back. He betrayed me on a level that may take a lifetime to get over. Piecing my life back together is the hardest thing I've ever done. Right after Tim and I split up, I tried to push through the grief as though nothing had happened. A week later, I hit a brick wall and came crashing down. There were a couple of days there when I couldn't get out of bed. On day 3, Mom used her spare key and came barging into my bedroom. She practically dragged me out of bed with a gritty, "Enough feeling sorry for yourself. You're getting yourself cleaned up and then we're going to lunch." Her actions may sound harsh, but tough love was the kick in the pants that I needed to jumpstart me into action. I asked Mom how she managed to do it alone when Dad left. Not only did she have to come to terms with her heartache and being a single mother, but she also had to navigate her fibromyalgia. She gave me one of her trademark grins, tinged with a smidgen of reproof and the wisdom of 10 scholars. "I was never alone. I had you and Beau to look after." She paused, giving me a pointed look, the one she gives when she wants me to pay close attention. "Most importantly, I had the Lord walking beside me every step of the way." Her eyes glistened with something angelic as she continued. "Don't discount the power of prayer. You don't have to carry your burden alone. Look to Him in all things, and He will direct your path." Something interesting happened to me when Mom spoke those words. An inexplicable feeling of warmth spread comfort through me, infusing me with new energy. While I'm a routine churchgoer, I've never considered myself to be particularly religious. This may seem strange, but it is possible to go through the motions of worship without the true meaning of it actually sinking into your heart. I've been praying and reading my Bible. Some days I still feel lost, but there are other times when the gloomy clouds dissipate enough to let in slivers of light. One of those moments was when I got the impression that I need to open a bed and breakfast. When the thought came, I actually laughed out loud. It seemed preposterous that I would undertake a task so huge in the midst of my turmoil. I pushed aside the thought, telling myself that it was stupid. But the idea wouldn't go away. It kept sitting on my shoulder and nagging at me. Finally, I mentioned my idea to Albany. I fully expected her to tell me that I'd lost my mind, but she did the complete opposite. She clapped her hands and squealed, proclaiming that it was a fabulous idea. One thing led to another, and before I knew it, Albany's mom and dad agreed to give me a low-interest loan. Dallas Featherstone wanted me to hold out for alimony, but I was so ready to get through the divorce that once Tim and his parents agreed to give me the house, I conceded. I owe a lot to Albany and her parents. Dallas and Sable Featherstone took a chance on me. I'm determined to do everything in my power to repay their loan in record time. That's easier said than done, however, especially with all the hoopla going on next door. I shoot a dark glare out the window to the lot next door. My ex-mother-in-law is determined to thwart me at every turn. After much pestering on Albany and my mom's part, I swear those two could cause the staunchest army to surrender. I took a few days off and went to Orange Beach with Blakely and Skeet, two of my good friends. Albany would have gone with us, but she was too busy with her boutique. Also, I suspect that she didn't want to be away from Gavin. Going on a beach trip was the furthest thing from my mind. I didn't see how I could possibly go on vacation when I have so much to do to get ready to open the B&B. My friends and Mom insisted that I was wound up tighter than a tick and headed for a breakdown. It was nice to get away and work on my tan. However, I spent most of my time worrying about all the things I wasn't accomplishing. Yesterday, when I returned, I was horrified to discover that most of the trees on the lot next door had been cut down. Even worse, a silver Airstream trailer is parked there. Beside it sits one of those tacky kiddie pools, a clothesline, and a motorcycle. This is a disaster. How am I supposed to operate a reputable B&B with that atrocity right beside me? Last night the music was so loud that I wanted to stuff cotton in my ears to drown out the noise. Just as I was about to call the police and register a complaint, the music stopped. I suspect that one of the other neighbors beat me to the punch and called the police. This morning, I made a few phone calls and learned that Bart and Viola sold the lot to someone from out of town. I called Dallas to ask if anything could be done to remove the eyesore, but as it turns out, there are no zoning restrictions in this neighborhood against Airstream trailers. That's probably because no one ever imagined that one would be put there. The lot next door is the only spot in the entire neighborhood that doesn't already have a house on it. I can only imagine what Nellie Kinsey will write when she learns about the Airstream trailer next door. I'm not a violent person by any stretch of the imagination, but as I look at the words on my laptop screen, I feel the urge to march over to Nellie's house and snatch her bald. The only thing worse than going through a divorce and having your life fall apart is doing it in a small town with everyone watching and hanging on every word written by that spiteful wench. I probably shouldn't have even looked at Nellie Kinsey's blog. Now I'm peeved. It seems that I've become her favorite topic, with Tim and Strawberry being a close second and Albany rounding out third. The doorbell rings. It's probably the plumber. A couple of days ago, while I was on the beach, I called and scheduled him to come out today and fix several items throughout the house. 2 of the tubs in the guest bathrooms don't drain properly. One of the toilets keeps running, and when my dishwasher drains, it backs up into my kitchen sink. I could put up with the nuisances when it was just him and me. However, guests will expect things to be in good working condition. I close my laptop, push back my chair, and go to answer the door. I can see through the side lights that it's Albany. Why didn't she just come in? She knows she doesn't have to knock or ring the doorbell. Oh, it's because the door is locked. Quickly, I unlock it and open the door. Albany is holding 2 white food bags. She holds one up with a wide grin. "I brought lunch." "Thanks, but you didn't have to do that. I know how crazy busy it is at the boutique right now." "That's why I have employees, so I won't be chained to the store. Also, Mom's there." An impish grin curves her lips. "You know her. She'll keep everyone hopping." Albany's right. Sable Featherstone runs a tight ship. "I needed a break and figured you need lunch." Albany makes a point of looking me up and down. "I thought I'd better bring you something or you'll forget to eat again. If you're not careful, you'll wither away to nothing. I've seen toothpicks plumper than you." She jokes. I glance down at my body. One good thing that came out of the divorce is that I lost my appetite. I'm now as sleeky thin as I ever was. My clothes fit a lot better, which is nice. "What are you up to?" Albany asks as we go into the kitchen. She stops in her tracks, her eyes widening. "I didn't realize you were having the cabinets repainted." The original color is honey gold, which I've always thought looked dingy. I wanted to redo them when Tim and I first moved into the house, but there were so many other things to tackle first that we never got around to the cabinets. The new color is gleaming white, which is a huge improvement. It will be when the job is done. Right now, it's a disaster. The combination of white and gold reminds me of hard-boiled eggs. "I'm repainting them," I correct. Albany looks at me like I sprouted another head. "You just got home from your trip yesterday." "I ordered the paint before I left." "Last night I figured I'd get a head start. I worked a couple hours. Today I have a lot of paperwork to catch up on, so I'll do some more tonight after I eat dinner. It helps to stay busy so that I can keep my brain occupied. Otherwise, I sit around thinking of all that I've lost and I start feeling sorry for myself. I'm trying to cut corners every way I can. Tim and I had some money saved up in the bank, which we divided equally. I'm using it to live off of until I can start earning income from the B&B. My goal is to stretch the loan money as far as possible, hence me doing much of the work myself. I like the white. It looks modern and streamlined." "Thanks. If you need any help, I could talk to Gavin. I'm sure he can recommend some good painters." "I think I'm good for now." I hedge. Gavin owns a hardware store in town. He's been a great resource for the remodel. As for the painting, I'll knock out a piece at a time. "Are you having granite put in and adding a new backsplash? If you do that, the kitchen will look brand new." The countertops are currently Formica, with a pattern of variegated browns and beiges. How anyone could have thought those color tones would go well with gold is beyond me. I'm thinking about having the counters done in epoxy. It would be a fraction of the cost of granite. Albany sets the food on the table. "Really?" "Yeah, the pictures I've seen online look fantastic. There's a company in Mobile that does it. They're scheduled to come out and give me an estimate the 1st of next week." "Wow, you're hitting the ground running. If it were me, I would have taken a couple of days after the trip to recoup, and then ease into the remodel." I grunt. If only I had that luxury. I have to make sure everything is ready for the open house. "I know you want to have the open house in conjunction with days of comfort, but would it be the end of the world if you held it afterward?" "Yes," I fire back. "Think of the people who come to town for the celebration. If word gets out that the B&B is open, we'll hopefully get booked up. Days of Comfort is a week-long celebration that honors the founding date of the town. There are various events: bake sales, face painting for the kids, a petting zoo, food trucks, dances, and concerts. Albany pulls out a chair and plops down. She begins removing food from the bag and divvying it up. I get where you're coming from. I just hope you don't kill yourself trying to get ready. Days of Comfort is a little over a month away. Trust me, I know, I reply a little too vehemently. Albany raises an eyebrow. I expect her to launch into a tirade about me working too much. Thankfully, she doesn't. I hope you're okay with cheeseburgers and fries. Sounds great to me. I go to the fridge and pull out 2 cans of sparkling water. We unwrap the burgers and dive in. I place a fry in my mouth and chew and swallow before speaking. When's the last time you read Nellie's blog? About to take a bite of her burger, Albany lowers it from her mouth, frowning. Uh-oh, what did she say this time? My temper flares 10 degrees as I start spewing. What didn't she say? She's spelling out every detail of my life, play by play. Albany scoffs. Why do you even read that garbage? Nellie Kinsey is a warped hermit who has an axe to grind on the daily. She sniffs. If I didn't detest the woman so much, I'd almost feel sorry for her. You're in there too? It's comical how fast Albany's eyes fly open wide before they flash with irritation. What did she say? Uh-huh. It's different when it happens to you. Tell me what that witch said, she seethes. Maybe you'd better just read it. I reach for my laptop and flip it open. After typing in the URL for Nellie's blog, I turn the computer around to Albany, who begins reading. I must admit that it gives me a blip of satisfaction to watch her expression grow indignant. Gavin and I are just fine, thank you very much. In fact, we're great. Her lips compress into hard lines as she shakes her head. For her information, Gavin and I are talking marriage. What? I exclaim. That's fantastic. A soft smile overtakes Albany's features. Yeah, it is. He's pretty incredible. She blinks, realizing what she just said. I'm sorry, Pen. I don't mean to add salt to your wound. I reach for her hand. Don't you dare apologize, I say fiercely. You never have to dilute your happiness because of me and my situation. My throat grows impossibly thick as I swallow. I'm happy for my best friend. I truly am. Still, it's hard to see everyone else moving on with their lives when I'm stuck. Thanks, Albany says, her eyes radiating gratitude. I'm so glad I came home and that we could pick right back up where we left off. Me too, I say with conviction. While I'm close to Blakely and Skeet, Albany is my soul sister. Albany turns her attention back to the blog. A second later, she wrinkles her brows. The movement reminds me of 2 caterpillars squirming to find a comfortable spot in the dirt. The name for my boutique is too plain? Her voice rises. I've got news for Nellie Kinsey. Less is more. That woman is an atrocity. She begins reading aloud. I hear that Albany is putting her time spent in New York to good use by incorporating some of that big city style. I guess the long-standing fashion trends in comfort aren't good enough for her. A wild expression blitzes through her eyes. Seriously? Is she trying to turn the whole freaking town against me? Now you know why I'm so upset. I chime in, feeling vindicated. She sits back and shakes her head. Nellie Kinsey needs to get a life and stop meddling in everyone else's business. Amen. I get so tired of her vitriol that she keeps vomiting up. A gurgle sounds in Albany's throat before it morphs into giggling. Vitriol? Since when are you using such highfalutin words? The corners of my mouth quiver in amusement. Since I spent several days with Blakely? Ah, makes sense. Blakely teaches psychology at the community college, which is a hop, skip, and a jump away from comfort. She has always been the brainiac of our group. I'm the sensible one who thinks everything has to be perfect all the time. Albany is the wild card fireball, and Skeet is the lovable scatterbrain who can cook circles around any other person in town. Albany turns her attention back to the computer screen. When did Tim get a new car? I roll my eyes. I don't know, and I don't care. My stomach roils. You know what gets my goat the most? I charge on before Albany can answer. The words gush out of me like a raging river. Is how Tim can have an affair and then come out smelling like a rose. To think, I was beating myself up for being attracted to Memphis while Tim was sleeping with Strawberry in my bed, on my brand new sheets. I tossed those sheets in the garbage and moved out of the bedroom. I'm sleeping in one of the guest bedrooms that has an attached bathroom. Every time I so much as step foot in the master bedroom, the gut-wrenching image of Tim and Strawberry flashes through my brain. There is one bright spot in all of this. I can rent out the master suite for a good amount. And it's already remodeled, so I won't have to do anything except freshen up the room with new bedding and accessories. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think Tim and Strawberry were sleeping, Albany retorts. You've always had a knack for stating the obvious, I say dryly. She blinks. Wait a minute. Back up the bus. Who in the heck is Memphis? Heat rushes to my cheeks. Oops, me and my big mouth. I press my lips together as I shake my head. She wags a finger. Oh no, don't go all clambake on me. Who's Memphis? Nobody. I only met him once. In an elevator. Her eyes bug as her voice shoots up. He's the cowboy? Biting down on my lower lip, I nod. A wicked giggle rumbles in her throat. That's awesome. Nellie Kinsey finally got something right. You were cozied up with the cowboy on that elevator. Was not, I nearly shout. It was purely innocent. She gives me an insinuating look. You like him, she chimes. How could I like him? I don't even know him. I grumble. He was just passing through. I'll probably never see him again. You've thought about him. She picks up a cluster of cheesy fries and plops them into her mouth. She motions and speaks with her mouth full. Go ahead and eat before your food gets cold. Okay, I'll admit that I might have caught myself daydreaming about Memphis a few times over the past couple of months. Maybe it was because he looked at me with such a depth of feeling, like I was something to be valued. I haven't had that in a very long time. Of course, it didn't hurt that he was easy on the eyes, and a charmer. I realize with a jolt that I no longer have to feel guilty about being attracted to Memphis. The knowledge drives home the bitter irony that I'm a divorced woman. I reach for my laptop, close it, and move it out of the way. The last thing I need right now is for something to spill on it. I can't afford a new laptop. This one needs to last me a long time. I unwrap my burger and gingerly pick it up before taking a bite. It's good. The warm meat and gooey cheddar cheese are a nice contrast to the crispness of the lettuce, onions, and pickles. Albany looks thoughtful. Maybe we should try and find the cowboy. No thanks. I've got bigger fish to fry. I grunt as I jerk my thumb toward the window. Starting with that freak show next door. What freak show? Albany asks dubiously. She takes another bite of her burger. This is so good. I was starving. It is good, I say dutifully, my mind going back to the problem at hand. Did you not see the Airstream parked next door? Or that gosh-awful kiddie pool? Or the clothesline? She shakes her head. No, but I came from the other direction. What's going on? I tell her about Viola and Bart selling the property. When I'm done, her eyes spark with indignation. Have they no shame? Evidently not, I spout. Isn't there something you can do? Melancholy settles around me like a heavy fog. According to your dad, there's not. There are no zoning laws against Airstreams or trailers in the neighborhood. Albany pushes out a long breath. Dad knows the law inside out. If he says you have no legal recourse, then he's right. She reached for another group of fries. Maybe you should go over and talk to the people. Once they know about the B&B, they might be willing to tone it down. You mean once I tell them that their Airstream trailer is an eyesore that's wrecking the neighborhood? I see your point. She sits up straighter in her seat. You could build a very tall privacy fence. That will help, but the people in the upstairs bedrooms on the east side will still be able to see everything that goes on next door. Sympathy colors her features. I'm sorry, Pen. You can't seem to get a break. A lump forms in my throat as I put down my burger. It certainly feels that way. She offers me an encouraging smile. You'll get through this. I know you will. My eyes mist. I hope you're right. I force a smile. I guess I'll have to take Blakely's advice and fall up. What? You know Blakely. She was raving about this book that she loves. It's called The Happiness Advantage by Sean Aker. I've read it. She gives me a sheepish grin. Blakely insisted that I read it after coming home from New York. She was worried that I would fall into some dark funk and eat myself into oblivion. Unlike you, who loses weight when you're having a hard time, I prefer to drown my sorrow in ice cream. I can't help but grin. You and your chunky monkey ice cream. It's the best. She tips her head in concentration. I think I remember the concept of falling up. It's about rising above adversity, right? Taking the upward path that propels us to grow and improve during difficult times. I haven't read the book yet, but from what Blakely told me, that's the gist of it. Albany waves her hand, encompassing the room. Well, from the looks of things, I'd say you're doing just that. I'm doing the only thing I know how, and that is to keep putting one foot in front of the other and hope that I'll eventually figure things out. The doorbell rings. I scoot back my chair and stand. That's probably the plumber. She motions at my food. You've hardly eaten 2 bites. No wonder you're so skinny. Who has time to think about food? I grumble. I do, Albany says matter-of-factly as she takes another large bite of her burger. Chapter 6. The New Neighbor. A little after 6 p.m., the plumber wraps up for the day and leaves. Hallelujah. He was able to fix everything. I can now check those items off my list. I'll make a turkey sandwich for dinner, paint for a couple of hours, and take a long soak in the tub with a lavender bath bomb that I've been saving. After that, I'll go to bed. You'd think as hard as I work every day that I would sleep better, but it's tough. The instant my head hits the pillow, my brain starts spinning a mile a minute. The only way I can fall asleep is to read. Oh well, such is my life these days. I'll just have to keep pushing myself forward. My phone rings. It's my mom. Hello? Hey there, what are you up to? Oh, just working on the house. The plumber just left. I stopped by Abigail's bakery and saw Skeet. I didn't realize that she's the new manager. Yeah, she's excited about it. Abigail is hardly there anymore. She spends most of her time in Florida these days, visiting her grandkids. Skeet has been running the bakery for the past year. It's nice that Abigail made it official and promoted her to manager. I agree, Mom says heartily. Skeet mentioned that you're hiring her to provide breakfast for your guests. That's a great idea. It'll relieve some stress from you. Yes, it will. My attention gets diverted from the phone call to a rhythmic throbbing in my chest. A second later, I hear the music. Are you kidding me? I growl. Mom's voice lurches. What's wrong? The neighbors next door are blasting their music. Are you talking about the Milsteads? Mom asks incredulously. A surprised giggle circles through my throat. No. The Milsteads are in their early 80s. They're the picture of refinement and wouldn't dream of playing music too loud. It's those people in the Airstream trailer. I fume, flinging my hand in the air. How am I supposed to run a reputable business with that circus next door? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Kindly explain the situation. Oh, I'll go and talk to them, I roar. But I can't promise that the situation will be kind. I'm sure you can work it out, Mom soothes. My eyes narrow to slits as I grit my teeth. You'd better believe I'll work it out, I vow. I've got to let you go. I'm marching over there right now to put a stop to this nonsense. Wait a minute, Mom inserts. The reason I called is to tell you that Beau is bringing over a chocolate cream pie. I figure you could use a pick-me-upper. It freaks Mom out when I get too skinny. Thanks, I clip as I end the call. A second later, I throw open the front door and stomp next door. The grass in my yard is neatly cut and manicured, but when I cross the threshold to the lot, I'm forced to wade through tall grass and weeds that slap my ankles. What kind of people move to an upscale historical neighborhood and live like the Beverly Hillbillies? Some people have no couth. What do they think this is? Eye of the Tiger is the song blaring. I feel like I'm at a rock concert and have to fight the urge to plug my ears. My eyes survey the scene as I move closer. The plastic swimming pool has an electric blue background with a pattern of colorful fish swimming in all different directions. Ice blue water ripples gently in the pool. A lime green donut float is in the center. I'm sure kids love the fancifulness of the pool, but it sticks out like an eyesore in the yard. Yard is a loose term. This is more of a field. I still can't believe they cut down the trees. So much for my privacy. An acrid bitterness rises in my throat as I ball my fists. I'm sure Viola Norwood is getting great pleasure out of this. My gaze follows the line of the red twine clothesline that's attached to the side of the silver Airstream and stretches to one of the trees on the edge of the lot. Several t-shirts, men's shorts, and a pair of jeans flap in the breeze. I know nothing about motorcycles, but even I can tell that the one parked beside the trailer is expensive. The sight of the motorcycle fans my anger. I could almost sympathize with someone who doesn't have much money and is forced to live in an Airstream trailer. However, that motorcycle cost a pretty penny, probably more than my car. I guess it's all about priorities. I see movement and realize with a jolt that someone is standing on the back side of the pool. No, not standing. A guy wearing boxing gloves is pounding a freestanding punching bag. I halt in my tracks as my throat goes dry. The guy is shirtless and dripping sweat. I'm mortified at the dart of attraction that shoots through me. His back is well formed, his muscles rolling smoothly beneath tanned skin. He's wearing black boxing shorts and Converse tennis shoes. His feet move in a nimble dance as he riddles the bag with powerful punches. I note that his biceps are lean and cut. Who is he? Captain America? Okay, enough ogling. What am I, 16? I don't care how good this guy looks. He's wrecking my plans. This loud music is intolerable. I straighten my shoulders and move toward him with purposeful steps. Hello? I call as I approach, but my voice won't carry over the music. I glare at the speaker perched behind the screened window before looking back at the guy. Still punching with a vengeance, he doesn't realize that I'm here. Enough already. I'm trying to talk to you, I mutter as I step up behind him and jab his shoulder. He grunts in surprise and jerks his elbow back. It lands with brute force in the center of my right eye, shooting pain through my face. Gasping, my hands go to my eye as I stumble back. I take one step back, two, before my calves collide with the plastic edge of the pool. I shriek as I topple backward and land butt first in the center of the water. Tears spring to my eyes as I slap the water with the palms of my hands. The donut float is now pressed against the side of the pool. I grab it and fling it across the yard. My throbbing eye hurts, but it takes a back seat to my injured pride. I'm astounded by the indignity of this situation.
Are you okay?
The guy asks as he comes over to where I am.
I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you were there.
He pulls off his gloves and holds them in the crook of his elbow. He reaches out to me.
Here, let me help you up.
Don't bother, I spit as I push his hand away and stand. Words spew from my mouth. You are a menace. First you junk up the neighborhood with that awful trailer, and then you blast your music. My voice goes shrill. When I come over to try and talk to you about it, you punch me in the eye.
I didn't punch you exactly.
I step out of the pool and look down at my sopping wet clothes. I beg to differ. You need to pack up and get out of this neighborhood. If you don't stop blasting your music, I'll call the police. I'm sure they'll... His chuckle stops me cold. My mind tries to grapple with what's happening. Is he seriously laughing at me? The nerve!
Oh, wow. It's you. Penelope, right?
I recognize that melodic twang. I look up as my eyes focus on his face. A single word gurgles from my throat. Memphis? A crooked grin touches his lips.
You remembered my name?
Not sure how to answer, I just stand before him, blinking like crazy. As before, awareness sizzles through me, lighting my cells on fire. His pecs are chiseled like stone, and he has an impressive six-pack. He was the cowboy before with his hat and boots. Now he looks more like a fitness commercial. I've never seen a real-life man look so breathtaking. I thought that kind of perfection only existed in movies or magazines, with the help of Photoshop. He gives me a quirky grin that highlights his dimple. Yeah, he can tell I'm checking him out. My face burns hotter than a boiling pot of dumplings as I force my gaze to his face. He's just as handsome as I remember, with his rugged features and firm jaw. His dark blonde hair is unruly with loose curls that are kissed with a golden tint. I'm sure I look like a goober standing here with my tongue tied in knots, because his eyes sparkle with amusement as he points behind me.
So, you live next door?
Yes! I shout. The music is so loud that it feels like it's drilling a hole through my brain. I look at the speaker, my voice 10 volumes too loud. Can you please turn that down?
You bet.
He jogs over to his trailer, bounds up the steps, and goes in through the open door. Mercifully, the music stops. My traumatized ears celebrate the blessed silence. A couple of seconds later, he comes back out without the boxing gloves. Thankfully, he's wearing a t-shirt.
I really am sorry about your eye.
He winces.
It's gonna leave a mark, I'm afraid.
I swallow back a giggle before it can escape. That's the understatement of the century. My face feels humongous. He knocked me so hard that it's a wonder that he didn't fracture my bones. I guess it could have been worse. He could have knocked one of my teeth out or broken my nose. Gingerly, I touch my eye. It's swelling up big time. Great. Just what I need. A black eye.
Why don't you come inside, and I'll put some ice on it.
My brain races as I try to come to grips with the full scope of the situation. I want to start bawling and laughing hysterically at the same time. Of all the people to be my new neighbor, not just any neighbor, but the one who's wrecking my plans. My livelihood is at stake here. I've got to stand my ground. No thanks. I level a glare at him. You need to do us all a favor and move on to another pasture. His eyebrow arches.
I beg your pardon?
100 thoughts flood my mind. I've never considered myself to be a catty person, but sometimes there's merit in speaking the unvarnished truth. Look, you seem like a nice guy and all. Laughter dances in his eyes, turning them more gold than green. He folds his arms over his chest as he widens his stance.
I've been called a lot of things in my lifetime, but a nice guy is not one of them. If you've got something to say, darling, then you'd better quit wasting my time and just spit it out.
I don't mean to be rude, but you seem like a smart guy. Surely you must realize that your Airstream trailer, plastic multicolored swimming pool, and loud music don't belong in this neighborhood. A flash of surprise registers on his features.
Is that right?
He eyes me with a combination of what I can only discern as disappointment and disdain. The voice inside me shouts that he's a force to be reckoned with, but I don't let his penetrating gaze quell me. My livelihood is on the line. I have to be strong out of sheer self-preservation. I lift my chin. Yes. His words shoot out like bullets.
I bought this property, paid cash for it. I have just as much right to be here as you or anyone else.
My blood rages like an inferno through my veins. I know what's happening here. You're in cahoots with Viola. How much did she pay you to move here and destroy my plans? Tears cloud my vision as my voice quivers with intensity. I won't let her win. I'll get my B&B off the ground or die trying. He looks at me like I've lost my mind, which infuriates me even more. Don't try to deny it. I know why you're here.
I have no idea what you're talking about,
he grumbles. I get up in his face and point my finger. You won't get away with this. I'll fight you tooth and nail. A hard smile fills his face as he steps back.
It was nice seeing you again, Penelope. You know your way home.
This isn't over, I scream. He shakes his head in disgust.
To think, I was actually excited when I learned that we were neighbors. That was before I knew who you really were.
What does that even mean? I scoff.
Go home,
he says dully as he turns and goes into his Airstream, slamming the door behind him. Swearing under my breath, I turn around and stalk back to the house. My wet clothes are sticking to me, raising chills over my flesh. Beau is walking up the front steps leading to the porch, holding the pie box in his hand.
Hey, sis, I brought pie.
He holds it up, grinning from ear to ear.
Mom says you're getting too skinny. She's hoping this will fatten you up.
He frowns.
You're soaked. What happened?
Don't ask, I growl as I stomp up the steps. As I near him, he gets a good look at my face. His eyes fly open wide.
Your eye? Did someone hit you?
More like popped me, I say darkly. Rage contorts his features.
Who?
I jerk my thumb in the direction of the lot. Memphis, my new idiotic neighbor. Suddenly I feel weary to the bone. Come on in and I'll explain everything. He shoves the pie into my hands and darts down the steps.
I'll take care of this,
he roars. Maybe it's because he's 3 years older, or maybe it's because our dad left. For whatever reason, Beau has always felt the need to protect me. He has a heart of gold and would do anything for anyone. But when his temper gets fired up, I never know what he'll do. Wait! I call after him. It's not what you think. It was an accident. He's running so fast that I don't even know if he heard me. I let out a half growl, half shriek, my way of ranting and railing at the universe. I throw open the front door and deposit the pie on the floor. A second later, I rush down the steps and across the yard. I've got to get to Beau before he does something stupid. My feet slip in my sandals and my wet clothes rub against my skin. I hear yelling and cursing, so I quicken my pace. I find Beau and Memphis squared off, their faces inches apart. Both are around the same height and build. They look like two roosters, ready to tear into one another. Memphis says something to Beau. It looks like Memphis is trying to calm him down, but Beau won't have it. He shoves Memphis in the chest. Stop! I scream, but it's too late. Beau hauls off and socks Memphis in the jaw. Memphis goes down, but then comes back up and levels a blow to Beau's jaw that knocks him back. The two dive at one another and go rolling on the ground, trading blows. Hysterical laughter bubbles in my throat. Stop it! I shout, but my words have no impact. It's an all-out brawl, a fight to the finish. It dings through my brain that I hear sirens. I whirl around to see a police car pull up to the curb. Deputy Dwight Jones jumps out of the car and bolts to the fight. A former linebacker in college, Dwight is a husky man who's all muscle. He has a barrel chest and a deep, imposing voice.
What's going on here?
He demands as he grabs Beau by the collar and pulls him away from Memphis.
This man hit my sister,
Beau asserts. Memphis rises to his feet. He adjusts his shirt as his eyes narrow to dark slits.
This man came over on my property and attacked me.
Dwight looks at me for an explanation. His features tighten when he sees my injured eye. I must look awful. The entire right side of my face is throbbing.
Did he hit you?
Dwight asks me, eyeing Memphis. No, it was an accident, I say hoarsely. Memphis was hitting his punching bag. I came up behind him. He didn't realize I was there and jabbed me with his elbow.
Ouch,
Dwight grimaces.
You should probably get some ice on that. It's swelling up pretty good. Why didn't you tell me it was an accident?
Beau demands. His face is blood red and he's breathing hard, his chest heaving up and down. My brother can be so infuriating sometimes. I tried, but you took off in a rage before I could.
Maybe you should learn to listen,
Memphis mutters, giving Beau a blistering look.
You want some more?
Beau taunts.
Let's go.
He tries to go at Memphis again, but Dwight holds him back.
Easy now,
Dwight urges.
This sounds like a simple case of misunderstanding. Simple my eye,
Memphis counters.
This man came onto my property and attacked me. That deserves to be answered.
Chills run through me as I look at Dwight. I can see the indecision in his expression. He doesn't want to arrest Beau. The two are friends, played football together. If Beau gets thrown in jail, it won't sit well with the fire chief or the townsfolk. Beau could lose his job over this. My throat squeezes. I have to do something to fix it. This is my fault, I squeak as all eyes turn to me.
How do you figure that?
Dwight asks. I came over here and had words with Memphis. I was frustrated because of his loud music. Memphis smirks as he pins me with a penetrating gaze.
Just the music?
A hot embarrassment stings me. I don't want to tell the rest. Not in front of Dwight and Bo. Dwight and his wife Meg live in a trailer park just outside the city limits. Bo and I grew up in the double wide that my mom still lives in. I feel so small and petty right now. My words fall heavy from my lips, like bricks hitting a concrete floor. I'm trying to get my bed and breakfast off the ground and running. Dwight grins.
Meg was reading about that in Nellie's blog. She's tickled pink about your new business. It'll be nice to have a place for her folks to stay when they come to town. They don't like staying in hotels, but I'll bet they'll feel right at home in your place.
What's all the fuss about? A woman cries. I turn to see my mom jogging across the grass. Her face is flush and she's out of breath. What happened? Her eyes move from me to Bo.
How did you know that something was going down?
Bo asks. Her words come out in a jumble as she tries to catch her breath. I was on the phone with Emma Lou. She heard that there was trouble on her police scanner, so I rushed over. It's a misunderstanding, I mumble as I look at Memphis. Time to own up for being a brat. If my mother knew I was dissing on someone for living in a trailer, she'd tan my hide. I'm sorry about those things I said. I take in a quick breath before soldiering on. I'm stressed to the max trying to get my business off the ground. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. I'm sorry. I emphasize again. I'm still not happy about his Airstream trailer, but I can see how my words could be construed as snooty. Our gazes lock, sending a rush of energy through me. Ever so slowly, a grin tugs at his lips.
No worries.
Relief gushes through me, making me go weak in the knees. Dwight turns to Bo.
Are we good here? We're good.
Bo grunts. He holds up his hands.
Honest.
Satisfied, Dwight releases him. He turns his attention to Memphis as his voice goes conversational.
Where are you from? Burleston, Texas.
I notice that Memphis has a red welt across his jaw. Bo's lip is cracked and swelling. Both guys look surprisingly good, considering how they were slugging it out a few moments ago. No doubt both of them are tough as nails.
What's your last name? Stetson?
A chortle bubbles from my mouth before I can stop it. Your last name is Stetson? Like the cologne?
Just like the cologne,
Memphis quips. He gives me a cheeky grin.
I guess that means I always come out smelling like a rose.
An image of him shirtless and pouring sweat pops through my mind. Suddenly I feel hot all over. I look down to hide my embarrassment.
What brings you to Comfort?
Dwight asks.
My sister and her family live here. I moved to be closer to them. Who's your sister?
I bite back a grin. Southerners are characteristically curious. I guess Memphis should know that, considering that he's from Texas. He's bound to get the 3rd degree from nearly everyone in Comfort. I have to admit that I'm glad to be getting this information without having to ask.
Trudy Walker?
Trudy and her husband Judd are newcomers to Comfort. I don't know Trudy well, but I know who she is. We nod and smile at one another in recognition as we pass in the grocery store. She's attractive and seems like she's got everything together. It's good to connect Memphis with a reputable family. Dwight studies him.
I take it you're the cowboy everybody's been talking about. Could be,
Memphis answers easily. A knowing grin spreads over Dwight's face.
I see what this is. A lover's quarrel.
He turns to me.
He's the cowboy you were cozying up to in the elevator. Wait till I tell Meg. She was reading all about it in
Nellie's stupid blog. I insert, my stomach twisting. Good grief, that blog is worse than the National Enquirer. Word to the wise, don't believe one scandalous word that Nellie writes. There's nothing going on between me and Memphis. I don't have to look in a mirror to know that my face is 10 shades of red. I glance at Memphis to get his reaction. A lopsided grin pulls at his lips as his gaze locks with mine.
I don't know if I would agree with that,
he drawls. I rock back. You know nothing happened. I fume. He just chuckles as he throws me a cavalier wink. Mom frowns. What happened to your eye? I shake my head. I'll explain later. She gives me a long look before finally nodding. All righty then. I guess it's time to break up this little party and mosey on home. She turns to Memphis. There's only one way to put any hard feelings to rest, she says decisively. With supper. I want all 3 of you to come to my house tomorrow night. What? I gawk.
Hey,
Dwight counters.
what about me? Am I not invited?
You're always welcome, Mom answers. Dwight makes a face.
Shoot, never mind, I'm on duty tomorrow night. No way I'm eating supper with him,
Bo grumbles. Hush your mouth, Mom counters. You will too. She gives Memphis a sweet smile, but her voice is as unyielding as iron. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. Pan can give you a ride. My eyes bulge. Huh? The thought of riding in a car with Memphis nearly takes my breath away. 7 o'clock, sharp. Mom turns to Dwight. Tell Meg I said hello and that I'm still waiting for her to come and get some tomatoes and peppers out of my garden.
Thanks, Fern. I'll be sure and let her know.
Dwight looks around.
I guess I'll be seeing y'all later.
He squeezes Bo on the shoulder.
Stay out of trouble, you hear?
Mom motions with her head and speaks in the authoritative tone I've heard all my life. Bo, Pen, let's go. She throws Memphis another dazzling smile. See you tomorrow night. Who knew that Mom could be so charming? I'm not sure how Memphis feels about having dinner with us tomorrow night, but he has the good sense not to argue with Mom.
Yes, ma'am,
he says respectfully. The words roll off his tongue so smoothly that it makes me think that he's been taught good manners. Tim would always say yes, ma'am, to my mom, but it sounded patronizing. Assuming that all has been said and done for the evening, I turn to go. Memphis calls out my name.
Pen?
It's not just the melodic note in his sexy voice that gets me, but also the familiar way he shortens my name. I can't deny that there's some sort of connection running between us like an electrical current. Slowly I turn back around. Somehow I manage to find my voice. Yes? He holds my gaze.
Until tomorrow night.
The promise in his voice fills me with a peculiar warmth. I turn and stumble away, trying to ignore the army of butterflies flapping up a storm in my stomach.
What the heck just happened back there?
Bo demands when we get out of earshot.
Is there something going on between you and Memphis?
He spits out Memphis's name like it's a curse word. Quit pestering your sister, Mom cuts in as she gives him a sharp look. She hands him her keys. Go and move my car to Penn's driveway. Bo lets out a long sigh, his shoulders sagging.
Yes, ma'am.
As he lumbers off to do her bidding, Mom slips her arm around my shoulders. Now, you're going to tell me about that lovely shiner. A large girlish grin fills her face, shaving a decade off her age. And how it is that you got lucky enough to have a man like that move in next door. Chapter 7. Enjoy the ride. I can't breathe. I can't think straight. My brain is spinning out of control. How in the heck am I supposed to eat anything at dinner tonight? I suck in a calming breath and look at my reflection in the full-length mirror, wondering what Memphis will think of my white capris and green top. This is the 4th outfit I've tried on. The rejects are piled high on the bed. I'm sticking with this outfit because the green top brings out the color of my eyes, and I'm tired of trying on clothes. Oh, who am I kidding? Memphis won't pay a lick of attention to my top, because he'll be too busy staring at my hideous black eye. I've slathered on a pound of cover-up to hide the bruising, but all it did was turn my skin a sickly gray. The white of my eye is streaked with red, reminding me of one of those freakish plastic eyeballs that kids pass around on Halloween. The soft tissue around my eye is still super swollen. I touch it, wincing at the tenderness. Call me vain, but if I thought I'd get away with it, I'd beg out of tonight. But I know Mom. She'll march over here and drag me to her house. Or more likely, get Beau to do her dirty work. A heavy sigh billows from my throat. I might as well just suck it up and go. With any luck, Memphis will feel sympathy for me. After all, he's the cause of this. Sort of. In retrospect, I should have known better than to step up behind a man who was punching with such a vengeance. Talk about raw power. A quiver of desire runs through me. The image of him shirtless will forever be ingrained in my memory. My thoughts go back to something he said. I've been mulling over it all day. I can't remember his exact words, but it was something to the effect of him being excited when he learned we were neighbors. Our brief encounter in the elevator must have made an impression on him. It certainly made an impression on me. I shake my head, trying to push away the incriminating thoughts. Any sort of romantic relationship with Memphis is off the table. The practical side of my brain goes into analytical mode, listing the items on my mental chalkboard. A, I'm still reeling from not only the destruction of my marriage, but also the betrayal of the man with whom I've had my heart intertwined before I was even old enough to know what love was. B, it's imperative that I put 100% of my energy into the B&B. I need to make a success of myself, not only so that I can look myself in the mirror, but also so that I can pay back Dallas and Sable Featherstone. Oh, and there's the little part about needing to pay the bills and put food on the table. It's up to me now to support myself. C, Memphis's atrocious setup with the trailer and swimming pool is certain to hurt my business. No way can I get involved with the very man who could unravel everything I'm striving to build. I don't know what Mom hopes will come out of tonight's dinner. However, I know what won't come of it. I refuse to let my guard down. I refuse to give in to this ridiculous attraction. I will be politely guarded. No more, no less. Checking my reflection once more in the mirror, I fluff up my hair. Just because I'm giving Memphis Stetson the cold shoulder doesn't mean I can't look good doing it. I frown. Well, as good as a girl with a black eye can look. My phone rings. I go and retrieve it from the dresser. It's Albany. Hey, I answer. What the aspirin bottle happened there last night? She demands. What do you mean? There was some sort of ruckus and then the police came? How did you know about that? Her voice rises. The whole town knows. Several customers were yakking about it at the boutique today. She pauses. And I read about it on Nellie's blog. That's all it takes for my body temperature to spike. I'm so sick of Nellie Kinsey butting into my business. I spat. That woman has got to be stopped. A vision flashes before my eyes. I see myself charging up Nellie's porch and kicking open her door. I'll beat her computer to smithereens before knocking her on her rear end. And I feel certain that most of the people in Comfort would sing my praises. I can't be the only one who's sick of Nellie always stirring the pot. Tell me everything. Albany's voice takes on an incredulous note. The cowboy from the elevator lives next door and he hit you in the eye? He didn't hit me. I smirk. He knocked me with his elbow. Oh my gosh, my mind spins like a kite in a hurricane, wondering what drivel Nellie put in her blog this time. She obviously knows about the notorious elevator cowboy living next door. Who's the rat that squealed? Dwight? Or maybe it was Dwight's wife, Meg. Didn't Dwight say that Meg enjoyed reading Nellie's blog? I've always liked Meg. I find her outspokenness and jovial manner refreshing. Maybe I'll have to rethink my feelings about her. Wait a minute, stop the bus. It could have been one of the neighbors who squealed, or maybe it was Emma Lou. Mom was on the phone with her when the call came over the police scanner. That's the problem with living in a small town. Everybody knows everybody's business. It can get stifling at times, like getting stuffed in a shoebox. How did that happen? She sputters. I blow out a long breath before outlining the ordeal in detail. It feels good to get it off my chest. Of course, I leave off the parts about me salivating over Memphis's six-pack and that beautiful torso that could be the model for a G.I. Joe doll. When I'm finished, Albany trills out a wicked laugh. It sounds like fate is determined to throw y'all together. Maybe you should just give in and enjoy the ride. Yeah, right, I harumph. I enunciate every word with hard thrusts of my tongue. I have no intention of entertaining a relationship with Memphis Stetson, no matter how often Mom throws us together for dinners. Huh? You're having dinner with the cowboy? She giggles. This just keeps getting better and better. My words come shooting out in razor-tipped arrows. Quit calling him the cowboy. He has a name, Memphis. Memphis, Albany corrects. Biggity boatload. What's eating you? I push out a hard breath, reminding myself that Albany's not the enemy here. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just sick of being put under a microscope. She grunts. Well, you should have thought about that before you married the golden boy. Albany has always dubbed Tim the golden boy. I scowl. Yeah, well, in my defense, I had no idea the golden boy would have such a hard time keeping his zipper up. I hate to say it, but I always had my doubts about old Tim. He's too much of a pretty boy who's been handed everything on a silver platter. It would have taken a great man to not be ruined by all the adulation and hero worship that goes on in this town. She pauses, her next words ringing with emphasis. One thing you and I both know is that Tim Norwood is most certainly not a great man, or even a good man, or even a mediocre man. Amen, I punch out through gritted teeth. Look, I don't know why you're getting your panties in a wad about Memphis. So you like him, big deal. I never said I like him, I retort, my cheeks growing hot. She chuckles dryly. You didn't have to. I know you, remember? Her voice softens. Why do you think the two of us get along so well? I don't skip a beat. Because opposites attract. There may be some truth to that. However, there's more to it. You may act all prim and proper on the outside, but on the inside, you've got this rebel dying to come out. My eyes go dinner plate round. Have you been talking to my mom? No. Why? I can tell from the puzzlement in Albany's tone that she's on the level. Briefly, I consider withholding the information, but I know that Albany will eventually pester it out of me. She's more relentless than a bulldog. Mom calls it the outrageous artist. The what? I sigh. According to Mom, the outrageous artist in me is trying to escape the gilded box. She giggles. That's awesome. I've always loved your mom. Talk about a woman being comfortable in her own skin. She's my hero. If you ask me, it wouldn't hurt Mom to be a smidgen more concerned about her appearance and social life. I quip. A little makeup and a new wardrobe would do her wonders. Why? So she can impress the likes of Viola Norwood? Ouch. The barbed comment hits its mark with the sting of a dozen wasps. It disgusts me to think how hard I worked to impress Viola. I have learned a few hard lessons since the divorce, I snip. You'll be happy to know that I don't give a rat's tail what Viola Norwood or any of her cronies think of me. That's mostly true. Rome wasn't built in a day. I'm trying to change my thought patterns, but it's tough. Hallelujah, Albany booms. The more you hold to that mindset, the happier you'll be. Her voice gathers intensity. Pen, you've got to start living your life on your terms. You have to let go of that Pinterest ideal you've concocted in your mind. My eyes grow moist as I fast blink to clear them. As the old saying goes, Albany has done stopped preaching and started meddling. She's right. I can't spend the rest of my life living in fear of what Nellie Kinsey might write in her blog, or worrying incessantly about how other people perceive me. I'm ashamed of how worked up I got over the Comfort Woman of the Year award. Talk about being caught up in the thick of thin things. It's interesting how a hard jolt can resharpen our vision. I'm getting my own version of shock therapy. Going back to the outrageous artist thing, why did you stop painting? My rebuttal comes grumbling out. I'm painting the kitchen cabinets right now, remember? She lets out a half laugh. You know what I mean. You used to do those beautiful landscapes. That was a lifetime ago. Who has time for that? You were going to be the next Monet, remember? She pauses. What happened? I roll my eyes. I grew up. That's what happened. There are some things you should never grow out of, Pen. I'll add painting landscapes to my to-do list. Are you happy now? I gripe. Yeah, I'm being snarky. Albany's only trying to help. Still, I don't appreciate her hounding me. I'm keenly aware that I have plenty of splinters wedged into the skin of my life. I don't need Albany taking her little needle and poking around in those sensitive areas. When I'm ready to yank out the splinter, by golly, I'll do it myself. Where are you in Memphis going to dinner? To Mom's house. Beau's coming too. Laughter bubbles through the phone. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. Before she can say the rest, I cut her off with a droll, I don't know why everybody always says that. One swat and you'd be squashed flat, and that would be that. She giggles. Quit being a sourpuss. As I was saying, dinner ought to be interesting considering how the cowboy, Memphis and Beau were just slugging it out yesterday. Interesting is one word for it, I grunt. What are you up to tonight? I ask to change the subject. I'm sicker than sick of talking about my problem-riddled life. Gavin is making me dinner. Hearing the buoyancy in her voice makes me smile. Eventually, I want to find my other half, someone who rocks my world the way Gavin does Albany's. An image of Memphis flashes through my mind. The lively sparkle in his polished jade eyes, the deep dimple that appears when he flashes a sideways grin. Warmth spreads through me, shooting straight into the center of my heart. I wince. No, I can't indulge in these fantasies. I'm not like Albany. I don't have a safety net of wealthy parents to fall back on. It's just plain old me. If I fall hard. The four of us should go on a double date sometime. My voice shoots up an octave. How many times do I have to reiterate that Memphis and I are not a couple? She laughs as she goes into her rendition of the giant from The Princess Bride. It was one of our favorite movies when we were teenagers.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
I moisten my lips, about to launch into a rebuttal but stop short when the doorbell rings. Saved by the bell. Someone's at the door, I announce. Have fun tonight, she sings. Don't do anything I wouldn't. Gee, thanks, but I don't need that much leeway. Hardy har har, you're so funny. Goodbye, I huff, ending the call. I look at the ceiling and growl. Albany knows just how to get my goat. The doorbell rings again. I glance at my phone. It's 10 minutes to 7. Butterflies begin flapping a mad march in my stomach. I swallow, trying to control my nerves. It's just dinner with Mom and Beau. So what if we happen to have an extra guest? Speaking the words aloud helps to restore a measure of calm. Maybe I should take up yoga. Yeah, right. Like I have time for that right now. Besides, I'm more of a cardio girl. I'll take running outside in the fresh air any day of the week over a stretching class, boxed in by 4 walls and a bunch of other sweaty people. I have no idea who could be at the door, especially this time of the evening. I slip on my sandals, hurry out the bedroom door, and trot down the hall. The doorbell rings again. I bound down the stairs. When I get to the bottom, I halt in my tracks when I see him standing behind the beveled glass of the front door. My heart thumps like a fat-footed rabbit as I take in a quick breath. I force myself to walk slowly to the front door and calmly swing it open, making sure to keep my posture erect. "Memphis," I say with as much refinement as I can muster. "I thought I was supposed to go over and get you." The note of reproof in my voice doesn't seem to faze him in the slightest. He grins, showing off that adorable dimple.
What's the point of life if we can't mix things up a little?
He steps closer, coming into my personal space. I catch the slightest hint of his spicy cologne. A flash of attraction flushes heat through my body. Instinctively, I step back as he enters the foyer. I still can't get over how distinctly masculine he is. His raw energy both excites and disturbs me. The two of us are alone in this great big house. Heaven help me. He looks me up and down with a flicker of appreciation that warms my blood.
You look great,
he murmurs. A shaky laugh tickles my throat. Thanks. I smooth a hand over my top. Isn't this what I wanted? For Memphis to notice my outfit? I take a quick assessment of his attire. Jeans, Converse tennis shoes, and a navy blue t-shirt that forms well to his defined muscles. A smile tugs at my lips. No cowboy boots? Mellow laughter rumbles from his throat.
I thought I'd break the trend. Give the good folks of comfort something else to talk about, other than my boots.
I try to suppress a giggle, but it comes out as a choked cough. You read Nellie's blog? Was that how he knew that the two of us were neighbors, even before I went over to confront him? When I get to know Memphis better, I'm going to ask him about his comment. His eyes light with humor as a boyish grin stretches over his face.
I figure it can't hurt to get the inside scoop into what the neighbors are gassing about.
More laughter gurgles in my throat. This time it bursts out in peals that shake my shoulders. He laughs too. It's a rich, mellow sound that lightens my spirit. Suddenly, Nellie's blog doesn't seem as menacing, but rather trivial and childish. He gives me a speculative look.
I take it the two of us are together?
My insides lace up tighter than a new Spanx body shaper. Huh? Blood thrashes against my temples like a kickboxer demolishing a sheetrock wall. He steps even closer, his voice playful.
Like the police officer said last night, it seems that our little mishap was a lover's spat. Sparks have been sizzling between us since we met in that elevator, and now that I'm right next door, they're raging to a wildfire.
If you must know, I purposefully avoided looking at Nellie's blog today, but it sounds like she slathered it on thick. My voice goes higher than Celine Dion belting out the crescendo note in All by Myself. Nellie certainly has a big imagination. I fake a laugh.
Maybe,
He says nonchalantly. My heart drops through my ribcage and splatters onto the floor. I can't believe how disappointed I am right now to hear that one word. His eyes take on a devilish glint.
Or maybe not. What do you think?
Is he toying with me? The air holds its breath, waiting for me to answer. He's feeling me out to see if I have any romantic interest. The urge to throw caution to the wind is so strong that it nearly consumes me. My eyes have a mind of their own as they travel to his mouth. How would it be to kiss Memphis? Would I be consumed with passion? Amusement simmers in the depths of his liquid emerald gold eyes. With a jolt, I realize that he's studying me. Why do I get the uncanny feeling that he knows exactly what I'm thinking? I've got to say something to fix this. Fast. Otherwise, I'll be a goner. Swept out to sea by my traitorous attraction. I think you shouldn't believe everything you read in that gossip rag, I say lightly. Surprise blitzes over his expression.
Good one,
He drawls. Pleasure glows through my veins as we share a look. It occurs to me that I very much care what he thinks. My breath hitches when he touches my sore eye, caressing my skin with maddeningly light strokes. I've been lamenting the soreness of my eye all day, but right now it's the furthest thing from my mind. All I can think about is his touch and how it infuses heat into my skin.
I'm sorry,
He utters with such a depth of feeling that it nearly melts my heart to goo. It wasn't your fault, I croak before rushing on. I'm sorry about Beau.
He was doing what any good brother would, defending his sister's honor.
That's mighty big of you to say. It occurs to me that Memphis doesn't have a scratch on him. Had I not witnessed it, I never would have known he was in a fight. Maybe he really is Captain America. His nearness is intoxicating. He charges my cells with a wild energy that I thought only existed in romantic movies. Instinctively, my lips part as my breath comes faster. I know I should resist this, but I'm a fly caught in the web of a glorious spider whose colors are so brilliant that I can see only him. Desire deepens in Memphis's eyes, building with my own to a rapturous cloud that engulfs us. Then something shifts. He drops his hand from my eye and takes a step back. The sting of his rejection is so tangible that I can taste the acridness of it. Confusion washes over me. At the same time, heat splashes my face. I'm ticked at myself for coming across as desperate. If he'd kissed me, I would have let him. No, even worse, I would have kissed him back. Heck, I was 2 shakes away from flinging my arms around his neck and giving him a kiss to end all kisses. For all my self-talk about not giving in to temptation, I'm miserably weak. Why is he rejecting me? Is it because he doesn't want to get involved with someone who's recently divorced? That would be a smart move on his part. No good can ever come from being the rebound person. Or maybe he has other reasons. He could be involved with someone else. My heart deflates at that thought, taking the wind completely out of my sails. At this point, I'm dead in the water. He clears his throat before forcing a smile.
Shall we go?
Yep, I clip. It's good that Memphis put the brakes on, the rational part of my brain argues. He saved me from disaster. I don't need another problem in my already complicated life. I'll just go and grab my purse. I left it on the kitchen counter. What am I thinking? My car is parked in the garage. It would be dumb to go out the front door and then have to walk around. I keep my voice neutral. On second thought, it'll be easier for us both to go through the kitchen. My car is parked in the garage. I add. My voice sounds flat and dull in my own ears. I have half a mind to bolt out the front door and just keep running like Forrest Gump. Yeah, that only works in movies. This is my house. I can't just run away from it. Furthermore, Mom is expecting us for dinner. I'm surprised she's not calling already to find out why we're not there yet. Mom's philosophy is, if you're not 5 minutes early, you're late. If I were to run away right now, Memphis would know how much his rejection cut at me. One thing I'm good at is keeping up appearances. I lift my chin at the thought. His features brighten as a lopsided grin washes over his lips.
I have a better idea.
I plant my feet on the floor, my hand going to my hip. Oh, yeah? I'm pleased with how casual my voice is.
I'll drive.
In what? I think of the expensive motorcycle that I saw parked beside his trailer.
Don't worry, he says lightly. We'll get there in one piece.
The corners of my lips turn down. I don't think so. I'm not a biker girl. Even as I speak the words, my mind jeers that I'm speaking the obvious. Anyone looking at me would know that. His eyes sparkle with mirth, reminding me of scattered sunshine dancing on lush green leaves. It's neat how both our eyes are green, although his are more golden than mine. Is that a sign of fate throwing us together?
Don't knock it till you try it.
He gives me an intense look filled with a heat that melts through my bones and causes my knees to wobble. Memphis knocks me off kilter, like I no longer have any control over my emotions. It's a precarious spot to be in. I don't like it, not one little bit. He motions with his head.
Come on, what have you got to lose?
The adventure on his expression calls to me. It's getting harder and harder to keep the outrageous artist pinned in the box. She has a chisel in hand, chipping away. My hand goes up to touch my hair. I went to such pains to fix it. First I flat-ironed it and then went back and added loose curls with my curling iron. You know how older people know when it's fixing to storm because their joints start hurting? Well, I swear my body senses deep in my bones that I'm about to cross a great divide. If I give in to the outrageous artist, I might never get the gremlin back in the bag. I'll be toast for sure. Not waiting for me to answer, he strides to the door in smooth steps and opens it.
After you,
he says with a ceremonious flourish of his hand. I'm not getting on your bike, I assert, but I can feel my resolve giving way. I'm a pebble caught in the fury of a rushing river. Forget what I just said about not liking how Memphis makes me feel. That's baloney. A part of me thrills at it. Maybe that's why it scares me so much. So help me, I want to ride on his bike. I want speed. I want to feel the wind in my hair, to press my body up against his muscular back. Okay, enough already.
Time's a-wasting,
My brain fumbles for a way to stall. I don't have my purse. I guess I don't need it if I'm not going to drive. I could just take my phone and house keys. No, that won't work. I never go anywhere without my purse. I'm as bad as the Peanut character Linus with his trusty blanket. A girl never knows when she'll need to apply a fresh coat of lipstick or powder her nose.
Go get it. It'll be okay,
he assures me with a grin.
Trust me.
Those 2 words sink in my heart with such force that it steals my breath. Maybe that's the crux of the matter. I need someone I can trust. Right now, I need that more than I need to be proper and conventional. The outrageous artist takes full control and answers for me. Okay. He rewards me with a dazzling smile that displays his pearly white teeth. I could get lost in that smile. I am getting lost. Okay, this is awkward. I can't just stand here gawking at him. I can tell from his quirky expression and the way he's trying to snuff out his smile that he knows the effect he has on me. I force my feet into action. I scurry to the kitchen to get my purse. My brain is teeming with thoughts. I'm feverish. No, it's more like I have a steady drip of adrenaline flowing through my blood. My senses are so heightened that I hardly realize what I'm doing as I return to the foyer. We go out the door. I take several steps before remembering that I forgot to lock it. Oops! I toss him a quick smile as I turn and lock it. Memphis tucks his arm under my elbow and leads me over to his place. I'm sure the neighbors are watching, but that's the least of my worries right now. Mainly, I'm trying to figure out what it is about Memphis that lights my entire body on fire. Yes, he's handsome, but so is Tim. I was attracted to Tim in a normal sort of way, but this is something more. Something instinctual and all-consuming. I start talking to divert my attention to something other than Memphis. So, did you take a swim in your pool today? Sarcasm drips like syrup from my voice. His response is immediate.
Yep, I turned on the music and swam a few laps. It took me all of 2 minutes.
He turns and throws me a wry grin. In the evening sunlight, his hair resembles spun gold. Without the cowboy hat and boots, he reminds me more of a Greek statue than Clint Eastwood. He really is beautiful to look at. Ha ha, I say dryly. Why do you have the pool? His answer is matter of fact.
To torment you.
My eyes fly open wide as laughter rises in my throat. A sly grin slips over his lips. I can tell that he enjoys needling me.
It's for my niece and nephew.
He strides over to the bike, removes the helmet from the rearview mirror, and hands it to me.
Here you go.
I hate to take your helmet, I protest.
No, you don't,
he teases. I laugh. You're right. If I have to ride on this contraption, then I want to make darn sure that I have on a helmet. He shakes his head, grinning.
Just like a woman.
I slide the helmet over my head and fasten the strap. It's several sizes too big. I'm sure I look like a bobblehead doll with it on, but at least I'll be protected. Somewhat. He straddles the bike and takes hold of the handlebars. Now it's my turn. I don't know which unsettles me more, riding a motorcycle or being close to him. My purse strap slung over my shoulder, I heave my leg over the seat in what has to be the most ungraceful movement ever. I hope he's not paying attention. Tucking my purse by my side, I slide my arms around his lean, tight waist. Energy whooshes through me with enough force to jump-start a tractor. I wonder if Memphis feels it too. Surely all this attraction can't be one-sided.
What's the address?
For a second, my brain is a blank slate. Then I rouse into a working position as my tongue starts wagging. 56 Antioch Church Road. He plugs it into his GPS, starts the engine, and we are off. As we drive through the neighborhood, we pass Misty Campbell out working in her yard. She turns and gives us the stare down. I'm sure tongues will be wagging in comfort tonight. It occurs to me that right now, at this moment, I don't even care. People are going to talk regardless of what I do. I might as well have a little fun. Memphis goes at a respectable, rolling pace through the neighborhood.
Hang on,
he calls over his shoulder as he turns onto the main road. I don't have to be told twice. I hunker close to his back as he opens the throttle. The motorcycle lurches, and then we're flying. Chapter 8. Don't Eat the Mushrooms. When we pull into Mom's driveway, I'm still reeling from the adrenaline rush. I'm a teenager again, in a good way. I scramble off the motorcycle, remove the helmet, and run a hand through my tangled hair. God, I can only imagine how haggard I must look. Memphis looks past me, his eyes glimmering with amusement. What? I follow his trail of vision, trying to figure out what he sees.
This is your mom's place?
Yes, I answer warily.
It's a trailer.
He clicks his tongue.
There goes the neighborhood.
Eek. I want to shrink down to the size of a bug and crawl away. He's found me out. I'm the biggest hypocrite on the planet. Before I can articulate a response, he chuckles as he leans close, his warm breath tickling my skin.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. I won't tell your mom that you're a trailer snob.
I'm not a trailer snob. I guffaw, sweat popping out over the bridge of my nose. I would rather cut off my pinky finger than make my mom feel bad for living in a trailer.
Uh-huh.
He laughs. I swallow hard as I attempt to gather my thoughts, which are scattered ashes in a windstorm. I didn't mean to come across as a snot. I'm just worried about the reputation of my B&B. Guess we'll expect a certain environment.
You mean something other than an Airstream trailer and a plastic kiddie pool?
He searches my face with an exaggerated, wounded expression, but his eyes are dancing with a teasing light. Yeah, I admit, I'm such a louse. For most of my life, I've been looked down on because of the way I grew up. It stinks. Now I've done the same thing to him. I'm sorry, I sigh.
Does that mean that you're okay with me being next door?
I blink, not sure how to answer. Honesty is always the best policy. You, yes. My voice trails off.
But,
he raises an eyebrow. My spine goes stiff as I look him in the eye. But there are more things to consider here than my personal feelings. I have a business to run. My voice catches. It's my livelihood. I blow out a breath as my words come out through gritted teeth. Can we just shelve this for now? He studies me for what seems like an eternity before nodding. I hand him the helmet and push my purse strap higher up on my shoulder. As he places the helmet over the rearview mirror, a wicked thought circles through my brain. Maybe it's the motorcycle ride that makes me bold, or maybe it's the fact that I don't appreciate Memphis calling me on the carpet about the trailer. At any rate, it's time to turn the tables and put me back in the driver's seat. I make a point of looking at the trailer. The corners of my lips droop in a deep frown. You sure you're up for this? I straighten my shoulders and adopt the determined expression of one about to accomplish an impossible task. He gives me a quizzical look.
Ready for what?
Dinner, of course.
Should I be worried?
His mouth quirks with humor. Petrified, I say, straight-faced. The last guy I brought home ended up getting carried out in a pine box. I lower my voice. Word to the wise, don't eat the mushrooms. It's fun to watch indecision flit over his handsome face. I can no longer contain my laughter. It breaks from my lips in a snigger. Just kidding.
Well, what do you know? Beneath that Barbie doll facade, there's a sense of humor in there after all.
My voice rises. I'm not sure if I should be flattered or insulted by that comment. He grins broadly.
Don't dish it out unless you can take it.
His expression lights with humor as we lock eyes. Currents of awareness stir through my stomach. My breath comes faster. His gaze goes to my lips, and I wonder if he's contemplating kissing me. This time I'm the one who breaks the spell by stepping back. Never again will I fall into the trap of throwing myself at him. Technically, I refrained earlier so I can still hold my head up. Yikes. It's scary how close I came to giving in to my base desires. The trailer door flies open as Mom sticks her head out.
Are y'all coming inside sometime this millennium?
Her tone is disgruntled, but her eyes are shimmering with laughter. I swear she can see right through me. She knows I have a huge crush on Memphis Stetson. There, I've admitted it. See, I can be as self-aware as the next person. Maybe now that I've identified the problem, I can rise above it.
I hope y'all are hungry,
Mom says.
Starving,
Memphis grins.
Good, we're having mushroom and Swiss cheeseburgers.
Memphis's eyes fly open wide at the word mushroom. A cackle slips from my throat. I place a hand over my mouth to stifle it. Mom's gaze moves from me to Memphis.
What am I missing?
Nothing, I say quickly. More laughter presses against my throat. I swallow it back down with a gulp.
Come on in.
Mom makes a wide sweep with her arm before darting back inside. Memphis steps next to me, places his hand on the small of my back, and navigates me to the trailer. The gesture is so casual that he might have done it 1,000 times before. However, for me, something significant is happening. Aside from the fact that my entire body is thrilling at his touch, being with him feels natural. The burgers smell amazing, causing my stomach to rumble. Mom makes the best mushroom and Swiss burgers on the planet. It's her signature dish. I suspected it was what she would make, hence the comment about the mushrooms. Beau is lounging on the recliner. Mom swats his leg.
Lower that thing so Pen and Memphis can get by.
With a grunt, he pushes the lever to release the footrest and sits up straight. His expression is a thundercloud waiting to spill.
I'll just mosey on into the kitchen and finish up,
Mom says as she trots over to the stove. Do you need any help? I always help Mom prepare meals. We work side by side as a team. Mom waves a hand.
I've got it. You go and sit down.
There's a crafty sparkle in her eyes. I've got her number. She's playing matchmaker, trying to fix me up with Memphis. It boggles my mind that Mom has already decided she likes him. She couldn't stand Tim. That's really no surprise. I can count on one hand the number of times Tim came with me to visit. And those rare times when I managed to drag him along, he was miserable and detached. Memphis and I pick our way past Beau and sit down on the couch. I try to view the space through Memphis's eyes. The living room is small. Mom doesn't have a single decorating bone in her entire body. I've offered to help spruce up the place, but she likes it the way it is. The mid-tone gray microfiber couch is super comfortable but worn. The glass-top coffee table was a yard sale find that would have been the height of style in the early 90s. The pictures on the wall are a mishmash of Beau and me at various ages, with several of my unframed landscape canvases thrown in. Looking at the landscapes, I can reconstruct the pattern of my artistic journey, and how, thankfully, my skills improved. My first ones are rudimentary, but Mom insists on keeping them. It's proof of how hard work, dedication, and persistence pay off, she says. I can only hope that Mom is right. I need all the success I can get for the B&B.
Nice shiner,
Bo says dryly, looking at my eye. Nice swollen lip. I bite back a smile. Bo is tough as nails, but he certainly didn't fare as well as Memphis did in the fight. Then again, Memphis boxes for exercise. The altercation was probably a walk in the park for him. Memphis sits so close that our knees are nearly touching. I consider scooting away from him, but that would make things awkward. Casually, he slides his arm along the back of the couch to rest behind my shoulders. Maybe he doesn't mean anything by it, but the closeness to him revs up my cells. I've got to get a handle on this idiotic attraction thing. Bo scrunches his brows.
So, it's true? The two of you are a thing?
No! I explode, my face flaming. I turn to Memphis, who's grinning from ear to ear. I shove his arm. Stop with the shenanigans already. Tell him the truth. He chuckles.
This feels oddly familiar.
My brows knit. What do you mean? This is a trap. I can sense it. His voice is as light as it is playful.
We keep finding ourselves in this situation where you feel the need to explain that we're not together.
We're not. I turn to Bo. We're not. I repeat for good measure. Now Bo is grinning and so is Mom. They're smiling like two fat cats who just gulped down prize-winning canaries. What? I nearly shout.
Methinks thou dost protest too much, little sis,
Bo chides.
Uh-huh,
Mom agrees, turning from the stove and perching a hand on her hip.
It's okay, Memphis teases. Your secret's safe with me.
Nothing I say will change their minds, so I just shake my head. But I'm not done with Memphis. I shoot him a blistering glare. You're enjoying this, aren't you? His eyes rain laughter.
Only because you're so quick to rise to the bait.
He's right, honey, Mom adds. She looks at Memphis. I keep telling her that she needs to let her hair down and stop taking herself so seriously. I clamp my lips together in tight lines. Memphis removes his arm from the back of the couch and leans forward, shifting his attention to Bo.
About what happened last night.
Bo grimaces.
I'm sorry, man.
He rubs a hand across his forehead.
I shouldn't have jumped the gun.
He motions.
I saw Pen's eye, and after what happened with her doofus ex-husband, well, I guess I'm a little overprotective.
My first instinct is that I don't want Bo blabbing about the divorce to Memphis. No, wait. If Memphis has been reading Nellie's wretched blog, then he already knows everything. Your overprotectiveness didn't just come from my divorce, I spout to Bo. It started when I was born. A sprig of tenderness sprouts in my chest. Bo is impulsive, but I'm glad he's my big brother and that he loves me enough to care.
No hard feelings,
Memphis says easily.
We're good.
He and Bo size one another up as silent information passes between them.
Yeah, we're good.
Bo finally agrees, his shoulders relaxing. Good, Mom inserts. Now that we have that settled, let's eat. We gather around the square table that seats 4. Mom has pulled out all the stops. There's potato salad, baked beans, coleslaw, and a platter of fresh veggies for the burgers. The ripe red tomatoes are fresh from her garden. My mouth waters. Mom is a fabulous cook. She comes from old Southern stock and feels the need to feed the whole countryside.
Thanks for having me over,
Memphis begins.
It looks delicious.
His eyes meet mine.
I'm a big fan of mushrooms.
A giggle bubbles in my throat. Thankfully, I manage to swallow it back down. I hide my amusement by looking down at my plate. "Let us pray," Mom says ceremoniously. She looks at Memphis. "Will you do us the honor?" He blinks in surprise.
Sure.
Mom reaches for Bo and Memphis's hands. Bo grabs my hand. I take the plunge next and reach for Memphis's hand. His touch is light and warm. We bow our heads as Memphis prays. The words flow effortlessly from his lips, and I can tell that he has a relationship with God. His prayer is simple and from the heart. He offers thanks for Mom and her efforts in cooking the meal. He expresses gratitude for the freedoms we enjoy through living in the United States. He asks for a blessing to rest over the home and over all of us. He closes the prayer with a hearty Amen. Just before he releases my hand, he gives it a slight squeeze. Trembles zip through my skin. No one can argue that Memphis is impressive on a physical level. That's all well and good, but the superficial will only take a person so far. I fell for Tim because, on the surface, he was everything I thought I ever wanted. Tim's a shiny sports car that looks like a gazillion bucks on the outside. However, when you start poking around under the hood, you realize that the engine needs some work. I know very little about Memphis's engine, his likes, his experiences, what makes him tick. However, it's refreshing to meet a God-fearing man who has the humility to express gratitude through a sincere prayer. The contrast between him and Tim is staggering. The more time I spend away from Tim, the more I come to realize that I excused much of his behavior. Shame on me. I was determined to make the wrong shoe fit by wearing it until my foot could no longer feel the pain. Had Tim not wanted a divorce, I would have put up with his crap for the rest of my life. A shiver runs through me. What would have happened when Tim and I had children? Would they have ended up as pompous and self-serving as Tim? Probably. "Dig in," Mom encourages, breaking me out of my thoughts. We pass bowls around, filling our plates. Silence drifts between us. The only sounds are the clinking of the serving spoons against the bowls and plates. Before things can get too awkward, Mom comes to the rescue. "How's the remodel going?" "Pretty good. The plumber fixed all the issues. That's one more thing I can check off my list. I'm painting the kitchen cabinets a little at a time. Next week, I've got a guy coming to give me an estimate on doing epoxy on the countertops. After that's done, I'll shift my focus to the fine-tuning of accessorizing and making sure all the bathrooms are stocked with towels, toiletries, etc." I grin inwardly when Mom's eyes glaze. She's no more interested in the remodel than a goose. She cares about me, of course, but decorating is not her cup of tea. Beau's attention is solely fixed on his food. He's a man's man to the core, the epitome of a tough firefighter. He'd rather poke his eyeball out with a dull fork rather than listen to me drone on about decorating. While Mom's food is to die for, there are plenty of places Beau would rather be on his night off. Namely, either out with his buddies or on a date with one of his many female admirers. Beau is one of the hotties in comfort. Aside from his devil-may-care attitude, which drives the girls crazy, he has these piercing blue eyes that can see into your soul. I would kill for those eyes. I can't count the number of times girls have tried to befriend me over the years just to get close to my older brother. When I was a senior in high school, Miss Cloud, my English teacher, laughed, telling me about a conversation she'd overheard some of the girls in her class having. "If Beau were a piece of chicken, he'd be finger-licking good." Gee, thanks, Miss Cloud, for that lovely visual. At the moment, Beau is wolfing down his burger.
"What?"
he grumbles, feeling me watching him. Beau's eyes spark like he's ready to fight. My brother has a fuse shorter than a buzz cut. The two of us are always arguing. It's how we communicate. I scoff in disgust. Slow down, man. For goodness sakes, chew and swallow. It's not like your food's gonna jump up and run away. A caveman has better manners. Yeah, I'm coming down hard on Beau, but I don't want Memphis to think we're a bunch of Neanderthals. Beau taunts me with a smile before looking at Memphis.
Don't let Miss Perfect fool you. Just because she's eating like a bird in front of you doesn't mean that she can't put away some chocolate-iced, cream-filled donuts.
That's not true, I cut in. Okay, it might be somewhat true. A girl's gotta have a few guilty pleasures. Amusement shimmers in Memphis's eyes as he grins.
So donuts are the key to your heart?
Not hardly, I laugh. It'll take more than donuts.
Good to know,
Memphis utters. Yikes! What the heck is happening here? I look at Mom from across the table. The expression on her face says it all. She has already married me off to Memphis, and the ink on my divorce papers hasn't even had time to dry. Mercifully, Memphis changes the subject.
Going back to the epoxy, that's a good option. I have a buddy who does epoxy work. He can make countertops look like granite.
For a fraction of the cost, I add.
Sure enough,
Beau purses his lips.
Maybe I should get someone to give me an estimate on my kitchen. I'm sick of my Formica countertops.
I've been trying to talk Beau into redoing his Harvest Gold countertops for years. When the guy comes to do my estimate, I can give him your name and number, I offer. Beau nods.
Sounds great.
Memphis picks up his burger and takes a large bite. He has already eaten half of it, whereas I've only taken a few bites. I knew I wouldn't be able to concentrate on eating with Memphis here. After he chews and swallows, he looks at Mom.
This is excellent.
Her expression goes buttery soft. Thanks. Memphis is a charmer. I can add that to his ever-growing list of qualities. He's right, of course. The burger is outstanding. So is the potato salad.
The mushrooms are excellent,
Memphis adds. I startle before a chortle slurps through my lips. Memphis and I meet eyes and share the moment. A befuddled expression washes over Mom.
What's with y'all and mushrooms?
Beau looks up from his plate, his eyes gleaming mischief.
Y'all are now sharing inside jokes? Interesting.
I kick Beau under the table.
Ouch!
He yelps.
She kicked me,
he complains to Mom. She ignores him, keeping her eyes pinned on me. The mushrooms? She prompts. Crumb. I scramble to come up with a response that will satisfy Mom. Mom takes her cooking seriously and won't be amused with my joke of us carrying out the last guy I brought home in a pine box after eating her food. My panic must be broadcasting over my face because Memphis comes to my aid.
My mom makes an amazing chicken marsala. I was just telling Pen on the way over how much I miss her thick, creamy mushroom sauce.
He grins.
Then, surprise, surprise, mushrooms are on the menu.
A pleased smile overtakes Mom's face. That's fantastic. Beau's eyebrows shoot up in amusement.
So you were talking about chicken marsala while you were riding over on the bike?
His voice drips in doubt. I'd like to give my brother a knuckle sandwich. Wipe that smug expression off his face. For your information, we talked about it before we got on the bike, I retort and then wince inwardly. Good grief, I'm acting like I'm 12. I need to stop letting Beau get my goat. No matter how old we get, we go right back to how we were as kids. Mom swats Beau's arm. Quit being so argumentative. And annoying. I shove Beau's other arm.
Just keeping you honest, little sis.
Ignore him. My mind shouts as the words fly out of my mouth. What's that supposed to mean?
I think you know,
Bo says with a sly smile. He makes a point of looking at Memphis. His tone goes musing.
I've never put much stock in that baloney Nellie writes, but maybe she's more on track than I realized.
I could pummel my brother right now. Bo, Mom exclaims, you could argue with a stump. Stop tormenting your sister. Her hand goes up to smooth her hair before she turns to Memphis and slips into hostess mode. Tell us more about yourself. You're from Texas and came here to be close to your sister and her family. I don't know Trudy well, but she seems like a nice person. He wipes his mouth with a napkin before settling back in his chair.
Trudy's great.
The affection in his tone speaks volumes. Memphis is close to his sister. As much as I hate the tackiness of his kiddie pool, it's impressive that he would care enough to get it for his nephew and niece. Trudy's husband, Judd, manages a car dealership in Mobile, is that right?
Yes, that's why they moved to Alabama. They initially looked at houses in Mobile, but Trudy likes the small-town flavor of comfort.
Mom is pleased with that answer. I can understand that. What type of work do you do?
Data analytics. I help clients with their online marketing. Sounds like you can work from anywhere,
Bo pipes in.
As long as I have decent internet.
Do you plan on staying in Comfort? Mom's voice is casual, but interest kindles on her expression. My breath catches as I also wait for the answer.
Trudy hopes I'll stay,
he answers diplomatically.
I guess time will tell.
He shrugs. The full picture fits together. Memphis isn't living in an Airstream trailer because he can't afford to get a house. He's a free-spirited wanderer who doesn't want to be tied down. The thought of him picking up and moving away makes me feel alarmingly unsettled. Good grief. I'm a mess. I want him next door, but I want it on my terms. Is that so terrible? It's not like I'm asking much. Why can't he just build a house in keeping with the neighborhood? Then the problem would be solved. The longer you remain in Comfort, the more you'll come to learn that our town offers certain charms that you won't find anywhere else, Mom answers as she looks straight at me. Seriously? Could she be any more overt? My face scalds hotter than a second-degree burn, especially when I see the flash of amusement in Memphis's eyes. Pen has an important event coming up this weekend, Mom says. I blink, my voice going squeaky. I do? Mom gives me a funny look that suggests I'm losing it. She speaks as though she's spouting off a well-known fact, like how 2 + 2 = 4. Yeah, the Viaduct dinner at the country club. It's crazy how fast fury streaks through me. I can't believe Mom thinks I would actually attend that dinner after all that happened. I'm not going, I grumble. I'm the one who masterminded the dinner and worked it out so that we could have it at the country club. It was supposed to be a celebration of us, the Ladies of Comfort Preservation Society, exceeding our goal for the money raised. A rendering of the plans for the viaduct will be revealed by Danny Floyd and his architectural firm. Now I want nothing to do with it. The whole thing is a cruel reminder of how everything has been ripped from me. You have to go, Mom counters. Why is Mom doing this right now, in front of Memphis? It's all I can do to keep my voice even as I answer, No, I don't have to go. Jutting out my chin, I look her in the eye. The snarky part of me can't resist getting in a jab. I grunt out a brittle laugh. I don't know why you're so concerned about the dinner anyway. You think social events are a big wasted time. She doesn't so much as flinch. You bet I do, she fires back. Normally I would tell you not to waste your time casting your pearls before swine. But that never seemed to bother you before. Bo makes a sputtering sound like he's fighting back laughter. Memphis looks down at his plate like he's uncomfortable. I crumble my napkin in my fist. Let's not talk about this right now. I cut my eyes at Memphis. Mom doesn't skip a beat. This isn't about some piddly dinner. This is about you and your future. You're putting everything you have into your bed and breakfast. It's vital for you to maintain a good reputation in the community. She pauses, giving me a meaningful look. If you don't show your face now, you never will. Mom's words slash through me like a knife. My eyes collect moisture as I blink. The only outings I've been on lately are to the grocery store. That's hard enough. Every time I step foot out of the house, people watch my every move. I'm forced to relive the humiliation of Tim's betrayal and rejection. All those so-called friends that I served alongside on various committees have made themselves scarce. If it weren't for my true friends, Albany, Blakely, and Skeet, I don't know what I would do. Mom and Bo are always in my corner. I know she's right. I do need to go to the dinner. But how am I supposed to drum up the courage? Especially with all the rumors flying around with Nellie's blog. And my black eye. No way can I go to the dinner looking like a freak. I really don't think now is the best time to talk about this. Mom refuses to be quelled. You know in your gut that the best way to combat Viola Norwood and her group is to face them head on. So now you're saying that I have a gut? I joke, trying to diffuse the tension. Mom just looks at me with her steely eyes that could laser through a brick wall. I push out a long breath, my voice going flat. Look, I get where you're coming from. I know I need to show my face, but I'm not ready. My voice dribbles off. It's all I can do to push back the shelf of tears pressing against my eyes. Memphis turns to me, his expression thoughtful.
What if I go with you?
What? I croak with a half laugh.
I'll go with you,
he repeats. A ginormous smile fills Mom's face. That would be fantastic! No, it wouldn't. I shoot her an annoyed look before shifting my attention to Memphis. I appreciate what you're trying to do. I pause to collect my thoughts. But with all the gossip flying around about us, I don't think it would be good for the two of us to be seen together. His eyes glitter with mirth.
Are you embarrassed to be seen with me?
No, I stutter. It has nothing to do with you. That's only partly true, but no sense in splitting hairs right now. I can't go out in public looking like this. I touch my eye.
Sure you can,
Memphis asserts.
You're beautiful.
I blink, realizing what he just said. You're beautiful. It's astounding the power those two little words hold as they settle a glow in my chest. Mom and Bo can see right through me, which is why I refuse to look at either of them. They know the truth. Despite my best intentions to keep my emotions tucked safely away, I'm falling for Memphis Stetson. Hard and fast. This isn't like me. At all. Memphis continues.
As for the gossip, people are already talking about us. What's it gonna hurt for them to see us at dinner together?
An incredulous laugh gurgles in my throat. He makes a good point. We were just seen riding through the neighborhood on his bike. You're crazy, I say admiringly, shaking my head. A lopsided grin pulls at his lips.
I've been called worse.
His arresting green-gold eyes hold mine.
Will you go to the dinner with me?
He phrases the question as though I would be doing him a favor by going. I can't get over how comfortable Memphis is in his own skin. He obviously doesn't care a rip about what anyone in this town thinks of him. What I would give to be more like him.
Don't leave the man hanging,
Bo pipes in. A grin pulls at my lips. Okay, I'll go. Good, Mom sighs.
It's a date,
Memphis murmurs, rewarding me with a smile so dazzling that I feel like I'm being transported to the sun. I have no idea what I'll wear, or how I'll manage to get through the dinner sitting a few tables away from Tim, his parents, and Strawberry Lingerfelt.
You got this,
Memphis says as if reading my thoughts. We share a smile. Then an interesting thing happens. Suddenly, I don't feel as weak or helpless. So help me. Black eye and all, I'm going to that blasted dinner. Time does a weird shift thing. Even though I'm just getting to know Memphis, I feel as though I've known the essence of him since the beginning of my existence. His adventure, his charisma, his goodness, even his recklessness call to my soul. Don't ask me how I know this, because it makes no rational sense. As surely as I'm sitting here in this chair, something whispers that with Memphis Stetson by my side, there's nothing I can't do. Chapter 9. Don't you dare take my tickets. Despite the black eye, I feel pretty in my new curve-hugging black dress that I bought at Albany's adorable boutique. Mom may think I'm too skinny, but I like my sleek new look. I'm getting back to my old self, whatever that means. No wonder Albany's boutique is a success. The picture of high style, it's still cozy and welcoming. Albany and her mom have the business of running a boutique down to a science. Albany's time spent in New York served her well, and Sable has a silver tongue that can finesse the most obstinate customer into buying. They gave me the royal treatment. There was one little hiccup that took place when Strawberry came waltzing into the boutique, looking for a necklace to match her dress. It's the first time I've seen Strawberry in person since the night I caught her in my bed with Tim. Normally, I'm a sensible person, but I was 2 steps away from rushing over and pulling her hair out. Albany was right there with me. Her expression turned 3 shades of red, and she muttered something about throwing Strawberry out of the boutique. However, Sable, who's the epitome of a Southern belle, traipsed over and waited on Strawberry with efficiency and grace. No one watching Sable would have had the slightest clue that she doesn't like Strawberry. However, her true feelings bubbled to the surface shortly after Strawberry left.
I'm sorry about that, Sable sighed. Strawberry is pretty enough, I suppose, but there's very little going on upstairs if you get my drift.
Somehow I don't think Tim was attracted to her brains, I snipped. Sable's eyes blazed with a ferocity that surprised me.
I know the divorce has been tough, but for the record you're coming out on top. Albany has told me all about your cowboy. He seems like he's head and shoulders above that spoiled brat you were married to.
Oh, he is, Albany said heartily. I tried telling them both the same worn-out phrase I've been repeating to my family and myself. Memphis and I aren't a couple. Even to my own ears, the words lacked conviction. Finally, I just shut up. My thoughts return to the present as I steal a glance at Memphis. My gaze traces the defined line of his lean jaw. I've never seen a man look as good in a tux. With his curls gelled and tamed, he looks strikingly similar to Matthew McConaughey. From the moment Memphis picked me up at my house, I don't think my feet have touched the ground. I keep replaying the appreciative look that flashed into his eyes when he saw me and how he uttered,
"You look fantastic."
My eye is still black around the edges and bloodshot, but thank goodness the swelling has gone down some. I wore my hair down to help hide my eye. Also, I didn't want to be reminded of how my hairdresser had wound my hair in that stodgy updo the night my life imploded. Memphis throws me a sidelong grin.
"How you doing?"
Good, I reply casually, clasping my hands in my lap. The truth is that I couldn't be more nervous. If I had to choose between bathing in a bathtub of snakes and going to this dinner, I'd pick the first. I know what's coming. We'll be surrounded by plenty of poisonous vipers tonight, hiding behind their designer dresses and flaunting pouting smiles, glitzed in the latest subtle shades of blush lipstick. Memphis grasps the wheel.
Do you feel that?
He turns the wheel sharply, causing us to weave back and forth in a jerky motion. My stomach drops like a bowling ball hurled from a 10-story building. What? I gasp, catching hold of the oh sheesh handle hanging from the roof.
You have a low tire, the back right one.
I sputter out a laugh. All that for a low tire? We're in my car and Memphis is driving us to the country club. There was no way under the sun that I was riding to the dinner on Memphis's bike and getting my hair blown to bits. So we opted to take my car. Memphis insisted on driving, so I let him. I'd much rather ride than drive any day of the week.
Do you have a tire gauge?
Should I? He laughs.
I'll take it to a tire shop tomorrow and have them take a look at it.
Thanks, I say in surprise. You don't have to do that.
I know,
he answers simply. What I would give for a drink of water right now. I swallow to try and generate some moisture into my parched throat. I really appreciate you coming to this with me tonight, I begin. My voice is a little hoarse. The reason my throat is so dry is because all my hydration is coming out in the form of a sticky sweat. If Beau were here, he'd say my hands are slicker than pig snot on an ice cube. Ew. Why did I think about that right now? I need to channel my brain toward classier thoughts. I'm not that wild urchin running around town barefooted. I'm a grown woman with culture. I turn my attention to the glittering black dress. It fits me the way a dress should. Not too loose, not too tight. At least this go-around, I won't have to worry about busting out of it. The Dolce & Gabbana designer dress was a splurge. I've never worn anything so chic or sophisticated. The thin fabric is soft and silky against my skin. I got the dress for a steal. Even though I put up a fuss, Albany sold it to me for a fraction of the retail price. Basically, I used the reimbursement money from my green dress that the dry cleaners lost. Albany knew how much money I had tucked aside to pay for the dress, so she priced it accordingly. Then, as if that weren't generous enough, she threw in a new pair of shoes and silver and black dangly earrings. She really is too good to me. I'm grateful to be able to call her my friend. I jump like I've been buzzed by a taser when Memphis reaches for my hand. Both embarrassment and awareness pulse through my veins at the same time. A shaky laugh scratches my throat. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. He's probably grossed out by my sweaty palm.
Your hand is ice.
I know. I'm also sweating buckets beneath my armpits. No sense in pointing that out. Thankfully, no one will notice since the dress is black. As we drive through the massive iron-gated entrance of the country club, Memphis lets out a low whistle as he takes in the Tudor-style country club, perched like a proud castle on a green, sloping hill.
This is fancy. I think we must have left comfort and gone to Texas.
Nah, I counter with a grin. It's too green to be Texas.
Hey, he protests. East Texas is as green as can be.
His voice lilts with humor.
You know what they say, everything is bigger and better in Texas.
I believe it. I clip and then realize what I've said. Oops, heat blowtorches over my face. Easy laughter flows from his lips.
Pen, did you just give me a compliment?
He links his fingers through mine. My heart thrills at the close contact. But this time what I feel is more than mere attraction. There's a connection between Memphis and me. It's as real and powerful as electricity. I'm not sure where it's coming from or why it came on so quickly. It's just there, burning as bright and hot as the midday sun in June. He gives me a questioning look. I suppose I did, I sigh as I throw him an impish grin. Your ego definitely qualifies as being bigger.
Hey,
He groans, but he knows that I'm teasing. It's interesting. I never joked much with Tim because he couldn't take it. But with Memphis, the banter comes naturally. Maybe it's because I feel so comfortable around Memphis. With Tim, I always felt like I was walking on eggshells. Everything was a compromise, right down to where to live or what food to have for dinner. I assumed that the more I gave in and sacrificed, the stronger our marriage would become. Dumb me. I failed to realize a critical element. It takes two to make a marriage work. Having my hand joined with Memphis's fills me with comfortable security. And yet Memphis thrills me so. 1,000 thoughts race through my mind all at once. What does he like to eat? What are his hopes and dreams? What is his family like? I'm burning to know everything about him. My questions will have to wait until after the dinner, however, because we have arrived. He pulls the car up to the valet, a pimply-faced teenage boy dressed in khaki pants and a white dress shirt. The valet opens the door for Memphis and hands him a ticket. A second later, Memphis goes around, opens my door, and helps me out of the car. My stomach is tied in knots, and I feel like I could throw up. I haven't eaten hardly anything today because I've been too keyed up. It's catching up with me. My legs are weak. Do I have the strength to go in there and face all those people? Can I face Tim, Viola, and Bart? I don't feel so great, I say to Memphis as he leads me up the steps to the front entrance. I pause on the stoop beside the monstrous double doors. I don't think I can do this. My tongue darts over my lips as I look longingly at the valet. Maybe we should go back. Determination flicks in Memphis's eyes.
oh no, we're going in.
My spine stiffens like a cat thrown into a tub of ice water. You're not the boss of me, I harumph.
That may be true, but I promised your mom that I wouldn't let you weasel out of this.
His jaw hardens to stone.
One way or another, we're going in.
A thin smile overtakes his lips.
So what's it gonna be? Do we walk in arm in arm, or do I carry you?
An incredulous laugh rises in my throat. Okay, Clint Eastwood, this isn't some western where you throw the damsel over your shoulder and haul her off on a horse.
Don't give me any ideas.
His eyes take on a smolder that stirs ribbons of heat through my stomach, making me forget for a moment about the viper den we're about to enter.
I wouldn't mind carrying you off,
he murmurs.
But first, we've got to see this through.
My hand goes to my hip. Since when have you been talking to my mom?
She called me today.
What? My brows bunch. How did she get your number? There's no telling what Mom told Memphis. Probably that I was desperate and that he should take pity on me.
Trudy gave it to her.
For a second, I'm at a loss for words. What else did my mom tell you? Just wait till this dinner's over. Mom's gonna get an earful. An evasive grin curves his lips.
Wouldn't you like to know?
He taunts. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Margaret Watson and her husband, Bill, coming up the steps. Margaret and I worked closely together on the viaduct project. We meet glances. Out of habit, I offer her a warm smile of acknowledgement. She has the audacity to smirk before sticking her nose in the air. That's all it takes for my fear to dissolve. Poker-hot anger takes its place. This is my town. I've more than earned the right to be at this dinner. Had I not worked my tail off, there would be no viaduct renovation or dinner. It's time I stopped cowering in the shadows. I'm ready to take the stage. If people don't like it, then they'd better get out of my way. I lift my chin. Let's do this.
You got it.
Admiration flicks over Memphis's handsome face as he links his arm through mine. All eyes are riveted on us as we move through the foyer. I've never been more grateful to have Memphis by my side. No doubt plenty of people are looking at my black eye and wondering if Memphis actually hit me. Maybe this will teach them not to believe everything they read in Nellie's blog. Something Albany often says flashes through my mind. The worse you feel, the higher the heels. Amen, sister, my brain shouts. My heels are certainly high tonight. Hey, you, a woman says as she touches my arm. She's wearing black slacks and a white button-down short-sleeved shirt. It's my good friend Skeet. She manages the local bakery on Main Street, but does catering on the side for extra money. I got her this event. She looks me up and down. Wow, you look like $1,000,000. She winces. Well, except for the shiner. Does it hurt? Not so much anymore. Albany told me what happened. Yikes, I'm sorry.
We're still on speaking terms,
Memphis interjects glibly. Skeet goes googly-eyed as a grin wobbles over her lips. Hey, she gushes, her cheeks going pink. It's nice to meet the cowboy in person. She makes air quotes with her fingers. Skeet has always been a sucker for good-looking guys. When she gets nervous, she gets goofy, and her words come out wrong. Skeet's dad is from Mexico, and her mom is from Comfort. Petite with long, wavy hair that goes naturally blonde on the ends, Skeet is one of the most beautiful people I know, inside and out. I do the introductions. Memphis, this is Skeet, one of my closest friends. Skeet, this is Memphis.
I've heard so much about you, slugger.
She does a semi-snort, which she tries to cover up with a laugh as she balls her fist and punches him lightly on the arm.
Sounds like you knocked her up good.
Memphis's jaw drops.
I'm sorry?
Knocked her out, Skeet blurts, her face flaming red. That's what I meant to say. Seeing Memphis's befuddled expression, I translate. She's referring to how you were boxing when you jabbed me with your elbow. Skeet's voice goes juicy.
That's not all I heard about you.
Oh? Memphis asks in amusement as he looks at me.
I hope the rest was good.
Mostly good, Skeet chuckles. Memphis muses.
I guess I'll take that.
Skeet clucks her tongue as her eyes dance with mischief. This girl here sings like a parrot. You mean like a canary? I correct. She makes a face. You know what I meant. I shake my head, grinning. Cut it out, Skeet. You know I haven't been jabbering about Memphis. Memphis slides an arm around my shoulders.
It's okay,
he jokes.
You can admit that you've been talking about me.
Before I can articulate any type of response, Skeet's eyes widen. Actually, it wasn't her. Albany's the one who's been jabbering about you. She thinks it's about dang time that Penn traded in her old clunker for a shiny new model. Her eyes flick over Memphis. I'm inclined to agree. My face splashes with heat. I give Skeet a look that says, put a sock in your big, fat mouth.
Who's Albany?
Memphis asks with a puzzled expression. Skeet looks surprised. He hasn't met Albany yet? No, not yet, I answer. You're in for a treat, Skeet giggles. Albany and Gavin are already in the ballroom. Their table is up near the front, in the center. They're saving y'all seats. Oh, good. It's a relief to know that we can sit with friendly faces. Skeet's catering the dinner. Her food is amazing. Gee, thanks. she says with a coquettish expression.
I have a lot to be desired.
The corners of Memphis's lips quiver. You mean you lack a lot to be desired? I ask.
Whatever,
she guffaws, rolling her eyes.
Let's hope you still feel the same way after you eat the food.
Skeet sighs.
Hope Jenkins normally helps, but her daughter has strep throat. I had to pull someone else in at the last minute.
She looks past us into the ballroom.
I'd better get back to it.
A smile stretches from ear to ear.
It was nice meeting you, Memphis.
She makes a point of looking at me and batting her eyes.
I'm sure we'll be seeing lots more of you.
For sure, Memphis pipes in. The certainty of his voice sends a warm thrill through me. Good luck tonight. Skeet lowers her voice. The she-wolves are sharpening their claws. I don't doubt it, I say dryly. Skeet winks. You've got this. With that, she hurries away.
She seems nice,
Memphis observes. She's a mess, I chuckle. We've been friends since we were kids.
Who's Albany?
My best friend.
Ah, the bestie,
he drawls.
She's the one I need to impress.
I reply with a glib, she'll love you, just like everyone else. He searches my face.
Are you including yourself in that list?
I start blinking a mile a minute. He laughs easily.
You don't have to answer that.
Something inside of me snaps together, making me feel somewhat whole again. I don't mind answering. I meet his gaze. Yes. Despite me charging over and attacking him about his trailer and the plastic pool, Memphis has been nothing but kind to me. He didn't have to come with me tonight, and yet he's here, standing by my side and offering a world of support. He doesn't look like a cowboy tonight. He's as debonair and elegant as any movie star I've seen on the big screen or on TV. I had no idea he even owned a tux. This one doesn't look like a rental. It fits him too perfectly. A beautiful smile overtakes his lips, crinkling the edges of his eyes. My breath catches in the back of my throat as we share a long look. My gaze goes to his lips, wondering if he'll kiss me tonight. Get a grip, Penelope. I can't think about kissing at a time like this, no matter how easy Memphis is on the eyes. He motions with his head.
Shall we go in and get seated?
I take in a deep breath. Let's do it. I'm ready to face down those she-wolves, starting with Viola. Let me get our tickets, I say as I reach into my purse and grab my phone. They're electronic. To my knowledge, this is the first time that any charitable organization in Comfort has ever had an event where electronic tickets were used. This was my brainchild, and I'm quite proud of that fact. I pull up the tickets as we go over to Joe Ellen, who's manning the gates, so to speak, and checking tickets. There has never been any love lost between Joe Ellen Clayton and me. Not only did she have a huge crush on Tim back in high school, but she's also one of Viola's groupies. Hello, I say pleasantly. No, I don't like Joe Ellen, but I'm Southern and can shuck and jive with the best of them. Penelope, she coos in a syrupy voice. Don't you look lovely? A frown drapes over her mouth. I'm sorry about the black eye. A lady should be careful about the company she keeps. She gives Memphis a reproving look. The hair on the back of my neck stands at attention. It's all I can do to keep my smile hitched over my face. Nothing to be sorry about. It was an accident. Memphis steps closer and slides his arm around my waist. The gesture sends my cells swirling. I hold out my phone so Joe Ellen can scan the tickets. She does so and frowns. This ticket has already been used. Both of them have, actually. A heat wave flushes through my body with the force of a tsunami. That's impossible. I purchased them. I level a glare at Joellen. Right after I set up the system. See, this is why I was against using electronic tickets. Joellen and I went head to head over the tickets. It was put to a vote and my suggestion won. Scan them again, I growl. Uncertainty crosses her features as she glances into the ballroom. She tries again. I'm sorry, but I can't let you in. She bites her lower lip and looks in the ballroom again. Who is Joellen looking at? I spot the culprit standing a mere 20 yards from where we are. Viola. Her arms are clamped over her chest, her expression triumphant. This is outrageous, I fume. I raise my voice so those standing nearby can hear every word. If it weren't for me, there would be no viaduct renovation. You can't just act like my tickets are no good. I speak even louder. Did Viola Norwood put you up to this? Joellen's face turns lobster red. I don't know what to tell you. It says here that those tickets have already been used. Maybe Tim and Strawberry used them. My heartbeat races to a sprint as I look Viola in the eye. I don't care what your little machine says. We are going into that ballroom.
I'll pay for the 2 tickets,
Memphis offers. His voice is polite but firm. Joellen glances at Viola, who shakes her head no. That's not possible, Joellen says tightly. The dinner is sold out. She waves frantically at a nearby security guard. We have a problem over here. My blood runs cold. Never in my life have I detested anyone as much as I detest Viola Norwood. It sickens me that Joellen is clamoring to do the witch's bidding. There are plenty of other people in this town willing to go down the same path. A giant fist squeezes my stomach. I should have listened to my instinct and stayed home. I lock eyes with Joellen. Are you seriously throwing me under the bus? She just shakes her head and averts her gaze from the heat of my glare. I glance back at the lines stacking up behind us. I recognize most of the women and their husbands. I talk directly to them. Do you see what's happening here? Viola is trying to blackball me. I clench my jaw. Don't think any of you are exempt from her wrath. She could decide at any minute that she has no further use for you. And then where would you be? I snap my fingers. Out on your tush, that's where.
What's the problem?
The security guard asks as he steps up, his voice ringing with authority. I don't recognize the middle-aged man. His attention is drawn to my black eye. I can tell from the way his mouth tightens that he's already made a snap decision and labeled me a problem. Joellen speaks first. These people are trying to get in without tickets. A hard laugh riddles my throat. Just like that, the gremlin escapes the bag. That's not what's happening here, I roar. Anger burns through my blood, infusing me with an indignant strength. I bought tickets, see? I hold them out to the man. He looks at them, his eyes widening in surprise. Those tickets have already been used, Joellen asserts, but her words hold no force. She knows she's in a tight spot. I'm nailing her butt to the wall, and anyone else who gets in my way.
You can't use tickets more than once, ma'am.
His tone is patronizing. I look at Memphis, whose face has gone rock hard. He's eyeing the security guard like he's fixing to knock him into next week. I place a hand on his arm, letting him know that I've got this. My voice cuts through the room like a whip as I enunciate every word. I purchased those tickets with my credit card right after I authorized the electronic system to be set up. The guard's jaw goes slack as he looks from me to Joellen and then back at me.
You set up the system?
Yes, sirree, I shoot back with the force of a firing squad. I did that and much more. I straighten to my full height, my voice gaining volume. I'm the one who set up this dinner. I planned the menu and worked with the caterer. I chose the floral arrangements for the tables. In fact, I worked directly with your boss, Bill Smalley. If my tickets have been used, then it was by my no-count ex-husband, Tim Norwood, and his bird-brained floozy. The security guard's eyes pop open wide. He's just realized that he's in way over his head. I turn and look straight at Viola. I suggest that you tell Tim to get his slimy butt out here and explain who the devil gave him the right to use my tickets. Otherwise, I'll make a phone call to Deputy Dwight Jones, and Tim can explain to him why he stole my tickets. The guard holds up his hand.
There's no need to cause a fuss. I'm sure we can work this out.
He gives Joellen a pleading look.
I think you're better off to just let her go in.
Dang straight, I mutter. Joellen nods numbly. Thank you. Victory swells through my veins as Memphis places his hand on the small of my back and leads me into the ballroom. Memphis leans close to my ear and whispers with a low chuckle.
That was one of the most magnificent things I've ever seen. You're a firecracker. Remind me never to get on your bad side.
Any other time, I'd answer with some cute quip, but right now, blood is pounding against my temples with the furor of a jackhammer beaten through concrete. I look over to where Viola is standing. Her face is blistering red, hatred burning in her eyes. In the past, it would have upset me to be hated by another person. Now, however, I don't care. Standing off to the side, I spot Tim and Strawberry, watching Memphis and me with worried expressions. Strawberry's dress is scandalous. Plunging in the front, ridiculously short and slit up the side, showing parts of her body that only her maker should be able to see. Later I'll reflect on this moment, wondering how in the world I mustered up such moxie. But right now, my feet have a mind of their own as I turn in their direction. Memphis, to his credit, stays right by my side. The years I spent perfecting the art of playing the cultured debutante were not in vain. I slip into the role like it's a second skin as I press on a sugary smile. I glide past Viola without so much a glance, making a beeline for Tim and Strawberry. Tim, I begin with oozing sweetness. You haven't had the pleasure of meeting Memphis Stetson. I've always regarded Tim as an athletic man. However, I'm startled at how soft and frail he is compared to Memphis's tougher-than-rawhide vibe. Memphis stands a good 2 inches taller than Tim and probably outweighs him by 20 pounds, but only because Memphis is all muscle. Tim seems to shrink into himself. Maybe he's afraid Memphis will give him what he deserves, a hard punch in the nose. I would pay money to see that. Memphis gives Tim a curt nod. His jaw is razor sharp. He's intimidating. The kind of man who busts heads and asks questions later.
Nice to meet you,
Tim stammers. I throw Memphis an adoring smile. You just can't imagine what a blessing Memphis has been to me. I'm playing it up for the benefit of everyone within listening range, but I mean what I say. Memphis is a gem. I'm realizing that more and more every day. Memphis, this is Tim Norwood, My no-count cheating ex-husband and his conquest. Tim's eyes bulge like his tongue is tying a noose around his windpipe. Strawberry's face turns redder than her hair. She clutches Tim's arm for support. It was a cheap shot to steal my tickets. The next time you or your horrible mother get a notion to tangle with me, just remember that I won't go down without a fight. A stunned silence overtakes the ballroom, and then I hear someone clapping from the front. It's Albany. Fearless, amazing Albany. Gavin also claps, followed by Sable and Dallas. Trickles of other applause join in. Not much, but enough to know that I have a few loyal friends in this room. Tears mist my eyes as I blink. A weight has been lifted from my chest. If I had known how liberating it was to break out of the gilded box, I would have done it a long time ago. Memphis turns to me, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He senses that this is a huge transitionary moment for me.
Should we take our seats?
You betcha. There's nothing over here for me. I throw Tim a withering look. There never was. With that, I hold my head high, and we traipse to our table. Chapter 10. Just kiss me already. As we pull into my driveway, Memphis removes the remote from the sun visor and uses it to open the garage. He drives in and turns off the engine. A hailstorm of anticipation pings through my entire body. I want to kiss Memphis so I can satisfy this intense craving building inside me, but I'm petrified. The garage light is on, infusing the car with muted light. He shifts to face me, a crooked grin tugging at his lips.
That was an interesting evening.
I grunt out a partial laugh. To which part are you referring? The part where I chewed out the security guard? Or when I gave Tim and Strawberry a piece of my mind? I grin inwardly, picturing how Mom and Beau will react when they learn about the night's events. A deep chuckle sounds in his throat.
Both.
Thanks for being such a good sport. I take in a long breath. I guess I've been holding in some animosity. It was good to finally let it out. A hard laugh scratches my throat. Of course, I gave Nellie Kinsey plenty of new material for her blog.
That you did.
He grins in admiration.
It was worth it.
Yes, it was. I agree. 1,000 times over. I can't get over how much lighter I feel. No wonder Albany speaks her mind so freely. She'll probably live to be 100 because she doesn't internalize her problems. He gathers my hands in his, sending zings of pleasure zipping through my skin. The air goes electric.
I'm so sorry for all that you've been through.
Thank you, I utter, swallowing the sudden lump in my throat. My words rush out. You've been so patient and understanding with all my drama. It couldn't have been easy for you to be under such intense scrutiny, and yet you bore it like a champ.
I don't know about that.
He chuckles dryly.
When I saw your ex-husband standing there with that hot-to-trot redhead and I thought about how much he hurt you, well, it took all the internal fortitude I could muster to keep from punching his lights out.
I could tell. I grin and then pick up on something he said. Wait, how do you know how much he hurt me? Before he can answer, I fill in the blank. You talked to my mom today. She told you.
A little,
he admits.
Also, I pieced it together from reading Nellie's blog.
Between Mom and the blog, I'm an open book. My mom can be such a pill, I groan. I can't believe she's been blabbing my business to you.
Your mom means well. She's just worried about you. That's why she asked me to look after you tonight." His words are a slap in the face. Is that what tonight was about? Him doing my mom a favor? "I don't need you to feel sorry for me," I assert, my voice hardening. I try to withdraw my hands from his, but he holds them fast. "Whoa, Tiger," he laughs. "Take it easy. I don't feel sorry for you." "You don't?" "No."
"What do you feel?" The instant the words leave my mouth, I regret saying them. "You don't have to answer that." God, I'm making this so awkward. Why did I have to open this can of worms? I'm not sure how I feel about him. How's he supposed to know how he feels about me? The automatic light turns off, washing us in darkness. My breath hitches when he moves his face close to mine.
"Let's go inside and talk."
"Sounds good," I whisper, trying to get a handle on my erratic emotions. Releasing my hands, he opens his door before coming around to help me out. When we step into the kitchen, he surveys the cabinets.
"Your painting project?"
"Yep." I'm moving at a snail's pace. I deposit my purse onto the kitchen island. My hands are trembling slightly. The kitchen seems small with Memphis's presence looming so large. "Would you like something to drink?" I cringe at the high-pitched edge in my voice. I'm a hot mess. My jumping nerves would make a bucket of crickets look tranquil. He bridges the gap between us, eyeing me with amusement. "What?" I demand.
"It's gonna be okay."
I frown. "What are you talking about?" I don't know why I always cover up my discomfort with irritation. His expression suggests that he can see right through me.
"This? Us?"
A crooked grin lifts a corner of his lips. Tenderly, he brushes back a lock of my hair. His hand lingers on my cheek, stroking my skin with the sides of his fingers. His touch is thrilling, hypnotic.
"We don't have to rush it."
Can he hear the erratic pounding of my heart? Never before have I felt such a heady passion pulsing through my blood. I drink in the rugged lines of his face. "I don't know that I'm ready," I whisper. My mind is barely cognizant of the words I've just spoken. His eyes are so magnetic, so compelling. I'm swimming in a splendid sea of green. Ever so softly, his lips brush my forehead. I close my eyes, savoring the lightness of his touch. He kisses my nose before moving to my lips. He kisses one corner and then the other. Maddening tingles circle down my spine, evoking a sigh from my throat. I'm ready to give in to his tantalizing persuasion. I anticipate that he'll kiss me now. When he doesn't, I open my eyes to discover him regarding me with cautious hope.
"Are you okay?"
His voice is gentle and soothing, almost a whisper. A taunting smile tips my lips. "What are you waiting for, cowboy?" Need deepens his eyes as he pulls me into his powerful arms. His lips claim mine with a hunger that licks fire down through my toes. My hands find their way to his neck as I thread my fingers up through his curls. We cling to each other as our mouths move together in such perfect synchronicity that we might have kissed 100 times before. Only this is so deliciously new. I only thought I knew what passion was before now. We kiss until every fiber of my body melts from the intensity. When we pull apart, we're both breathing hard. I rest my hands against his muscular chest, wondering how in the heck he got so chiseled. Boxing must do a man good. A satisfied smile drifts over his lips.
"That was a long time coming. I've wanted to kiss you ever since that day we met in the elevator."
I blink. "Really?" His admission does strange things to my heart. He chuckles.
You felt it too. I could see it in your eyes.
My cheeks burn hot. It's on the tip of my tongue to deny it, but something in the intense way he looks at me strips away all pretenses. Yes, I admit. I felt it. It unnerved me. I was a married woman. I wasn't supposed to feel such a strong attraction to another man. He presses his lips together in understanding. Looking back now, I wonder if my reaction to you wasn't some sort of premonition that let me know you were going to be part of my life. His eyes simmer with light, washing them in gold.
I like your way of thinking.
Questions percolate in my brain. Why were you at the architectural firm that day? Do you remember seeing me at the restaurant earlier? I'm asking a question I already know the answer to. I remember him telling me in the elevator that he saw me in the restaurant. I just want to hear him say it.
I do.
He grins.
We shared a look.
We did. I giggle. Thanks to you, I got a lap full of water.
Huh?
Rose, the server, was just as taken with you as I was. Yikes. I guess I'm laying it all on the line. Then again, it's not like Memphis doesn't already know that I was enamored with him from the get-go. Rose missed my glass and poured the water into my lap. Musical laughter rumbles in his throat.
Oh, wow. I had no idea. Should we go sit down so we can talk?
His eyes move to my lips.
Or we could do other things.
He murmurs in a low, throaty tone that sends giddy quivers through me. Taking his hand, I lead him into the den. We sit down on the couch. He drapes an arm around my shoulder. Warmth from his body wraps me in a comforting blanket as I shift so that I can see his face. Okay, you were going to tell me why you were at the architectural firm that day.
That's right. I wasn't there to see an architect, but Babs Cox, a realtor.
Oh, that's right. Babs's realty group is in the same building as Danny Floyd, I explain. They must be sharing the same floor during the renovation.
Ever since my sister and her husband moved to Comfort, Trudy has been after me to move closer to her and her kids.
Do you have any family left in Texas?
I do. My mother and another sister.
What about your dad? Does he live in Texas? A shadow crosses his features.
No, he passed away several years ago.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
He pauses, the edges of his eyes tightening. I'm curious to know more, but I refrain from asking. After all, I don't want to come across as the Gestapo.
I had an appointment with Babs to see several properties. That's why I was on the elevator that day.
How did you end up purchasing the lot next door? Something shifts in his eyes. I get the sense that he's trying to decide how much he wants to share. Don't hold back, I grin. I came clean to you about being attracted to you in the elevator. You can be straight with me. He laughs.
Fair enough. Okay. You intrigued me from the very get-go.
Really? A burst of pleasure runs through me.
Yeah.
I purse my lips, adopting a sultry model expression. Was it my extraordinary good looks?
Partly,
he says without the slightest trace of guile. Thanks. I blink, super flattered. His eyes meet mine as a grin tugs at his lips, deepening his dimple.
Also, I liked that you made me work for it. You didn't just fall at my feet.
I gurgle out a laugh. Oh my, poor baby, I coo. It must be rough to be so handsome and have all the women falling over you.
So you think I'm handsome?
Don't let it go to your head.
It's tough being me,
he answers, flashing a cheeky grin.
But somehow I manage.
I shake my head, laughing. The sad part is that you're serious. Women probably throw themselves at you all the time. A dart of jealousy stabs through me. I force my tone to go light. You know all about my sordid background with the divorce. Tell me about the women in your past. He interrupts with a dry chuckle.
I hardly think reading the gossip on the town blog qualifies as a clear understanding of your divorce.
Let's be clear here. It's not the town blog, but Nellie Kinsey's blog. She's in no way sanctioned by the town. And you're absolutely right, I snap. Nellie's a crafty spider who takes bits of truth and then spins it into her own little web of rumors. His eyes flick with interest.
Okay, let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth. What happened to your marriage?
I drop my jaw and ham up the outrage. Are you seriously comparing me to a horse right now? His eyes caress mine.
If I were, you'd be a thoroughbred.
Jiminy cricket. This guy knows just what to do and say to get my blood pumping faster. I never stood a chance. He's the Pied Piper, but instead of unsuspecting children, he collects the hearts of women. Gah, that's a terrible analogy. I don't want Memphis going around and gathering hearts like he's amassing a record collection. I want to be the only heart he collects. I'm getting off track. I shift the conversation back to the question I need answered. How did you come to buy the lot next door to me? From the way he moistens his lips, I get the feeling that he's picking and choosing what to tell me. Just spit it out, I demand.
Okay. After our encounter in the elevator, I described you to Trudy so I could find out who you were. Trudy thought it might be you, but she wasn't sure. Then she read Nellie's blog. Shortly thereafter, Babs called and told me about a lot that had just come up on the market in the historic district. I realized you were right next door, and the rest is history.
Oh, wow. And then I tromp over and lambaste you for bringing an Airstream trailer in the neighborhood. Sorry about that. I wince. A chuckle sounds in his throat.
I have to admit, that's not how I expected things to go down.
I touch my black eye. Me neither.
And yet here we are.
He utters, his gaze holding mine. My focus is pulled to his lips. I want to kiss him again, but I suppose we should talk more first. You were telling me about the women in your past? Laughter zings in his eyes.
Let me guess. Anything I say can and will be held against me for the rest of my life.
Absolutely. I study his handsome face, wishing I could discern his thoughts. He takes in a breath.
There was someone, once, but it was over a long time ago.
Silence settles between us. I can no longer handle it. And, I prompt, the suspense is killing me.
Before I started working in data analytics, I was an aspiring singer.
I nearly choke on my own saliva. What kind of singer? A crooked grin lifts a corner of his lip.
Do you really have to ask?
The cowboy boots and hat. Texas. Country music? He nods.
My junior year in college, I joined a band. We played a few small gigs, started getting some notoriety. Eventually, I dropped out of college and became a roadie on River Raglan's tour.
He pauses, staring off in the distance. I can feel his pain thickening the air around us. I touch his arm, my voice going soft. What happened? He sucks in a quick breath.
As you can imagine, my parents weren't thrilled with my decision to quit college. We had several arguments about it. My dad and I stopped talking.
He pauses, his lips pressing into hard lines like he's pushing the emotion back inside himself. When he continues, his voice is flat.
Then my dad had a heart attack. I was away on tour. My mom and sisters couldn't get in touch with me.
His words dribble off to silence as he offers a strained smile. I'm sorry, I say again. My voice sounds small and insignificant in my ears. It's such a trite expression, but I don't know what else to say. I wish there was some way that I could ease his hurt, but there isn't. We sit quietly, soaking in the stillness of the silence. Right after Tim moved out, the looming quiet in the big house felt like the morgue. This is different. Comfortable. Thanks for telling me about your dad. He traces circles over my arm with his fingers. The feather lightness of his touch sends tantalizing tingles through me. Is this really happening? Never would I have imagined the turn my life would take. I'm so grateful that Memphis is opening up to me. We certainly have no problem on the physical level. Hate simmers through me just thinking about that kiss. Wowza! I could live 1,000 lifetimes and not be kissed like that again. So completely that it leaves me with curled toes and a contented sigh. I'm digressing. Back to my point. Our physical interaction is great. It's nice to know that we're also connecting on an emotional level. He turns to me as if bringing himself out of the past and back to the present.
Thanks for listening,
he says quietly. Of course. My heart aches for him and the regret he feels about not being able to say goodbye to his dad. At least he had a relationship with his dad. I have no idea what my dad is doing these days, and I don't give a flying flip. Any man who deserts his wife and kids doesn't deserve my attention. My mind goes back to Memphis's narrative. It occurs to me that, after all that, he still didn't tell me about his former girlfriend. Should I question him more about it or just let it go? Obviously, things didn't work out or he wouldn't be here with me now. Maybe it's better to just let him tell me about it in due time. How did you transition from being a roadie to a data analyst?
My dad's sudden death caused me to view things differently.
I can understand that, I grunt. If someone had told me a few months ago that I would march into a public event and make a spectacle of myself, I would have said no way. I shrug. And yet, here we are.
It was a beautiful thing.
He chuckles. A smile spreads over my lips. Yes, it was. The look on Tim's face was priceless. Maybe Viola got the not-so-subtle hint that if you mess with me, there'll be a high price to pay.
You were going to tell me about your divorce,
he prompts. I grimace. Dang it, I thought you forgot. He taps his temple, his eyes sparkling.
A steel trap.
Ha ha, I say dryly. I shift in my seat as I compile my thoughts. How can I put into a few words what happened? Especially since I'm still trying to understand it myself. My tongue darts over my lips. As you already know, Tim had an affair with Strawberry. He nods. It would be easy to just leave it at that and lay all the blame at Tim's feet, but the truth is that Tim and I had problems, almost from the moment we said I do. I shake my head. No, I guess it started before that. Tim and I were childhood sweethearts. When I say childhood, I mean from the time we were kids. The edges of Memphis's eyes tighten. I can almost read his thoughts. He's wondering how he can possibly compete with a relationship that has gone on for so long. Or maybe he's not thinking that at all. He could be wondering why I stayed with Tim as long as I did. I'm certainly wondering that. I forge on with my story. Growing up, I was the girl everyone felt sorry for. I came to school dressed in raggedy clothes, my hair a wreck. A hard laugh scratches my throat. My only saving grace was that I was smart enough to make good grades. I creased my brows, trying to articulate what I'm feeling. Mom did the best she could. She was fighting her own battle with a broken heart from my father leaving her and us kids. Also, she has fibromyalgia. It's a miracle that she was able to take as good of care of us as she did. It couldn't have been easy being a working single mom. The compassion on Memphis's face brings moisture to my eyes. Anger follows close on the heels of my sentimentality. How many times have I seen the pity on the faces of my teachers and the townsfolk? The last thing I want is for Memphis to feel sorry for me. I clench my jaw, continuing. For some reason that I'll never understand, Tim, Mr. Golden Boy, showed interest in me. Eventually, I took control of my grooming and transformed myself from the school pariah into a cheerleader. I grunt, remembering. My senior year, I was voted homecoming queen. Tim escorted me out on the field. I shrug. The gist of it is that I fell in love with the hero I'd concocted in my brain. Tim and I don't have much in common. He hated this mansion and all the headaches that come from living in an older home. Tim has never gotten along with Mom or Beau, mostly because Mom has always been able to see right through him. She thinks he's a spoiled rich kid who's been handed everything on a silver platter. I pause and look at Memphis to get his reaction to what I'm saying. His expression is one of concentration, like he's listening intently. Sensing that something was wrong in our marriage, I tried to make myself into the kind of woman that I thought Tim would admire. I poured my energy into charitable events. I clenched my fist. I allowed Viola Norwood to use me. A thin smile curls my lips. I guarantee that Viola never imagined that I would call her out about her little stunt with the tickets.
The outrageous artist finally broke out of her gilded box,
Memphis says admirably.
I'm just glad I was there to see it.
I flinch. Outrageous artist? How did you know? I sputter. The answer flashes through my brain. Mom told you about that? A sheepish grin forms over his lips.
Yeah.
I put on my snippety hat as I look him in the eye. What else did she tell you? I can't believe Mom has been blabbing personal things about me to Memphis. Where's the loyalty?
Pretty much what you described, that you were in love with the idea of Tim instead of the man himself. She wants you to start painting again. She says you're good.
I laugh. I have a lot to be desired, I quip, repeating Skeet's faux pas.
Yes, you do,
he utters, his gaze moving over me slowly, as if absorbing every detail. The moment slows as he cups my face with his hand. His fingers trail warmth over the curve of my jaw before traveling down my neck. His maddening light touch ignites my cells as he strokes the pulsing hollow of my neck. I move closer as his lips take mine, moving with a tender exploration that melts ecstasy through my veins. His masculine taste and scent, his touch, the hardness of his muscles, the insistence of his lips, everything about him draws me in. This time I'm the one who deepens the kiss. The charge that flows through my veins is electric. His phone buzzes in his pocket. We jerk slightly before moving apart. My mouth still holds the burn of his lips. He fishes it out of his pocket and looks at the screen, his eyes round.
It's your mom.
My mom? My brows dart down into a V. Why's she calling you?
Hello,
he answers. A few beats pass with him listening.
It was rough going at first, but it turned out well in the end.
I surmise that she's asking him about the dinner.
I'll let Pen tell you all about it,
he says, looking at me. A smile tips his lips.
Sure, I'd love that. Thanks for the invitation. All right, good night.
He ends the call. What was that about? A pleased grin overtakes his features, causing his dimple to deepen. He has such a glow about him that I can almost believe the sun has taken up residence in my den. I'm crushing hard here. Skeet laughs about kids who come into the bakery and press their faces against the dessert case as they salivate over the iced sugar cookies. Yep, that's me right now.
Your mom invited me to go to church with y'all on Sunday, and then to have dinner at her place afterward.
Really? My voice shoots up an octave. Chalk one up for Mom. If she's inviting you to church, she must really like you. I bite back a smile. You certainly have her fooled.
Hey,
he counters. The corners of his lips droop, but his eyes brighten with laughter. My phone rings from the kitchen. That's probably Mom calling me now. I sigh heavily. I'm sure after you told her it was rough going at first, she's probably wondering what happened.
As fast as news seems to travel in this town, she probably already knows.
I'm sure you're right. I grunt. Nellie's probably already posted about it by now. I get up from the couch to go and get my phone. I'm surprised when Memphis also stands. He throws me a wicked smile.
My throat is parched from that tonsil examination some girl just gave me.
I hiccup a startled laugh before giving him a playful shove in the chest. I'd like to think I'm more than just some girl, I retort. Laughing, he encircles my waist with his arm and pulls me toward him. His eyes deepen with intensity.
Oh, you are,
he murmurs.
You're the girl.
I love the sound of that. I peer up into his handsome face. So, does that mean you'll stick around? Hope percolates in my chest. Memphis is fast becoming an important part of my life. No, not just an important part, but the important part.
I might be persuaded,
he drawls.
Under one condition.
Condition? I arch an amused eyebrow. A grin breaks over his features.
You'll have to get used to the plastic pool.
I make a face as determination streaks through me. We'll see about that. I might just have to sneak over in the middle of the night, pour out the water, and haul the thing off to someplace never to be found again.
Hey!
He thrusts out his lips in a pout that's so boyishly charming it swoons my heart.
You wouldn't take poor Brooks and Hattie's pool now, would you?
Don't be putting a guilt trip on me. If your nephew and niece want a pool, then you should have put one in, after you build your house.
You got this all planned out.
His voice is deliciously warm and mellow. Yep, I laugh. I've always been the planner. I give him a meaningful look. But I never counted on you. A brilliant smile curves his lips.
I guess it's true what they say. The best things in life are never planned.
A second later, he tips his head.
You hear that?
What? I cock my ears.
Your phone stopped ringing.
I guess Mom gave up. For now. Let's go and get you some water for that parched throat. I'd hate to be the cause of you fainting from dehydration. I wink. His brows furrow.
Men don't faint.
Ah, I've offended the delicate cowboy ego. A reckless expression overtakes his features.
Offend my eye?
He starts tickling me. Squealing, I try to dart away, but he catches me, tickling me harder. Tears form in my eyes. Stop! I laugh.
Say mercy.
Mercy! I shout as he releases me. Laughter still trickling from my throat, I shake my head. You're terrible. We go into the kitchen. After that tickle torture, I'm gonna need some water too, I say as I retrieve 2 glasses from the cupboard. My phone rings again. I guess Mom's not giving up.
You answer. I'll get the water.
I reach into my purse and pull out my phone. My eyes nearly bug out of my head when I realize who's calling. It's Tim, I say breathlessly. Memphis is at the sink. He turns, his jaw going razor sharp. Why would Tim be calling me? I ask, mostly to myself. A rigid determination rolls over Memphis's handsome face.
Do you want me to answer it?
I blink. Do I? Before my brain can process what's happening, I hand him the phone. He puts it on speaker and answers with a curt,
Hello?
Silence comes over the line before Tim speaks.
I'm sorry. I must have the wrong number. Are you looking for Pen?
Memphis cuts in.
Yeah.
He stammers. I step closer to Memphis. Our heads are almost touching. What do you need? I clip. Another awkward pause follows before Tim swears.
You should be more careful about the company you keep. People are starting to talk.
Fury flashes in Memphis's eyes at the same time a hard laugh riddles my throat. I shouldn't be surprised at anything Tim says or does, but his impudence floors me. My voice takes on an acerbic sing-song quality. That's just the thing, Tim. I'm learning that I don't care nearly as much about what people think of me as I thought I did. Good grief, that was a tongue twister. I swallow, gearing up for more.
Well, you should,
he says smugly.
Word around town is that you're not cut out to run a business.
He slips into his I'm better than you M.O.
Are you really so desperate for a man that you'll hitch your wagon to some guy who hit you? Come on, Pen. You're better than that.
Blood rushes to my temples with such force that I wonder if my head split open like an overripe watermelon. The muscles in Memphis's jaw twitch. His voice is dangerously calm when he speaks, belying the rage in his eyes.
I'd rather be bull-whipped 6 ways to Sunday than hit a woman, but I certainly don't mind punching you into next week.
Tim curses again.
Why don't you go back to your ranch, cowboy? This doesn't concern you.
His voice is coated in whiny cynicism.
Anything that concerns Pen concerns me,
Memphis states. A sense of awe trickles through me. Memphis is Rambo, Clint Eastwood, and Chuck Norris rolled into one. He could chew metal and spit out nails.
You know, Pen, it's sad to think how low you've stooped. Strawberry has been in the bathroom crying ever since we got home over the things you said. You owe her an apology.
Did he really just say that? For a couple of seconds, I'm speechless. 100 thoughts ping through my brain at once as I think of all the things I'd like to tell Tim Norwood. Starting with, you're a low-down, spoiled, weak womanizer who couldn't last a day without your mama and daddy's money. Oh, and I've just learned up close and personal that your kisses are totally lackluster. I could say all of those things, but I don't want to waste my breath. I'm so done with Tim Norwood. Don't ever call me again, I growl, ending the call. Memphis's eyes blaze with wrath.
Somebody needs to put that self-important pansy in his place, once and for all.
Amen, I mutter, and then consider the ramification of what I'd just said. I was so worried about Bo doing something stupid. Now my fears extend to Memphis. Tim's a coward, I spat. He would love nothing more than for you to do something so he can hide behind his dad's money in the long arm of the law. I lift my chin as a new revelation rustles through me like a fresh, healing breeze. It's crazy how quickly my anger dissolves. You know what?
What?
Memphis grumbles. I remove the phone from his hand and place it on the counter. Then I step up to him and slip my arms around his neck. The greatest revenge I could ever get on Tim or Viola or Nellie Kinsey is to live my life on my terms. I lock eyes with him. With you. The anger lines on his face dissolve as he grins.
Do you mean that?
He asks, cautious hope ringing in his voice. A bubble of gentle laughter ripples through my throat. Yes, I mean it. I throw him an impish grin. On one condition.
Ah, so now you have a condition.
Yes, sir. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. He makes a face.
Not the pool again and the trailer. Poor little Edwina's gonna get her feelings hurt.
Who's Edwina? His beautiful eyes spark with unreleased laughter.
My silver jalapeno.
A chortle bursts through my lips, nearly choking off my breath. Are you talking about the Airstream trailer?
Heck yeah,
he answers. There's never a dull moment with you, I say appraisingly. And no, my condition has nothing to do with Edwina or the pool.
Then what?
My eyes go to his lips as desire stirs heat through my stomach. Yikes, I never knew I could be so forward. Maybe I should reel the outrageous artist in. Nah, what would be the fun in that? My voice goes sultry. I was gonna say that you and I will be just fine, as long as you keep kissing me. His warm, rich laughter fills the room as he slips his arms around my waist and pulls me close with a rough movement.
Yes, ma'am,
he utters as his lips crush mine.
Chapter 11. Stirring the Pot.
August 7th.
Breaking news, folks. Fireworks erupted at the country club last night when Penelope showed up with her eye candy cowboy by her side. Penelope's still sporting a black eye, which begs the question, did the cowboy hit her? If so, it didn't take Penelope long to turn the other cheek. The other eye. Penelope has trimmed down to her former size and looked terrific in her new designer dress purchased at the shop on Main Street. However, all's not well in paradise. There was some mix-up with her tickets, and Penelope didn't take it well. Bystanders were astounded and embarrassed by her loud, brazen remarks to Joe Ellen Clayton and the security guard on duty. Things got worse when Penelope marched over to Tim Norwood and Strawberry Lingerfelt and cut them both to shreds with her sharp tongue. I'm all about people speaking their mind, but it must be done with civility and respect for the occasion. A black tie event is not the place for you to grind your axes, people. We're too dignified and cultured for that. Penelope's actions were totally uncalled for. Bless her heart, I guess it just goes to show that while you can take the girl out of the redneck, you can't take the redneck out of the girl. What will come of Penelope's bed and breakfast? I can't imagine that folks will want to stay at an establishment where the host might be inclined to go off her rocker at the slightest provocation. Also, it's hard to get excited about staying at a nice place when her cowboy's campsite is right next door. The weatherman says we're in for record highs next week. Be sure and stay inside where it's cool. And if you happen to run into Penelope, well, you might want to steer clear of her hot temper, or you just might get your head bitten off. Until next time, your friend and the one in the know, Nellie.
Chapter 12. All the Good. As bad as my life was, that's as good as it is. The morning following the country club dinner, Memphis showed up with a dozen chocolate-iced, cream-filled donuts and a paintbrush. Between the two of us, we knocked out the kitchen cabinets in a handful of hours. We might have run into a slight delay when Memphis took his brush and painted my nose. I got him back by slashing paint on his cheek. He tickled me, I tickled him. We silenced our laughter with several long, shivery kisses that left us breathless. The next day, we went to church with Mom and Beau. I made a point of getting all dolled up and smiling sweetly at everyone I saw. I figure the best way to combat Nellie Kinsey's venomous blog is to shower people with kindness and hope that they will eventually see through the lies. My days are filled with preparations for the opening of the B&B. Memphis breaks away from his digital marketing and virtual meetings with clients as often as he can and helps me with my work. He's good with a hammer and has a surprising eye for design. Who would have thunk? Memphis is a man of many talents. We spend every scrap of free time together. I'm worse than a lovesick teenager, finding every excuse to run next door and smooch with my boyfriend. Some evenings we venture over to his place and start fires in his portable fire pit and roast marshmallows. Memphis pulls out his guitar and plays and sings. His voice is good, and he has the charisma of a star. Is it bad to say that I'm glad he didn't become a superstar? I want him all to myself, without having to share him with hordes of Twitter-pated fans. 1 week goes by, 2, 3, 4. Before I know it, the open house for the B&B is only 4 days away. Thanks to my good friend Blakely, who connected me with a marketing agency in Mobile, I already have a handful of bookings for September and October. I hope to gain even more business after the locals attend the open house and spread the word. I hired a photographer to take pictures for my listing on the marketing group's website. We were able to exclude the surroundings, meaning we avoided showing the Airstream trailer, etc. Hopefully, guests will be so enamored with the mansion that they'll overlook the lot next door. If anyone asks, I'll simply tell them the truth, that the neighbor plans to build a house in the near future. Memphis has been looking at plans for a house and even a pool, but he doesn't want to build until spring. I'm okay with that. The main thing is that he intends to stay here. There's one word that sums up how I'm feeling. Happy. My phone buzzes, pulling me out of my thoughts. It's a text from Skeet. Which do you want for the open house, devil's food or maple bacon cupcakes? Both, I type back. Done. It's so nice to be at the point where I'm wrapping up the last-minute details. I'm actually ahead of schedule, which is why I'm taking a well-earned break this evening. Albany and Gavin are joining Memphis and me for dinner. We're ordering pizza from Life by the Slice. With Albany and me being so close, it's nice that Memphis and Gavin get along well. Gavin plans to take Memphis fishing on his boat, and Memphis wants to teach Gavin how to box so he can have a sparring partner. Just as I open the fridge to grab out items to make a turkey avocado sandwich, my phone rings. It's Albany. Hello? I answer, pulling out a pack of turkey with a head of lettuce. She launches in with, "How are you?" "Great," I chime. "Just making me something for lunch. Would you like to stop by? I'll make you something, too." There's a long pause. I cradle the phone on my shoulder as I pull a loaf of bread from the bread box on the counter. "Are you still there?" "Yeah," she sighs. "Have you been online today?" Her voice is off. Something is wrong. My stomach instantly draws into a knot. Earlier, when I ordered some more towels and washcloths. Why? You should get on and look at Nellie's blog. What did the witch write this time? I mutter. You know what? I don't even care. I'm done with giving that woman power over me. Nothing she says or does can hurt me anymore. Maybe you'd better just get on and look. I push out a long sigh. I'll do it after I eat lunch. Whatever I read is sure to sour my stomach. Do it now while I'm on the phone. Since when do you care what Nellie writes in her blog? Just do it, Albany commands. Fine, I huff, rolling my eyes. What is eating at Albany? Did Nellie say something about the boutique or Gavin? There's not much more she can say about me that she hasn't already said. I plop down in a chair at the kitchen table and open my laptop. When the blog pops up, I start reading. The words, "Did the cowboy murder his girlfriend?" come at me in a head-on collision. A ragged gasp tears through my throat. My heart takes off in a mad sprint as tears blur my vision. No, it can't be true. Nellie has gone too far. What if Nellie is telling the truth this time? Please let it be a lie. The room starts to spin as I suck in a breath, forcing my eyes to read the words on the screen. My brain processes the sentences in disjointed snatches. Girlfriend Angel Swallows, a backup singer on River Raglan's tour, heavily into alcohol and drugs. Memphis started her down that path. Angel shot dead in a seedy roadside motel. Memphis questioned by the police about his involvement. Albany's voice sounds like it's coming from far away. Did you know about this? I ball my hands into fists to stay the trembles. My throat closes up. I can't breathe. Pen? Albany prompts. Is any of it true? My tongue is a slab of cement in my mouth. Somehow I manage to croak out, I don't know. I grapple to remember what Memphis told me about his past. I list the events aloud. He was a roadie. His dad had a fatal heart attack. There was a girlfriend. I stop, ice running through my veins. When Memphis told me he had a girlfriend, I sensed there was more to the story. I should have pressed him to tell me the truth. I go from cold to hot as sweat pops over my nose. This can't be happening. I realize that Albany is talking. Nellie wrote that she was curious about Memphis's past, so she started digging. She connected with Angel's sister who told her what happened. Oh my gosh, Nellie had a face-to-face interview with the sister. The woman's here in comfort. There must be some mistake. You know Nellie, she twists things around to suit her own purposes. Yeah, I suppose, but she did interview the sister. So what? I explode. Why didn't Memphis tell me? Anger socks me in the gut, cutting off my breath. Has everything been a lie? No, I refuse to believe that. What are you gonna do, Pen? The concern in Albany's voice ties a noose around my neck. I mop my forehead. I don't know. Tears spring to my eyes. How could Memphis keep this from me? He knows the turmoil I've been through. I trusted him. You don't need to be alone right now, Albany says decisively. I'm coming over there. I don't argue. My life was turning around. Or so I thought. I'm one of those pathetic women taken in by good looks and charm. How many times do I have to keep making the same mistake? A weed eater is hacking at my heart, whacking it to bits. My body may be sitting in a chair in my kitchen, but my mind hurls through time and space. I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, staring into the abyss. A dark, insidious cloud moves over me, pouring down enough rain and hail to push me over the edge. I fall. My desperate fingers claw the sides, searching for something to hold on to. Why do I keep holding on? Maybe I should just let the forces sweep me away into nothingness. Pen? I blink. Huh? Are you okay? Albany's worry seeps through the phone and oozes into my pores. Horror trickles through me. Did Memphis kill his former girlfriend? If so, then why is he not in prison? A new thought enters my brain, giving me a sliver of hope. I don't have to take Nellie's word for this. I can research it online. My phone beeps. I have another call, I say mechanically. I'm on my way, Albany says before she hangs up. I click to the other call with a muffled, hello? My brain is racing in 1,000 different directions. Penelope? The woman's voice is crisp, professional. Yes? This is Mindy Howard from Homestay Marketing. Yes, I fumble. Homestay Marketing is the company in Mobile that I'm working with to get the bookings. Kate Brennan is my rep, but I recognize Mindy's name. She's the owner. I just got some disturbing news. It takes my brain a second to sharpen enough so that I can process her words. What's wrong? I'm in some wasteland where everything is moving super slow. A concerned citizen from Comfort just called and notified me about your next-door neighbor, who's also your boyfriend. I understand that Memphis Stetson was involved in his former girlfriend's death. Also, he hit you in the eye? He didn't hit me in the eye, I growl. He elbowed me. It was an accident. I shake my head. What does this have to do with my business? Everything. At Homestay Marketing, we stake our reputation on representing upstanding establishments. Our clients depend on us to recommend safe and reputable places to stay. Under the circumstances, I feel that it's in our best interest to terminate our contract with you and cancel the existing reservations. You will be required to refund all of the deposits within 48 hours. Panic thickens my throat. You can't do this. I've put everything into my business. It's both safe and reputable. White-hot anger zigzags through me as I go back to something she said. Who called you? I beg your pardon? You said a concerned citizen called you. My voice goes shrill. Was it Viola Norwood? I'm not at liberty to say, Mindy says stiffly. I take that as a yes. Fury is burning so hot in my chest that I wonder if I'll combust. Did Viola Norwood mention that she used to be my mother-in-law? She has a personal vendetta against me. I grasp at straws. This is discrimination. We reserve the right to dissolve any relationship with our hospitality partners that is not a good fit for our group, Mindy counters testily. It sounds like you have gotten in way over your head with Memphis Stetson. My advice would be to distance yourself from him. I wish you the best, she says curtly as she ends the call. I'm stunned. All my hard work went down the drain in the snap of a finger. Fear claws at the base of my skull. Now what? The doorbell rings. I rise from the chair and go to answer it. My insides are dead. I should have never trusted Memphis. I'm a stupid, stupid woman. I don't recognize the woman standing at the door. I open it. How may I help you? I ask flatly. She's in her early 30s and attractive in a girl-next-door sort of way, with her sandy blonde hair pulled back and held with a clasp at the nape of her neck. My name is Brandy Wilson. The name means nothing to me. Angel swallows his sister. Air whooshes out of my lungs. Could this day get any worse? I take a close look at the woman and pick up on details I didn't catch before. There are faint shadows beneath her eyes and spidery lines branching out from their corners. An aura of sadness cloaks her. She's hard around the edges, like she might be a pill to deal with.
I understand that you're dating Memphis Stetson. She motions. May I come in? My feet remain planted on the floor. What do you want? She compresses her lips in hard lines. I'm taken back by the chilling hatred that twists over her face. I want justice for my sister, she says hoarsely. I'm sorry for your loss, but this is not my fight. Disgust overtakes her features as she shakes her head. He got to you too, just like he did Angel. I don't appreciate being lumped in with some other woman. It makes me feel pathetic. That woman is dead. What a horrible, tangled mess I've gotten myself in. My spine goes ramrod straight. What could you possibly hope to gain by talking to me? I want you to know the truth, so he won't destroy your life like he did Angel's. She points to my eye. He hit you. Her voice hardens in condescension. I don't get it. Why would you put up with that? Memphis didn't hit me, I say flatly, sounding like a broken record. She looks at me with pity. You're all the same. I see movement from behind her and jerk when I realize it's Memphis. Brandy turns to see who's coming up the steps. He stops in his tracks, his face draining. What are you doing here? Brandy barks out a laugh. Keeping you from ruining another woman's life. Myriad emotions flood through me as I lock gazes with Memphis. Hurt, confusion, anger, it's all there. Why didn't you tell me about Angel? His eyes fill with remorse. I should have, but I didn't know how. His jaw works. I didn't want you to view me as a murderer? Brandy cuts in. You have no business coming here, Memphis mutters. A hard smile spreads over Brandy's lips. Did you really think you could just run away to a place where no one knows you and start over? The past always has a way of catching up. Let me explain, Memphis says, giving me a pleading look. Why, so you can manipulate her like you did Angel? She eyes him with such malevolence that it turns my stomach. Brandy seemed attractive at first, but with the mask of rage over her face and the veins in her neck cording, she has transformed from Smeagol in Lord of the Rings to Gollum right before my very eyes. I didn't manipulate Angel, Memphis says tonelessly. Grating laughter peals from Brandy's throat. Is that the line you're still telling yourself to help you sleep at night? She turns to me with crazed eyes. Don't believe a word he says. He's a liar and a murderer. Enough! Memphis thunders. Brandy lets loose a string of curse words that would make a truck driver blush. Her eyes bulge as she gets up in Memphis's face. I don't care how long it takes, but I swear that I'll see you rot for what you did to my sister. The pressure building inside me spews. Stop it! I cut in, my voice going hoarse. Both of you! I home in on Brandy. I'm sorry about your sister's death, I really am. But thanks to you and your little interview with Nellie Kinsey, my business just went up in a ball of flames. Memphis's face falls. What happened? Tears spring to my eyes. The marketing group in Mobile severed our contract. I lost all my bookings for September and October. He pushes a hand through his hair. I'm so sorry. What can I do to help? Help! Brandy screams. Why didn't you help Angel? You knew she needed help and you left her. The anguish on Memphis's face cuts at my insides. I can't even begin to make sense of this. All I know is that I opened myself up to Memphis, and he hurt me. Albany jogs up onto the porch, her hands going to her hips. What in the heck is going on?
She throws Brandy and Memphis blazing looks. I could hear y'all yelling a mile away.
Let me help,
Memphis urges, searching my face.
Digital marketing is what I do. I can get you more bookings than you could handle and save you from paying some company a fee. I'm so sorry,
he adds quietly. Brandy rattles out another spiteful laugh. I can't deal with this, I mutter, shaking my head. Smart girl, Brandy punches out viciously. I narrow my eyes as I point towards the street. You've done enough! Get off my property! Brandy rocks back, blinking. I turn my attention to Memphis. My heart is breaking into a million pieces. You should have told me about your past. Despite all the confusion and uncertainty, a part of me wants to forgive him on the spot. And yet a girl was murdered. I can't just sweep this under the rug. Because of my association with Memphis, all my hopes and plans for my business are shattered.
I know.
He pauses, his eyes pleading with mine.
I was waiting for the right time. Let's go inside and talk this through.
No, I can't, I say, my voice ragged. I need you to leave. Despair overtakes his features.
You don't mean that.
A deep sadness washes over me as I lift my chin. Yes, I do. It disgusts me to see the look of pleasure on Brandy's face. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for her to lose her sister in such a tragic, violent way, but I want no further association with someone who's so bitter and spiteful. Memphis gives me a long look.
Don't do this,
he urges. Tears are pressing against my eyes with a vengeance. I'm about to lose it. It's over, I say dully. We lock gazes for one long minute. His jaw hardens in resolve.
I'll be gone within the hour,
he clips as he turns on his heel and strides away, his footsteps falling heavily on the wooden steps. Everything in me wants to go after him, but I can't. Smart girl, Brandy says, her expression triumphant. A sob breaks through my throat. I jam my fist to my mouth to stay it as my knees go weak. Albany's eyes burn hot as she turns to Brandy. You heard my friend. Get off her porch and don't ever come back. Now! She screams. Brandy stumbles backward before turning and scampering down the steps. Albany steps forward and helps me into the house. Once the door is closed, I can no longer hold back the tears. They gush waterfalls down my cheeks. For some reason I don't understand, I feel even more broken and devastated now than I did about Tim's affair and the divorce. That's not exactly true. I understand all too well what the problem is here. I was falling in love with Memphis. Not just the weak, enamored love that I felt for Tim, but a love that consumes me like a river of fire. A love that would have sustained me for a lifetime. Chapter 13. The rest of the story. 2 days after the day my life fell apart, I find myself sitting in the kitchen, staring aimlessly out the window at the empty lot. A single tear dribbles down my cheek. I don't even bother wiping it away. What I would give to see Edwina and the kiddie pool. A bleak grin stretches over my lips. Someone touches my shoulder. I turn to see Mom. I didn't hear her come in. Her eyes flick over me with concern. I'm a wreck. I dragged myself out of bed, threw on a robe, and here I sit. I figured you'd be busy getting ready for the open house. Hugging my arms, I stare off into the distance. I'm working my way into it. I can't sit here like a knot on a log all day. I've got to muster up some motivation. Mom pulls out a chair and sits down across from me. Maybe I should sell this house. I can then repay my loan to Sable and Dallas. The house is prepped and ready to be used as a B&B. It would be a turnkey business for someone. Is that what you want? Mom's perceptive eyes rake over me. What other choice do I have? Tears splash over the rims of my eyes and trail down my cheeks. Mom reaches for my hand and squeezes it. Her voice goes tender. Have I ever told you how proud I am of you? She looks around. What you've accomplished? She smiles. It's fantastic. You've created a showplace. A lot of good it did me, I grumble. Yes, I know it's futile to wallow in self-pity, but I can't help it. She sits back and folds her arms as an enigmatic smile tips her lips. Don't you want to hear how my visit with Trudy went? I jerk. My brain has been so foggy that I completely forgot Mom was going to visit Memphis's sister. I'm worse than one of those zombies on The Walking Dead. After Memphis left, I looked up Angel Swallows online. There wasn't much. Only one newspaper article spoke of her getting shot when she and her former boyfriend were struggling for the gun. The article said that Angel's death was under investigation, but that no charges had been filed. The only other thing I found was her obituary. There was no mention of how she died, only that she was taken too soon. My pulse increases as I pull my robe tighter around me and sit up taller in my seat. Yes, I croak. I want to know what you found out. Mom is acting perky. Hope percolates in my chest. That has to be a good sign. Her smile widens. It was just as I thought. Memphis wasn't to blame for Angel's death. The only sound is my sudden intake of breath. My mind begins to spin. He wasn't? No. Angel was a backup singer for country music star River Ragland. Memphis was a roadie. Yes. I nod, impatient for her to get to the part I don't know. They had a relationship. The edges of Mom's mouth tighten. Both were involved in alcohol and drugs. My stomach seizes up as I press my lips together. I hope the story gets better from here. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I can hardly function. I miss Memphis so terribly that it hurts. When Memphis's father died, his mother and sisters tried to get in touch with him. Mom pauses. But he was too strung out to even realize they were calling. I ball my fist as a bolt of horror darts through my chest. His father's death was the impetus that set Memphis on the right path. He left the band and went back home to Texas. He checked himself into a rehab center and got cleaned up. He tried to talk Angel into getting off the drugs and booze, but she wouldn't or couldn't do it. In her eyes, Memphis leaving the band and getting clean was the equivalent of him abandoning her. She went to Texas and checked herself into the roadside motel. She called Memphis and asked him to meet her. She told him that she needed his help to get clean. Mom shakes her head, her expression going grim. Only that wasn't true. When Memphis arrived at the motel, Angel pulled a gun on him. Her intent was to kill him and then herself. He dove for the gun. They struggled. She got shot. Wow, I utter, taking it all in. A bark of laughter rips through my throat, and then I'm ugly crying. My shoulders shake like an earthquake, my breath pushing out in ragged gasps. My mom eyes me with concern. I thought you'd be glad that Memphis isn't a murderer. Her words bring giddy laughter to my lips. I am. I take in a forceful breath, trying to gain control over my emotions. Finally, after several seconds, I sniff and swipe at my tears with the palms of my hands. I am glad, I repeat, my voice returning to normal. But that still doesn't change the fact that I lost him. My hand goes to my forehead. I should have listened to him. Hindsight is 20/20, Mom says practically. Adrenaline rushes through me. Maybe I should call him, apologize, beg him to take me back. That's one option. My brows knit together as my voice pitches high. What other option do I have? She looks me in the eye. What if I told you there was a way to not only get Memphis back, but also to save the B&B? Do I dare hope that whatever solution Mom presents can do all of that? I'm all ears. I'm going to need you to write a message to Memphis, telling him how you feel about him. You also need to put the story that I just told you into words. That way, everyone in town will realize that he's innocent. She holds up a finger. You also need to talk about why the B&B is so important to you and how it'll benefit the town. If you want to throw in something about your divorce, well, feel free to do that too. Should the essay be 500 words and double-spaced? I retort. Mom raises an eyebrow. Don't get smart with me, young lady. Yes, ma'am, I say deferentially. I look her in the eye. Why am I doing this? A wise smile fills her face. Because Nellie Kinsey is going to post your letter in her blog. That's why. My jaw drops. A second later, frustration wells inside me. I thought Mom had a viable solution, but this is ludicrous. My voice goes shrill. Are you insane? If I send Nellie a letter, all she'll do is twist things around to make the situation 1,000 times worse. Oh, ye of little faith, Mom chides with a smirk. Mom's a smart woman. Surely she can see the holes in her plan. What guarantee do we have that Nellie won't use the letter as a weapon against me? A pleased smile overtakes Mom's lips. Because I have insurance. Huh? She sits back in her seat. Did I ever tell you about the time I saw Nellie in the school parking lot? I shake my head no. She chuckles. It's an interesting story. She puts a finger to her chin. Let's see. It was 3 years ago, shortly before Christmas break. I was working late at the library. When I locked up and came out, it was sleeting. As I went out to my car, I spotted 2 other cars in the lot. A man was sitting in one car, and a woman, Nellie, was hurrying to her car, crying. The man drove off as Nellie was going to her car. I was close enough to see that Nellie dropped something. She was in such a state that she didn't realize. I called out to her, but she must not have heard me. She got in her car and squealed off. A peculiar light sparkles in Mom's eye. Curiosity got the best of me. I went over to see what she dropped. She pauses, looking at me. What was it? I asked in a hushed tone. A letter. I paddle my hand. Don't leave me hanging here. Nellie wrote it to the man she was having an affair with. She must have intended to give it to him, but then things didn't go as she planned. She professed her love and reminded him of how he'd told her repeatedly that he was going to leave his wife. Nellie Kinsey had an affair with a married man. I shake my head. I'm surprised she got out from behind her computer and left her house long enough to meet someone, much less have an affair. My brain sorts through the details of the story. Who's the man she was having an affair with? Mom's eyes spark with the light of 1,000 bulbs. Bart Norwood. My eyes bug open. Bart? I wouldn't be any more surprised if I'd just learned that Martians colonized the moon. Mom nods. How? Why didn't you tell me this before? I just can't conceive that my ex-father-in-law would have an affair with, of all people, Nellie Kinsey. I suppose Nellie could be considered pretty without her glasses, and it would help if she'd do something with her hair. Well, for starters, I didn't want to make things between you and your former in-laws any more complicated than they already were, and I'm not one to feed the rumor mill. Besides all that, pointing out other people's sins and weaknesses is not the Christian thing to do. She juts out her chin. However, desperate times call for desperate measures. Nellie must be stopped once and for all. Her hateful blog is poisoning our town. Her eyes flash. I'll not have her destroy you or your business. You're a marvel, I muse with a trace of awe. What do you intend to do? I'm gonna have a nice face-to-face chat with Nellie. She's going to publish your letter word for word how you write it with zero commentary. After that, a smile curves her lips. Well, let's just say that Nellie just got herself a new editor. I burst out giggling. You're going to censor her blog. Mom's eyes sparkle. It's about time Nellie Kinsey learns the value of spreading good news that uplifts and inspires, rather than tearing people down. Never have I been prouder of my mom. My eyes grow moist. Thank you. We share a smile. My thoughts turn to Memphis as an impatient eagerness overtakes me. Do you think the letter will help me win him back? There's only one way to find out. She claps her hands. Better get to it. She wrinkles her nose. And for goodness sakes, when you get the letter written, do us all a favor and take a shower. Yes, ma'am. I laugh. Chapter 14. The Letter. September 1st. Nellie Kinsey here. The other day, I received a letter that I feel the need to share. It's written by our very own Penelope Primrose Norwood. Considering all the turmoil that Penelope, bless her heart, has had in her life of late, I'm grateful to be able to set the record straight. Here's the letter, in Penelope's own words. Dear Memphis, there aren't adequate words to tell you how sorry I am about how things went down between us. I was angry and upset when I read Nellie's blog about the death of your former girlfriend, Angel Swallows. I have since learned that you were not responsible for Angel's death. You did everything you could to try and help her overcome her addictions. You begged her to go to a rehab facility, but she couldn't find it in herself to change. Angel sought you out with the intent to shoot you and then kill herself. You dove for the gun, and she got shot. As for the interview that Nellie had with Angel's sister Brandy, I now see it for what it is. A grieving woman's desperate attempt to absolve her sister from blame. I don't judge Brandy Wilson for her actions. My heart hurts for her and the loss she experienced. I hope that she'll one day be able to find the healing and solace that can only be found by turning her heart to the Lord. That first day we met in the elevator, you threw me for a loop. One look at your reckless smile and I was captivated. While it's hard to admit that I, as a married woman, found you attractive, it's the truth. Looking back, I realize now that I had a huge hole in my heart that I was trying to fill with the hubbub of charity work, gatherings, and the like. Let me state plain and clear that there's nothing wrong with charity work. There are many women in comfort who accomplish great things. However, for me, it was a way to hide from my problems. You see, Tim and I may be from the same town, but we come from two very different worlds. Somehow, in my quest to fit into Tim's world, I lost sight of who I am. I forgot that true happiness doesn't stem from living in a certain house, wearing a certain type of clothes, or running in the elite social circle. True happiness comes from having good friends and a family who loves you for who you are on the inside. I grinned thinking of the day when I came home from my beach trip and realized that you'd bought the lot next door. I took one look at your Airstream trailer and freaked out, fearing it would bring down the neighborhood. Shame on me for being so concerned about appearances. It's something I'm working to overcome. I marched over, intent on chewing you out. Of course, I had no way of knowing that my new neighbor was the same man whom I'd met in the elevator. You were hitting a punching bag. I came up behind you and tapped your shoulder. In a knee-jerk reaction, you elbowed me, giving me the infamous black eye. Memphis, from the moment you entered my life, you caused me to view things differently. During the time I spent with you, I laughed more than I ever have before. I lived each day to the fullest and enjoyed the simple things. You filled my grayscale life with brilliant color. You showed me that often, the best things in life are totally unplanned. Yes, there may be those who will balk at the idea of an Airstream trailer, a.k.a. Edwina the Silver Jalapeno, right next to the B&B, but I no longer care what people think. There's much more at stake here than the neighborhood or even my business. The heart wants what the heart wants. I don't want to contemplate a life without you. The gist of what I'm trying to say here is that I'm falling in love with you. Please come home. Trailer, plastic pool, motorcycle, and all. Yours, Penelope. Chapter 15. The Cowboy. Can you believe this turnout? Albany asks, her eyes sparkling. I'll bet you'll start getting bookings like crazy. Several people mentioned getting their relatives to stay here when they're in town. I'll bet they did, Albany drawls, especially when they tasted Skeet's cupcakes. The maple bacon ones are to die for. She tips her head. The only thing that could make it better is a scoop of vanilla bean ice cream. I shake my head, grinning. You and your ice cream. Albany leans closer, lowering her voice. I don't know how you managed it, but that was genius to get Nellie to publish your letter. You must have friends in some pretty high places. I zip my fingers over my lips. As much as I would love to tell Albany all that went down, I swore to Mom that I wouldn't breathe a word to anyone. Not even Beau. She searches my face. Any word from Memphis? A heavy gloom settles over me. Not a word. I had hoped that he would be here tonight. Do you think he read the blog? I'm sure Trudy read it and told him about it. She presses her lips together. I'm sorry, Pen. Me too. I force a smile as I look around at the crowd of people. I guess I'll just have to channel all my efforts into running the B&B. Tonight is a night for celebrating my accomplishment. I won't allow myself to wallow in self-pity no matter how much I'm hurting. The countertops in the kitchen look fantastic, Betty Windsor says as she steps up to me. Thanks. They look just like granite, but someone said they were something else. Epoxy. Murmurs rustle through the crowd. I turn shocked to see none other than Tim, Strawberry, Viola, and Bart step through the front door. Albany clutches my arm. As I live and breathe, I never thought they'd have the nerve to show up here, she mutters. I guess I should be surprised, but I'm really not. The four of them step over to the side and strike up a conversation with Mayor Huff and his wife Peggy. I have to choke back a laugh thinking of Bart and Nellie Kinsey. They would be the last two I would figure on having an affair. Shows what you know. A few minutes later, Tim breaks away and comes over to me. He offers a tentative smile.
Hello.
Hello, I answer brusquely. He looks around and flashes an ironic smile.
The place looks nice. I almost didn't recognize it.
Thanks. It's interesting how totally disconnected I feel from him.
I read your letter in Nellie's blog.
Regret kindles in his eyes.
I'm sorry about the hole in your heart and that I couldn't be the man you needed.
Okay. Tim being contrite is a new one. Is he for real or does he have some other end game? Oh, who the heck cares? I certainly don't. It's liberating, actually, to know that Tim no longer has any hold over me. He arches an eyebrow.
Primrose Place? Really?
He grunts.
I thought you would at least let Norwood Mansion keep its rightful name.
Aha. The mask slips, revealing the real Tim. I flash a defiant smile. The new name has a nice ring to it. Yes, I realize that people in comfort are resistant to change. They'll probably keep calling it the Norwood Mansion for the next decade. That's okay. Little by little, folks will eventually come around. I hear a soft gasp beside me and realize it came from Albany. I assume she's guffawing at what Tim said, but then she reaches for my arm and squeals. He's here! People part like the Red Sea before Memphis as he strides toward me with fluid, confident steps. Wearing his hat and boots, he looks every bit the cowboy. He gives me a crooked grin that has the power to melt my heart.
Sorry I'm late. My brother-in-law let me borrow his truck to pull Edwina. I just parked her over in the lot. Oh, and I had to tie up the dog.
The dog? I catch a glimpse of Tim, who's eyeing Memphis with the uptight disdain of one who thinks he's so far above him.
Trudy and her family are heading down to Florida. I told them that I'd watch Fleabag while they're gone.
A giggle slurps through my throat as I raise a hand to my mouth. Fleabag? Tim's wearing a shocked expression, which makes the moment even more delicious.
Yep, that's his name.
A wicked glint flashes in Memphis's golden green eyes.
Or at least that's what I call him. His real name's Fluffy.
I tip my head. So, let me get this straight. You came back with an Airstream trailer, a kiddie pool, a motorcycle, and a dog named Fluffy? A daredevil grin ruffles his lips.
And some kick-butt new speakers that the neighbors are gonna love.
Only you, I murmur, shaking my head. Jiminy Cricket, he looks good. I'm definitely salivating here. Memphis's eyes search mine as everyone around us vanishes.
So you love me?
A ginormous smile breaks over my face. I do. He rewards me with a smile so brilliant that I swear it could light up the eastern seaboard.
That's good, because I love you too.
He takes off his hat and thrusts it at Tim with a casual,
"Hold this, would you?"
Oh, yes, it's a power play. And it's beautiful. Memphis comes toward me. At the same time, I leap forward and bound into his arms. Applause breaks out as he twirls me around and then sets me back down on the floor. As our lips find their way together, several thoughts float through my mind. Life is messy. Life is real. My life is nothing like the practically perfect ideal that I had planned. It's so much better. This has been Practically Perfect. Good Girls Don't Come Last. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Laurie West. Copyright 2021 by Jennifer Youngblood. Production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood.